지금 Yeah, good morning, everyone. This is Hyungjun Choi, Professor of Physics at Yonsei University and Chair of the Global Organizing Committee of this IYQ Global Event. I'll chair this opening session and will make a very brief opening address. Now is my opening address. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, I'm very happy with the opening of this event, communicating quantum science and technology to public. It is one of official IYQ Global Event for the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology that celebrates the 100th year of the quantum mechanics. So far, quantum mechanics has widened human understanding of nature greatly and has made it possible to develop modern technologies. Today, we'll share our experiences in communicating quantum science and technology to public, and we'll make in-depth discussions on how we can do it better and the easier way. I greatly appreciate global and local organizing committee members for their efforts. And I greatly appreciate attendance of invited speakers, chairs, and audience. And I also greatly appreciate sponsors for this event, especially the sponsors of the IYQ Global Fund. Thank you very much. So now we'll have a welcome address by Professor Jae-ho Jung of Yonsei University, who is the chair of a local organizing committee of this event, please.
Good morning, and certainly good evening, the other half of the globe. Yeah, it is good to see the familiar faces from yesterday. We had a wonderful forum on the how we expand and embedding quantum to the public policies and to make the public policies to enhance the quantum science technology for the public wellness. It is my great honor and pleasure to welcome you all to the IYQ Global Event. The title is Communicating Quantum Science Technology to the Public, held here at Yonsei University, and broadcast live to audience around the world. As a part of the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology, this event brings together an extraordinary group of global leaders in outreach, public engagement, policy, and science communication, alongside the distinguished scientists and practitioners at the forefront of quantum science and technology. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for joining us today, whether in person or online. Today's discussion will address one of the most pressing challenges of our time, such emerging technology and science, how to effectively communicate quantum science to the public. While quantum science is fundamental to modern life, it remains abstract and inaccessible to many. We are here to help change that. Today's event would not be possible without the generous support of our partners and sponsors. I would like to express our deepest gratitude to the IYQ Global Fund, the Korean Physical Society, and the President Yoon here, the Association of Asia Pacific Physical Societies, and the Asia Pacific Center for Theoretical Physics. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to all members of the Yonsei family who have worked tirelessly to make this event possible, especially Professor Hyungjun Choi, and chair of the Global Organizing Committee, and to our invited speakers, panelists, and session chairs. Thank you for your time, expertise, and dedication. Your work is essential in helping us build bridges between the quantum world and general society at large. We are especially proud to host this event in commemoration of both the 150th anniversary of Yonsei University and the centennial of quantum mechanics. These milestones remind us not only of how far we have come, but also of how far we have yet to go. In line with today's theme, Yonsei University has launched a bold initiative to enhance quantum literacy for all, as a core mission, becoming the first in Korea to introduce an on-premise, high qubit volume quantum computer, as you see in the video clip. Recognizing that public understanding and workforce development are essential to the practical realization of quantum technology, Yonsei is developing a multi-tiered education system that spans all levels, from pre-college students to university students and postgraduate students and the professionals and the general public as well. Our education program, so-called Yonsei Quantum Academy, is already contributing to broader access and public engagement with quantum science. I hope today's conference fosters new ideas, meaningful collaborations, and lasting inspiration for all of us working to bring the quantum revolution to the public in accessible and engaging ways. Thank you once again for being here today, and I hope you find the rest of the event insightful and inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we will have a congratulatory address by Professor Jinhee Yoon of Iena University, who is now the president of Korean Physical Society. Please.
Good morning, everybody. This is Jinhee Yoon, the president of Korean Physical Society. It's a great honor to join you here for the special event, the International Year of the Quantum Science and Technology. Okay, this year, people all around the world are coming together to celebrate and explore the quantum science. And here at Yonsei University, we are the part of the global movement, helping to bring quantum ideas beyond the laboratory and into the everyday conversation, everyday life. Quantum physics can be complex, but it is also fascinating and full of possibilities. And through our energy and creativity and curiosity, we can make it more understandable and more inspiring and more accessible to everybody. As the president of Korean Physical Society, I'm proud to see you all leading this effort in Korea. I hope that this event gives us not only knowledge, but friendship and deeper understanding, deeper connection between science and society. Thank you for the organizer and the sponsors and everybody so early this evening, this morning in Korea. Enjoy our journey, and thank you for being part of this historic moment in quantum.
Yeah, thank you very much. So now we have a special presentation by Professor Yasser Omar, University of Lisbon, with the title of World Quantum Day, Quantum Outreach at the Global Scale.
Congratulations for the organization of this event to all those involved, and with special congratulations to Hong Jun. I'm very sorry I could not be there in person. I would have loved to, but unfortunately, okay, I am asked to stop, sure. I have stopped as requested. So in the chat, I got the instructions to stop, so I have stopped. Please let me know when to proceed. Okay, I got the message to restart. Okay, so thank you very much once again for this very kind invitation. I would have loved to be there with you in person, but unfortunately I really can't. I'm really sorry. I'm going to miss the discussions in person, but thank you very much for the honor of giving this talk. So today I wanted to tell you about the World Quantum Day, a global outreach quantum initiative. So I think an interesting and quite unique experience in public engagement in this field. So Let me also take this opportunity to wish you a happy International Year of Quantum and a happy World Quantum Day. The World Quantum Day is normally celebrated on April 14th or around that date. You'll see that we are not very strict about the date, and especially in this year of 2025, every day is a Quantum Day because it's the International Year of Quantum. So happy World Quantum Day and International Year of Quantum. You may have noticed that there was a Google Doodle in a bunch of countries around the world on April 14th to celebrate the World Quantum Day. You can find more information on that link. So the World Quantum Day is a completely bottom-up initiative from active quantum scientists from initially more than 65 countries around the world. We came together, and on 14th of April 2021, we had an event online to announce that 1 year later, on April 14th, 2022, we would launch the World Quantum Day. So we did the pre-launch 1 year in advance. Professor Alain Aspect kindly gave an online talk on this occasion for this pre-announcement, and we had people from all continents, more than 5,000 people attending for this pre-launch. And in fact, we thought this would be the only event. That it turns out that already there were events because of this announcement, or the announcement of the announcement. And so there were actually events in different continents on this day. But then the official start was 1 year later, as planned, on April 14th, 2022. And there were more than 200 events in all continents, covering more than 40 countries, almost 200 cities in many different languages. So it immediately picked up. We just gave the idea, the challenge, and people reacted. And so we were very happy and overwhelmed with this response. And so what is the World Quantum Day? It's a decentralized and bottom-up initiative, essentially inviting creators. They can be quantum scientists, engineers, educators, science communicators, like many of you in the audience today, entrepreneurs, technologists, artists, etc. And they're invited to organize some event around April 14th to communicate, to disseminate quantum science in the most broad way. And so as examples can be outreach talks, lab tours, debates, interviews. We've seen also some competitions for artistic creations, a theater play inspired by quantum, etc. So it's really a good excuse to do something and to motivate people to act and create their events and engage with the public. You can find more information on the website. And the things picked up really nicely. So the following year, the number of events duplicated. For example, in China, there was one single event online that had more than 1 million people attending, and so on. So things got traction continuously, progressively over the last few years. And just to give you some examples of what these activities are. So, for example, you have here a research center, in this case in Munich, or actually a set of many research centers, who decided to post a picture and wish Happy World Quantum Day online in a social network. You see some quite impressive activities like these ones in Italy, where they actually celebrate the World Quantum Day for 2 months, since the mid of March to the mid of May, with April 14th, of course, being in the middle. And every year they have a different topic, and they organize the event at national scale in the whole country of Italy, with different exhibitions, talks, competitions for arts creation, etc. And so this really picked up very nicely, and is, I think, one of the greatest examples of public engagement at such a large scale and so diverse in contents. Also wanted to give an example of something that we do here at the Portuguese Quantum Institute and University of Lisbon. We've created a network of schools we call the Network of Quantum Schools, and every year we do an event, a hybrid event, in person in Lisbon, Portugal, and also online to our network of schools. And this year we beat the record. We had more than 2,000 students online in this online event, where we not only teach or talk about quantum science in a non-technical way for these high school students and teachers. In fact, we do more than that. We do a video competition where the high school students have to produce a 2 to 3 minutes video explaining quantum mechanics, and then we give out the prize in this event. So as I said, we had more than 2,000 students, more than 50 schools, more than 55 school teachers in all Portuguese-speaking countries around the world, in Europe, South America, Africa, and in East Timor in Asia. So all Portuguese-speaking countries for the first time were online, including in Asia that was very late, but they still wanted to be online. And they have to be at the school, they cannot be at home. And so this is another example of activities that are developed in this context. But there's many more. I will go a bit fast now. For example, Physics World had a special web page dedicated to quantum science. They had a prize for quantum researchers whose winners were announced on the World Quantum Day. This is an initiative from the Innovation to Promote Startups in the UK, who released one of the studies they did. They chose the World Quantum Day to release their study. For example, Optica launched a new journal dedicated to quantum science, and they decided to announced the launch of this journal on the April 14th, the World Quantum Day, and then companies celebrated around the world. Even the White House celebrated the World Quantum Day. You can see here an example from the previous administration. The National Science Foundation and other funding agencies around the world celebrated the World Quantum Day. The European Commission celebrated the World Quantum Day with this really cool cartoon of Schrödinger and his cats. Famous artists were engaged, in this case, famous Hollywood actors were engaged to contribute to this dissemination effort. In this case, Paul Rudd for the engagement by NASA, another Hollywood actress who went to visit some labs at Caltech in California. And this, to me, is one of the most surprising developments. There's this TV quiz show in the USA, Jeopardy, and it's the longest running, continuously running TV quiz show on general knowledge. It's continuously running since 1964, and every episode they have questions about different topics of general knowledge. And over this extensive and unique history, they had never had anything related to quantum science. And together with our colleague Spiros Michalakis at Caltech in the USA, representative of the World Quantum Day there, and for the World Quantum Day, they had an episode where for the first time they included a category on quantum science. And so this was, I think, a really cool and unique way to engage with the public. And even the American Congress approved and is approving every year a bipartisan resolution supporting the World Quantum Day and its goals. So this one we did nothing. They just contacted us asking, can we do this? And we said, sure, great, thank you, please do it. And you can find many of these things if you go on the different social media or use the hashtag World Quantum Day. You can find all the posts and dissemination that happened over the last few years. So how does this work? So anyone in the world can submit their event. They go to the website, they press the button, they fill in the form, and the event is considered for dissemination. However, we do a quality check to make sure that all the events have good quality and are serious, and we want to make sure we don't publish anything that is not high quality. We don't endorse that. So if your event passes this quality check, then it's published on our website, is listed in our social media, in the map, etc. But this is assessed by our network, and our network is a network of quantum experts, of active quantum scientists in by now more than 70 countries. And of course, we want to welcome more country representatives, but we want to find the right people. And if you have suggestions, feel free to contact us. And their role is to validate these submissions, right? So because they know better the reality or even the language or the alphabet in which these submissions are sent. And so their role is just to do a quick quality check. And this is how we manage to ensure ensure this quality at global scale. And in fact, the International Year of Quantum has, with whom we collaborate very closely. I'm also involved, like Hong Jun, in the corresponding steering committee, and our network can contribute to that validation also for the events of the International Year of Quantum. By the way, our websites are cross-linked, and submissions in one website then appear in the other website. I told you about the key aspects of World Quantum Day. Let me tell you about some special projects we have for 2025, the International Year of Quantum. So the first is called Quantum Cities. It's very simple. I told you anyone can submit an event to our website, and then it's validated. If you submit an event and it's approved and it happens in a city, then your city automatically becomes a quantum city. So we already have almost 300 quantum cities around the world, more than 400 events in all these cities. I noticed that Seoul is not there, so you can submit this event as an event to become a quantum city, and then you can go to the website. You can type the name of your city. So here I typed it both in the English translation and in the original script. I hope I got it right. And then you can generate this logo, which you can use for your dissemination materials. Then we have a second activity this year, which is also a novelty, which is the Quantum City Prize, which goes a bit beyond the quantum cities. The quantum cities, you understood, you organize an event, the event is approved, that's it, that city becomes a quantum city. The Quantum City Prize is something more non-trivial. This is a challenge and the prize that is open until October 14th to bring quantum to the public space. Can you have something to engage with the public, to disseminate quantum science in the subway or somewhere in a public square, or an impromptu performance? So something that the public doesn't expect, as opposed to a talk or a lab tour or an exhibition, which are great, and this is also what we do. But for those events, the public needs to decide to go there and register or go there at a certain day at a certain time. And that's all fine, and this is very nice, and this is most of what is being done. But could we push this a bit further? Could we engage with the public in a way and at a time they don't expect it, just by riding the public transport or going to a certain venue, etc. So this is really open to the creativity of all the creators around the world, and we will give prizes for this. And there will be prizes per continent and per city size. So to make it fair, we created 3 categories of city sizes. So cities with less than 100,000 inhabitants, cities with more than 1 million inhabitants, and in between. And so in each continent, there will be a prize or more for each of these city categories for fairness in terms of size differences. So the competition is more fair. And then the winners of the Continental Quantum City Prize will automatically compete for the World Quantum Prize, meaning to be the winner at the global scale. And the winners of the World Quantum City Prize will be announced and awarded at the closing ceremony of the International Year of Quantum. So stay tuned and do apply. So to get access to the registration form and the application instructions, you should fill in this registration form by 14th of September. But our recommendation is that you do it as soon as possible, so that you have access to all the forms and requirements, which are quite simple to fulfill. We don't want this to be bureaucratic. What is important is the content the activities that you create, and then this is just a way for you to document it and submit it. If you already organized something like this year, it also counts. It's not only for future events. Any event that may have been organized that fits this criteria and that took place in 2025, since January until 14th of October, which is the deadline, can apply. So I encourage you to consider this unique opportunity. And I also want to thank all the sponsors of this particular prize that are here, including the IYQ. Finally, and to converge, I also want to mention another third and final project that we have for the International Year of Quantum, which is a bit of a crazy project. I would say quite crazy, but not impossible. Is that we want to have one quantum event in every country of the world by the end of 2025. So There are 193 countries recognized by the United Nations, and we want to have at least one event in each of them. This is, of course, very, very hard, but through collaboration, through doing hybrid events, where the people who are online in a given country, they actually have to meet physically together to attend the event online and then discuss it, etc. This counts as an event in that country. And in many countries, like, for example, we have some examples that we know well in Africa, in the case of the projects of the Portuguese Quantum Institute, this is really the best you can hope. And I think it's legitimate to count that as a quantum event, because if it wasn't for this hybrid event, those people there, they would never have met, they would never have attended the event in a collective way where they can discuss, etc. So this is what makes it feasible, although the goal is crazy. And so far we have this counter. We already have 68 countries. There's quite a few that we know will have events but are still not there. But for example, if you can help us reach out, for example, to Mongolia, to North Korea, if that makes sense for you, to other countries, we really want to use quantum science as a way to bring people together. And so if you can help us here, this will be most welcome. So let me finish with some other examples that we've been using to, I don't know how I'm doing with time, but I'll try to finish very soon, how that we're using to engage with the public is to translate the World Quantum Day into different languages. And I mean, as a colleague suggested, we could now go to ChatGPT and translate into many languages. This is not what we want. We want it for people to come to us and say, look, I would like it to translate it into my language, and here's my suggestion. And then we go to our representatives and they can check it. Some really beautiful stories emerged, some languages that many of us had never heard of. We learned about them. So this is really something that people take pride in. It's their identity, it's their culture, and they want to engage by translating. So if you know more languages or your dialects, regional languages that should be represented here, just propose it. This is just a partial screen capture of the web page, which is listed here. You can see that Korean is here. So please do submit your suggestions. And this is it. So I want to finish with some lessons learned from the World Quantum Day. What is this? I think we established very clear and at global scale, that so everywhere, that there is a strong interest in audiences about quantum. This was not a given. Many people were skeptical that, of course, not your audience, our audience today, and maybe you've experienced this similar. So I also wanted to contribute to this discussion today, which I think is great and very important. And thanks again for Hongjun and all colleagues for bringing this event together. So it's established that all around the world, there's an audience. People are curious, people are excited, they want to learn, they want to know more about quantum. Not everybody believes in this. And of course that there are people interested and capable of creating the contents, of creating the activities, of organizing the engagement and at global scale. And this actually helped pave the way for the International Year over the last few years. The second thing is that this allowed this idea, this initiative empowered stakeholders in countries, they now call it the Global South, but a bit around the globe, that normally maybe wouldn't consider outreach, that maybe, in their countries, there's no tradition, no experience in scientific outreach. It's not considered a noble activity yet. And so this was really a way to empower many colleagues in many stakeholders, really at global scale, and especially in the Global South, where this was, less common activity. Finally, it established a global network, our World Quantum Day network, and our ambassador scheme that goes beyond the country representatives, a global network of creators who can share their ideas, their best practices, and can collaborate and can organize global initiatives like we're doing the Quantum Cities or the Quantum at School that I didn't have time to talk about, and so on. And finally, it's something that is driven by the community, owned by the community. And this is very, very important. It's not a top-down structure. It's not, a few who promote this. This is really owned. And this is something that is very important and that we want to keep. I finally want to mention the event that you have today. not only to repeat my thanks to in particular the organizers and Hong Jun and all the colleagues and the participants, as the great speeches, all three opening speeches were excellent. Thanks for that as well. But to wear my hat here, just to finish, as a member of the steering committee of the IYQ and as a organizer of this set of global events. And this is a very, very important meeting that you're having today, because thanks to the effort of the organizers, local and global, we are trying to start a dialogue, a conversation about this topic of public engagement at a global scale. So many of you are prominent stakeholders and creators and engagers in domain, in your country, in your continent. And we believe, I hope I'm wrong, but we believe that there was not that much communication across the world. And this is really a unique opportunity. And as it was said in the introduction, a historical event of trying to bring stakeholders from different places of the world with different experiences, different perspectives, different challenges, but also common challenges and common goals to reflect on how to go forward. How could we develop this field more, this domain more of public engagement in quantum? Can we set some goals for the next 2 years, for the next 5 years? Can we write a small document and establish this vision? And maybe beyond that, really establish a network of collaboration, maybe even think if you want to continue these discussions next year in the future and grow this discussion, this network, and this activity. So thank you very much once again to all, especially Hong Jun and the organizers and all the participants in person and online for contributing to this historical event. And this is it. Thank you very much. I hope I kept to the time. And here's the key information and links to the World Quantum Day. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, so it's okay now? Yeah, because of time limit, we can have one short question, if any. If not, let's thank speaker again. Okay, so now we watch the official video of IYQ 2025. Then after that, we continue with session 1. Thank you.
Let's get started to session 1. I'm Sungchan Park from Yonsei University. I'm very happy to be a part of this global event. In this session, we are talking about outreach in quantum science and technologies, including games and arts. We have invited 4 distinguished speakers from the world. We have Michelle from Korea, Jenny from Singapore, Chen Cheng from Taiwan, and also Zeki from Germany. We have 4 talks this morning, and then we have a panel discussions afterwards. So let's welcome the first speaker of session 1, Michelle Randall.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Thank you for including me in this panel. It's very exciting to be a part of this. Do I have? Yes. Okay, great. I'm going to start off with, is that what it is? Thank you. All right. This is a picture from a conference that we just hosted this week. It ended yesterday, and this isn't working. There it is. Okay, great. Does your conference look like this? Do you want it to? Right? That's what this session is about. These are not actors. These are STM researchers in not their native environment, but we've made it a little bit more fun for them with some games. So I'm going to, there we go. So I'm going to be doing some storytelling. And I'm going to be doing some storytelling around public engagement. And really, the storytelling, we're looking at the results. Why do we do public engagement? And I'm going to do it as a call to adventure. So a bit about me. My name is Michelle Randall. I am the Director of Operations for the IBS Center for Quantum Nanoscience at Ewha Women's University, which is right across the street. And so I've been doing that since 2017. I'm responsible at QNS for everything that's not the science. So the public engagement is one small aspect of the work that I do, that my team does. I am not a scientist. My background, I have an MBA. As I was actually saying at dinner last night, I was invited not to attend physics classes because my math wasn't there in high school. But I love things involving money and business. So I've been Vice President of Marketing. I have been a CFO, been an entrepreneur, and I am currently the chair of the Committee for Public Engagement for the American Physical Society. All right. So very quickly about our center, our research center, since that is important. We work at the very, very, very small scale. We work with spins. We work with quantum interactions. We're multidisciplinary of physics, chemistry, and theory. We've established 2017. We currently have 70 members. We are half Korean and half rest of world from 15 countries. So we are truly diverse right here in Seoul. And 60% of our researchers are female. The work of QNS is we understand quantum phenomena really absolutely precisely at the atomic scale. What that impacts is that quantum technologies are they have an idea, they're kind of in this larger scale, not the atomic scale, they're larger, and they're kind of like fudging dealing with the quantum effects. But the quantum effects become more and more important the smaller you get. And they're heading toward a hard limit where they really need to understand how exactly these quantum effects work. And we are developing the library of knowledge to be able to enable these final steps into these truly, truly miniaturized devices. A couple of our key results, we developed the first Korean qubit, which is on surface, and it was made with 5 atoms. We also developed the first mobile quantum sensor. So over here, we assemble atomically the sensor pull it up and bring it across a surface, and allowing magnetic and energy resolution that has only been dreamt of before. But enough about that. Let's get to storytelling. Has anyone heard of the hero's journey? I'm seeing nodding. So just you guys online, people are nodding. So it's a very typical way of telling a story. And it starts with the ordinary world. If you see, since I'm going to assume this is a little bit of a nerdy audience, that the Lord of the Rings is a good example. You have the ordinary world. You get a call to adventure. Refusal of the call. Nope, I'm not going to do it. And then you meet the mentor. So I hope I don't look quite as grizzled as that mentor, but I'm going to offer myself as your mentor for the duration of this talk. All right. Then, here we go. So we're going to start, and I'm going to be telling stories to illustrate the impact of public engagement. So here's the call to adventure. Trust in science is under attack. In the middle of last century, there was a high trust in science, there was significant government investment, and a popular belief in the objectivity of science. Now we have mixed trust levels. Misinformation in social media has trust in science under attack. And we have very strong political and cultural divides that are very ideological and very difficult to overcome. This is worldwide phenomenon, right? You can hear from my accent, I am from the United States. We are leading the charge downward in trust, but it is going on and is under threat worldwide. And the people who can have a real impact on that are the scientists, are the ones who can engage. The worst part is that surveys show that people may still trust the scientific method, but they have lost trust in institutions. They've lost trust in the scientists themselves. But engaging and being a human with them can make a difference. So I'm going to show you some ways that that's the case. I'm going to start by talking about our engagement at QNS. I'm going to talk about 4 things that we do. We do much more. One is our art contests. We have a middle school nanoscience curriculum. We unleash the creativity of our own team. And then we have a very robust social media presence, which I will start with. So if you look over here, this video has almost 70,000 views. So we dig into our, so this is where you can find us. We are very active in our social media. But as we dug into the analytics of our social media, we started to say, okay, South Korea, good, that's our target market. We show up very well. And we're like, what's going on with India? Like, how does that make sense? Until we met this postdoc, this student candidate. She was doing her studies in India, and we found out her professors were showing our YouTube videos in her class, right? So you put these things out there on YouTube and you think, I'm just shouting at the wilderness. Who's paying attention? Well, it turns out it changed her life. So she decided to come to Korea. She wanted to study with us, but felt that she was not qualified to immediately start with us. So she went to Korea University and got her master's, and now she's a PhD student with us. So you take those numbers and you boil them down, and you get individuals, and you get lives that are being engaged and changed. I'm going to talk now about our art contests. I chose this slow transition because I usually talk too fast, but now I think it made me too slow. All right. So a lot of art contests exist in the art and science space, but mainly what you see are contests where scientists are asked to make their art look more, make their results look more artful or arty, right? We did it in a completely different way. Mainly because I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know that that other method existed, so we had the great opportunity to move into a new building, which meant like 5,000 meters of blank white walls. And I was thinking, how are we going to deal with all of this empty space? And then I thought, let's have an art contest, and we'll just have students, and they can make art, and whatever they make, we'll put it on the walls, and at least it will be colorful. I asked a staff member to handle this, and she imagined it in a completely different way, so much more effective than I ever could have imagined. What we do, actually, is we teach artists our science. So we actually engage with the artistic community. So can anybody give me an idea of what would be the use of teaching artists about our science? What do artists have to do? They have to create and express themselves, and they have to promote their work, right? So now all of these artists are working on our field, expressing it in their way, and promoting our work through their work, and we don't have to say a word. So they're promoting us on their own. So we teach artists to express our quantum theories and concepts in their own voices. Okay, now, there we go, I got the wrong thing. These are the different art contests that we've had. We started with a lot of entries, and we went down, but that's really a good thing. When we had 430 entries, literally we had a lot of bad stuff. We had somebody put a cat in a box and took a picture. Whereas now what we really have gotten to is some beautiful fine art. And the categories are painting, illustration, photography, and video. The first 2 years, the videos actually were the winners. But I'm going to tell you a bit about Jin-Kyung's story. Jin-Kyung is one of our PhD students. She just recently graduated and went off to do a postdoc in Hamburg. So in year 1 of her PhD, she was struggling. She was wondering, so she had double majored in physics and art history. And she was looking at herself and saying, I don't know what I want to be. I can't give up either part of myself. And so this allowed her to be her whole self. She wrote articles to show to artists like how spin or how quantum concepts show up in art. And then she volunteered to give a talk to the artists. So we thought maybe 20 people would arrive. And if your eyes are better than mine, you will see the look on her face of a bit of shock and a bit of fear, because it was much better received than we could have imagined. It was standing room only, sitting on the floor, and so her work continued. Then other of our researchers got involved, because it's important to look at that the public engagement is also enriching for the researchers. It's a part of them being able to fully express themselves. Jin-Kyung wrote more articles. Kyungju No, she made a wonderful comic talking about explaining spin, and Masin Kalai, a postdoc, came and he created an entire Instagram series about qubits. What we've also discovered is that being able to do this work, the people who are curious about it, and they're excellent, Masin just got a Marie Curie, they're attracted. It is actually a recruiting tool, because they see that we're doing things differently and they want to be involved in a culture that does that. Here's the first prize winner of the 2021 contest. It's a little jumpy, that's actually not part of the video. But you see now how they understood it, how they expressed it. The impact for our center came a lot after the art contest itself. There was a lot of interest in it. We were covered in a national magazine. We got a lot of free media, earned media. And so I'm going to go now into another artist story, and that is Hena. She is our artist in residence. Hena does fantastic, beautiful, sexy, these big metal pieces, and they're mechanized, and they play with perception and things like that. And so she collaborated with different scientists at our place, Jin Kyung being one of them. This is an exhibition that she had in Seoul with two of the pieces that she and Jin Kyung created together. So when she started, they initially had the idea she wanted to work with waste. And so we have these great copper rings in our center because we build a lot of our own instrumentation. And she's like, oh, I can use these copper rings. And we had to say, well, we actually can't use those copper rings because those are valuable. So then she and Jin Kyung had to think more, and they had to think more about waste. So what do you think is what do you think we create the most waste of? What is our biggest waste product as a research center? What do you think you create the most waste of as a researcher? The most waste of. Almost coffee, but I promise you there's something else that just hasn't occurred to you yet. Data. You create a tremendous amount of trash data. And so what they did was they then, please work for me. There we go. All right. We'll have a little lag. So they took our data, and then, so Jin Kyung, our researcher, sent data to Hena, and she created art with that data. What I love about this piece is that it shows what goes into creating research, right? Very often we just see the result, we see the paper, we see the outcome, and we celebrate that. What we don't get across is the effort, this tiresome, tireless dedication to loving the work that we do. And so this is a really incredibly touching piece for me. So some of the outcomes that have developed from this: Jin Kyung Kim got an invited talk at APS. We actually, as QNS, we were offered free trade show space on the floor of APS and at KPS. So that was about $10,000 worth of space that we would have had. We had over 2,000 visitors at the American Physical Society. We were also at the KPS meeting. There were 500 visitors, right? So a lot of people coming through, a lot of exposure for our little research center that we would not be able to get otherwise, right? We're stuck, we're up on this campus in Seoul. We wouldn't have the reach that we do if we weren't doing this type of public engagement. We have ongoing new opportunities. There's possibility of moving, of taking this on the road, and other countries have interest in it. And again, Hena comes up to me when I think, oh, we've put too much burden on her, and she says, thank you for making my dreams come true. So as an artist, it's incredibly important to her to be making this work as well. All right. Now, this is my favorite part of our public engagement. This has the most meaning for me because we are a foreign-led research center here in Korea. And this truly engages us in the Korean community. This nanocomic was actually an outreach effort created by our MOU partner, DIPC in Spain. They had an open call for their outreach to have the public develop quantum and nano stories. And they had an artist who would then make that into a comic. So I was meeting with them and I said, hey, can we translate this into Korean? And they said, sure. Now they had been making it and they had put it into libraries, but that didn't work for the Korean system. So Jihi right there, Jihi Min, one of our staff members, she said, wait, there is this free semester program in Korean middle schools. And so we hired middle school teachers to develop a hands-on curriculum based on the nanocomic and based on what we're doing with quantum nanoscience. And we taught that, we tested it for 6 years. My personal goal was to get it into every middle school in Korea, and we just did the math, and we're in half. We're in half of the middle schools of Korea right now. But this is the point I wish I could move around more with this mic. The point I really want to make. And that is that when you're talking to middle school kids, there's a lot of talk about, oh, it's really hard to talk about these quantum concepts. It's really challenging to get these things across. It's very hard to talk to adults and not talk down to them. But if you're teaching middle school kids, their parents are still involved and able to work with them on their assignments, and you're not talking down to anybody, but you're talking at a level that everybody can understand. So this is a really key point if you want to be getting engaged with this. The other part, the reason why we're getting so much uptake of this program is that these are topics that are not currently taught in the middle school curriculum. And I'm particularly proud of this. So far, 48,000 students have received this curriculum. It is very meaningful to me as a foreigner wanting to contribute to Korean society. All right. I want to show you a couple things. So they make artwork as part of the hands-on experience. And this person got excited about water. But I want you to look at this one over here. If you look closely at this picture, you see an STM tip up above. You see a tunnel current coming out of the STM. You see the nanometer scale. You see the spin charges and everything like that. So you see this whole like QNS lab part of it, but what you see is this young girl in the middle of it. She sees herself in the middle of our work, right? So this is engagement to me. We have held events also for NanoComic. We held an open lab event we opened it to 50 students, because that was our capacity. We had a quantum magic show and everything like that. We got a little surprised by the response again, because we had 150 people show up, because what we weren't expecting, and we were very pleased to have happen, was that the kids brought their parents. And in some cases brought their grandparents, which is great because those are the taxpayers we're wanting to engage with. But there was actually one kid who traveled with his grandfather for 4 hours to attend this. So, a story now about NanoComic. So this is Idohi. And this is this long-term relationship building. She was a NanoComic student in 2021. When we originally proposed this to our research office, they said, no, don't talk to middle school students. That takes too long. Talk to high school students. Well, it turns out, they grow up. As a result of participating in NanoComic, she changed her focus to science and math. She stayed connected to us. She followed us on our social media. She wrote our director a note in high school about how she was inspired. She attended one of the art contest events. She attempted to come to our university but didn't make it. So she's at a different university, but she chose to major in quantum engineering as a result of this long-term relationship. She emailed requesting an internship, and so she was an intern with us in 2025. Again, this is a story of changing lives through public engagement, and these are just the ones that we know about. All right. Very, very quickly, something that kind of has developed recently is the creativity that it's unleashed. My team saw that games were involved, so they're like, oh, show our games. They're very, very proud of the games. So we developed recently a quantum playground. And all of that is in our quantum toolbox, which is available on our website. Videos. We actually have videos of everybody in our center saying what quantum is in their native language. So sort of like what you saw, we have that as a video. All right. So again, what is our story? Our research center, what do we get out of all this, other than knowing that we're contributing and feeling good about it? We get reviewed very, very seriously on an ongoing basis. So this international review committee said that because of the outreach that we've done, it has amplified the stature of the work that we're doing. Now, they're saying the world-class scientific accomplishments of the center. If we weren't world-class in our scientific accomplishments, this would read very differently. It would read, they wasted their time doing this other stuff. But if you are that good, then it makes it more impactful. We've taken leadership in our entire global field through outreach, and the impact is greater than you would expect a little research center that is only 8 years old to have. And that turns into a lot of funding for us on a stable basis for the next several years. I would like to acknowledge, I would like you to meet the authors of our story. This is nobody's full-time job. Not mine, not any of the staff members who are involved. We are an ad hoc committee that includes one postdoc who is our scientific advisor and keeps us from wandering too far afield. And so I come back to your hero's journey, right? You saw the ordinary world. You know the call to adventure. You're already in the room. Like, that's not new news. Some people can still be at the point like, oh, that's nice for other people to do. I'm not going to do it. That's fine. You're still on the journey. We'll get you. You met the mentor, and so now it's up to you to cross the threshold. What are you going to do next? Oops. What's your story going to be? Public engagement fosters trust when it's meaningful, interactive, and transparent. It's about building trust and engagement. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very exciting story. I can take just one question because of the time limit. Do you have any questions? If not, we can have questions and discussions afterwards. Okay. Okay. Then let's thank our speaker once more. Thank you. Careful. All right. Now let's welcome our second speaker, Jenny Hogan from Singapore. Okay, Jenny, please come.
It's really such a pleasure to be here. I'm not only at an event that's about science communication, but particularly about science communication in quantum. I think this is the first one that I've encountered, so thank you very much for having me. So my name is Jenny Hogan. I work in the Center for Quantum Technologies in Singapore, and today I'm going to talk to you about camps, online courses, and creativity, or how we've tried to match intensity to curiosity in some of the quantum outreach programs that we've designed. So just first, I'm going to stop and reflect on the title of the event. It's about communicating quantum science and technology to the public. But I think those of us who do outreach know one of the first questions we want to ask ourselves is, who is your public? So I am going to give my talk with the help of 3 fictional friends. So I would like you to meet them here, Angelina, Jibo, and Sinyi. So Angelina is someone very young, scientifically curious, and still in school. So for the Angelinas of the world, we've created a structured and in-person program. Jibo's a little different. Maybe he's a working adult. Maybe he's heard something about quantum computing and he wants to learn a bit, or maybe he's really interested in hoping to make a career change. For this self-improver, career changer, we've created an online learning platform. And last but not least, let me introduce Sinyi. So she's, quantum what? Maybe she's watched the Marvel movies, maybe she's read a book that had a quantum plot twist. And for this audience, we have cultural encounters. So with their help, I'm going to bring them and you to see what we've done in Singapore over the past few years. So I don't know if any of you have had the chance to visit. I might be confusing you by sounding English, but I've called Singapore home for more than 15 years now. And it's a big modern city, beautiful nature. Of course, the reason I'm here, there's a very big and strong quantum research community. So actually last year, Singapore announced its national quantum strategy. It's a 5-year program with almost 300 million investment in scientific excellence. All the elements you'd expect. Engineering capabilities, enterprise, and talent. Some of the younger ones in the audience, we have a scholarship scheme that's open to all nationalities for PhDs and master programs. And this is coordinated by a national quantum office. So the center I work at the Center for Quantum Technologies, is much older than this strategy. We've actually been around since 2007. And we're one of the initiatives supported by it as a national center. So we're spread across 3 universities and a few research institutes. Just to give you a sense of the scale, we have more than 260 staff and students. 95 of those are PhD students, and they're spread across 35 different research groups. So research is, of course, the center's main goal. And I'm sorry, I'm actually not going to talk that much about the research that we do today. If you want to hear about our quantum research, then please come and find me in the breaks. We do the whole spectrum: quantum communication, computing, sensing, building the instruments that make this cutting-edge research possible, and of course, very importantly, doing the basic science that will bring us the technologies of the future. And this is part of a bigger picture. So we support some of the more translational programs under Singapore's National Quantum Strategy, and we have a role in looking after Singapore's quantum ecosystem as a whole. And that is where you can see the outreach right down here. So our goals in outreach specifically are to spark the interest in quantum careers and to encourage this dialogue about how quantum technologies are going to affect society. So as Michelle said too, for her team, the public engagement is not everything that we do. So just to give you a quick overview of the kinds of things that we look after. So our outreach team, we manage the center's website. That includes sharing lots of news about our research and events. We also do social media. Please follow us at Quantum La. LinkedIn is our biggest channel. I think we have about 15,000 followers there now. We support the scientific events that our center hosts. Any of you interested in quantum computing, you might like to come for the Quantum Techniques and Machine Learning Conference later this year. We do a lot of ad hoc outreach. So this is talks, visits, bringing scientific demos out to science festivals. And last but not least, we also support media relations. I'm just going to pause on this for a second. Last year, we had the opportunity to participate in a documentary that Bloomberg filmed about quantum computing. So the presenter, Hannah Fry, came to interview our professor who had been working on quantum satellites. And this had incredible reach. So last I checked, I think it's crossed 6 million views. So the number of people who've seen that exceeds the number of people that we're able to reach through our programs. But I want to come back to these characters that we're reaching out to and tell you a little bit more about what we do for them. Okay, so first, let's start with Angelina. And I'm going to send Angelina to Q Camp. So Q Camp is an annual summer camp that we've been holding since 2015. It's only open to students in Singapore. It's in person. They tend to be 16 to 19, so the upper end of high school. And they come to us very curious, and we meet them with a really intense program. So Q Camp started as a 5-day program. We were being so inundated with applications that last year we launched a 1-day version trying to accommodate more students. So we just held this camp a couple of weeks ago in June. So we had approaching 80 students across the 2 of them. So when the students arrive, this is what they're told the goals of Q Camp are, that we want to develop their intuition, we are going to build their technical foundation, but even more important than the learning, it's trying to give the participants the feeling that they can thrive in the field. And during the week, it's very open to conversations, exploring perspectives and motivations. So if any of you are involved in planning or organizing camps, I'm sharing here our timetable for the week. We've evolved this over these 11 years to a point where it's, I think, found a really nice balance between the learning and the fun. So there's a mixture of lectures and tutorials, hands-on activities and lab visits. The fun parts come in. We have a social evening. We invite our Q Camp alumni to come back for that. We have an activity on the end day that's a kind of adventure quest across the building full of puzzles that the students really enjoy. And for our, to acknowledge our outreach goals, we really have some explicit parts of the program that talk about careers. So there's a panel where people meet quantum scientists who've gone into different types of jobs, and they have the chance to ask them questions. And we also have these discussion circles that are facilitated small group discussions where students choose whether they want to explore topics like careers or ethics, and also some more fun things like popular culture or philosophy. So I have a very short video, just so you can experience some of what the students experience. So I'll let this play. the students are allowed to go home after the camp, we ask them to fill in a survey so that we can collect some feedback about what kind of impact that we're having. So I'm going to share the data that we got just this month. So we asked them lots of questions, but I'm sharing here just the answers to 2 of them. So one is a really simple, just tell us how good you thought the camp was. And for Q Camp, consistently, we find the students rate it really very highly. For Flash Q Camp, the one-day event, we have a little more room for improvement. Students come with more of a mixed background, so I think we're also just finding it harder to please everybody. And then on the right-hand side, this is what students choose to say when we ask them to describe their experience of the camp in 1 word. So what has made Q Camp work for us? I mean, it is deliberately an intense program. It's all in person. So the fact that it's immersive is really important. But I'd also like to give a big shout out to the volunteers. So Q Camp is organized by a committee of mostly PhD students. I mean, it's evolved over the years. And the teaching is also mostly by PhD students and postdocs. I think we see the strength of the interaction that they have with the students in the feedback that we get. So this is more feedback from the students. So the instructors were so passionate, they made them enjoy physics. They made friends, and the students make friends with each other. And I understand that GOAT is greatest of all time, but this comment proves that I didn't make these up, because I would not have known how to use GOATed in a sentence. Now, I also want to share some limitations. So if you are doing outreach, you'll know there are, of course, challenges. So this is a huge undertaking for us to organize. We plan it on approximately 6 months ahead. And of course, during the week, it's a big commitment for everyone involved. It's not easy to scale, and we have decided not to try because of the intensity that we want to keep. And we don't have a lot of visibility for long-term outcomes. So Michelle's shared some lovely stories about that. So we also have some anecdotal evidence of the impact that we make being long-term. So I'm introducing you to Shaikh. He's a PhD student in our center who was a volunteer at Q Camp this year, but he actually first came to us as a participant in Q Camp in 2017, so almost 10 years ago. And he told us, yes, it was that experience that made me think research could be a career for me. Okay, but next I'm going to move on to Jibo. So he's the curious adult. And for him, we have Quantum Talent. Now, this is an online learning platform that's supported through Singapore's National Quantum Computing Hub, and the staff who work on this are housed in our Center for Quantum Technologies. So this platform deliberately sets out to try and work for a wide range of audiences, so people from beginners to experts, coming from different backgrounds. This is a much newer initiative. It's been around for just a few years. So they're slowly building up the content, but they already have over 100 videos. This is a mix of single topic lectures and courses with interactive quiz elements. So coming from a research center, we're really setting out to be high quality and free of hype so that it can be a trusted resource. The people filming these materials, they're a mix of our researchers, collaborators, and people from industry. So I'm going to just let you see a little bit of the website. Maybe you'll spot some videos or courses that you're interested in. Okay, so you saw there's a great big range of content, types of material and lessons. I found out in our top 10 videos so far, these are 2 of the most watched. And so here you really see the kind of different levels of curiosity that we're reaching. So on the left, this is a professor lecturing at approximately undergraduate level an introduction to quantum mechanics. And on the right, it's a very cute short animation about Schrodinger's cat that was made in collaboration with some high school students. Now, as an initiative, an online learning platform like this, once we've created the materials, they really live for a long time, and potentially they can reach an unlimited audience size. The challenge is producing the material, of course, is a big undertaking, and because this is newer, I think we feel we have a lot more work to do to actually reach the learners that could benefit. Okay, so last but not least, Sinyi, our casually curious audience member. So for CINY, we have an initiative called Quantum Shorts. So this is one of the projects that I've been involved in for the longest time. So Quantum Shorts is an international contest series for short film and short fiction that take creative inspiration from quantum physics. And we have run it from 2012 to 2024 with a big range of international partners. And for this year, for the International Year of Quantum, we've arranged Quantum Shorts Encore, which are film screenings of all the film winners from the past years. So I don't have time to show you the Quantum Shorts Encore screening, but I am going to share with you a trailer of the shortlisted entries to the film competition in 2013, so that you can see the really creative and weird and wonderful ways that people take quantum physics and turned it into video works. Okay. Are you able to play this one?
Are there many worlds? Hard to tell. The universe is full of wonderful mysteries.
When two particles are entangled, affect one of them and it will affect the other.
Thank you. So these films did earn us some media attention, and I particularly like this review that we had written up about those 2023 films you just saw the trailer for in Nature Physics. So the writer said these are promoting public engagement, and it reflects the multifaceted nature of quantum physics and its broad cultural impact. So it's not just us that thought that this would work. And I also want to tell you a little bit about the fiction. So every other year, we were collecting short stories up to 1,000 words, and we collected all the shortlisted entries from the first few years in an anthology. This has also been reviewed. So we found this ebook is available in libraries. It's been collecting some reviews on Goodreads. Of course, I've picked out a 5-star one to share with you. You want to go and read the other reviews, you can find them online. But here we have a reader we don't know who's, again, picked up what we really hoped this initiative would achieve, that the stories are referencing the concepts from quantum physics in a way that won't lose the non-scientific reader, and also they're quick reads, so you don't have to make a big investment to get started with this. So, I mean, you're mostly scientists, I expect, so I'm sharing a few anecdotes, but you might say, well, where's the data? So we have tried to do a little bit more in-depth evaluation of how Quantum Shorts has had an impact. So I'm sharing here results from an audience survey that we did back in 2016. We wrote to all our newsletter subscribers, and we had about 120 people reply. So this is their set of answers to a question: how do the Quantum Shorts entries make you feel? And then it was multiple selection. So we were really relieved and heartened to see that, although they're very creative interpretations of quantum physics, it didn't end up making people feel confused or pessimistic. And as you see, the most popular reactions were to feel curious or more interested in art science, inspired, or realize how imaginative science is. So I'd said in my talk I was going to talk a little bit about the challenges of measuring the long-term impacts. And I think we have tried a few times since we did this survey to do more research on the impacts of quantum shorts. And we have difficulties like low response to surveys, or the way we'd set up the competition, we weren't collecting the right permissions from entrants to do real research on the data that we had. And I've spent a few minutes explaining why Quantum Shorts was really good. So now I have to tell you that actually Quantum Shorts Encore is the end. So we've prepared the film screenings this year as something of a finale. And we also produced a second collection of short stories that was published just at the end of last year. So I have a copy here if you would like to see it later. And these are also available to download as free ebooks. So what was good about quantum shorts for us? I mean, science is culture, and this really showed that. We had some fabulous entries over the years, and it was undemanding on our researchers, which I just want to explain. We love to have our scientists involved in outreach, and you saw that QCamp, the Quantum Talent, they are using the expertise of the people that we have in our research center. But we have to be mindful about how much time we take from them, that takes their time away from their science. And in Quantum Shorts, we could do it for 12 years because we only asked a little bit of them. So why have we ended it? I mean, anyone who's thinking about running contests, I mean, I'd warn you that it's very unpredictable, right? The outcomes, and it's a lot of work to raise awareness to get entries. I mean, we were getting hundreds of entries. So part of the reason for us is just it's time to sort of pivot and focus on some new initiatives. But also, maybe in the next session, we're talking a little bit about generative AI. We did see in our last fiction competition a surge of entries that had been clearly written with some machine help. And we read or watch every single thing that comes in. So that much lower barrier to entry could have just made this unsustainable for us. Okay, so I'm coming to the end of my talk. You've met my fictional characters, Angelina, Jibo, and Sinyi, and seen the outreach programs that we've designed for them. And now I want to tell you about the real characters who are part of the big team that made all of this possible. And you're going to notice that my characters pay tribute to some of them. So on the left, it's the outreach team for the center. And Sinyi, my colleague, has done a lot of work for Quantum Shorts over the years. Jibo is one of the two people managing the Quantum Talent platform. And now you're going to be looking at the QCamp committee, wondering where Angelina is. So these are our committee members for this year's camp, 2025. And of course, PhD students have this terrible habit of finishing their PhD and graduating and going on to do other things. So Angelina was one of our star committee members for a number of years until she graduated. And maybe, Angelina, you can make yourself known. So Angelina's gone one better than being in the pictures and is here today. Okay, so lastly, if any of this interested you, if you spotted a course you want to take, or if you want to watch the videos or read the books, each of these initiatives has its own website. So I invite you to explore these. And if you want to hear about everything that the center's doing, including the science, of course, then you can find us on cqt.sg or on our social media channels. Thank you.
Now let's move on to the third speaker this session, Chen Cheng. Is from Taiwan. Yes. All right, change it, please.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Actually, I'm the scientist, so you can see my slides. It's not that elegant as the previous two talks, and I don't have the attractive stories to share, but so I just share some of our previous activity and current activity and future activity to everyone else. Okay, so good morning. I'm Chen Cheng Guo from Taiwan. I'm currently work for the Physical Societies of Taiwan, and also from National Science and University. Okay, so today I would like to share with you about our recent activities, especially for those we try to bring the quantum science to the public life. I have to say most of this activity were organized by the pure scientists. So sometimes it's not that fantastic, but we try, and especially during the discussions, it's something like many physicists try to make the things more precisely. So maybe it's not that friendly to the public, but we try to do something the best from what we can do. Okay, so actually I'm not a key person. I just on behalf of the our president, Professor Jiaming Guo, and another, especially for the quantum years, we have the special teams, working teams, led by Professor Chongchun Yang. Unfortunately, they are currently stay in Taiwan because of special activities I will introduce later on. So hopefully I can explain as precisely as possible all the details. Okay, so later on I will introduce a little bit about how we promote our activities and the keys we develop for teaching to the public, and especially for those high school students, and the events we schedule in the past and in the futures. First of all, we designed a special to celebrate the 100 years of quantum. So we specially designed a logos to promote it. That is additional logo. We try. Oh, it's not working. Okay, this one on the left-hand side, 100 years of quantums. So this logo is actually we try to deliver to the public everywhere, such that people can have a look at it and always remember, okay, this year is a quantum years. And to promote these activities, we generate something like try to distribute this information through many social medias. First of all, we create our special website for quantum years in Taiwan. Unfortunately, they are mostly written in Chinese. And we also help try to distribute the events to the public about the information about the International Quantum Years activities. And we also, through our website of the Taiwan Physical Society, to distribute these informations. And also we generate lots of the some social medias like Facebook, Instagram to distribute our activities, and okay, to most of the events, something like our special exhibitions for the 10 months, collaborating with the National Museum, and that is what led by developed by Professor Chongchun Yang to develop kinds of keys, something like quantum TikTok talk, and then try to demonstrate how LED works and how to perform the quantum erasement, and how to help the students realize quantum tunneling phenomena, and know about the photoelectric effects, and realize Planck constant. Okay, so that is what we try to develop and help the high school teachers, because of course we can try to organize many activities to the public, but we did something else in addition. We try to develop these kinds of kits to help the high school teachers, such that they can introduce the quantum, the knowledge about quantum things to the high school classroom. Okay, actually, things 1 year ago, we already have some warm-up event, so we try quite hard to convince our funding agency to get some special budget to make a microfilms, which is try to integrate the quantum, the concept of quantum knowledges So that is a microfilm we made 1 year ago to introduce. It's actually a friction films, but we try to incorporate some the idea of quantum technology, something that is a quantum computer, but of course it's fake. Okay, fake one. They just try to integrate into the films such that people can know at least a little bit familiar or some ideas about quantums. And since the quantum days and a few days earlier than quantum day, we try to launch the scheduled activities, especially these two flagship events. Okay. First of all, during the 2 days earlier than quantum days, during the Saturday, we try to light up whichever been the tallest buildings in the world, Taipei 101, to light up for celebrations, the quantum days. And then we try to make some special exhibitions collaborating with our national museums in Taiwan. Okay, so that is what we try to do. This is what we light up in the, and we also try to distribute it to celebrate the quantum day during the Saturday. Okay, so that, and then that is special exhibitions of quantum science under collaboration with National Museums of Natural Science in Taiwan to explore the tiny wonders. So that is a 10-month exhibition starting at 2 weeks ago until the coming quantum day, quantum day of coming year. Okay, so you can see some special things like you can communicate with the Albert Einstein and Niels Bohr through asking questions to them. And we try to mimic kinds of the quantum things that, for example, the electron interference, and that everyone else knows. And that is special things. More special things is what we try to deliver the ideas about how the quantum entanglements through the Schrödinger's case. So, for example, you can have a look at the picture nearby by the projector and through the telescope. Okay, find out that is something that randomly show up the cats. So sometimes the cat is alive and sometimes it's dead, but you can see they are actually entangled to each other through the projector and through the telescope. Okay, so that is what we try to deliver these ideas to the public. And except for those flagship events, we also have a series of the events delivered to cover the whole years for celebrating the quantum years. For example, we make additional special events for quantum tic-tac-toes. So that is some demonstration and some competitions to the high school and the students and the university students, such that they can, by playing those games and competitions, they are able to at least realize how quantum technology works. Okay. And we also have the during the day or the last weekend before the quantum days, we also organize a special popular science demonstration, collaborating in the national museums to the public to demonstrate how the quantum technology works. And at the same time, we also asked those some professors, physics professors, to discuss the key knowledges about the quantum mechanics during that event. Okay, and we make additional the poster stamps to celebrate the quantum years, and also launch many events for the one-day quantum scientists programs to the, especially mainly for the high school students. And okay, we also have the Facebook campaigns, the quantum entanglement between you and me. That is kinds of the activities through the social media, such that the participant can try to make some special quantum things and try to entangle themselves to someone else. Okay, and what I want to say later on is the Q Girls Quantum Science Camps that just happened today and tomorrow. So the high school girl student will stay in the National Museum overnight and experience lots of things about quantum technology there. Okay, so that is also some pavilions for about the quantum science in the national science fairs. Okay, that is one of the biggest high school science competitions in Taiwan. So we try to make lots of demonstration there for our young talents to realize more and more familiar with quantum science. And also, of course, we also have some special design for the Kids Science series. Okay, that is coming for the futures. And we make kinds of lots of things. Except for the STEM, we also have MOOCs to celebrate the quantum science. Okay, so that is something we organize, a special event for the quantum TED Talk. So the young scientists, young students, and with their parents can play how to practice tic-tac-toe with additional quantum entanglement and superposition. So there is some special design such that the young kids can have some ideas and about quantum superposition and entanglement, and of course those kinds of tic-tac-toe kids decorated by very cute cast, such that the young kids can enjoy during the activities. Of course, those except for those volunteers, many physics professors in Taiwan participate to these kinds of activities. Okay, so that is the quantum tic-tac-toe competition. Many participated by the high school student and university students. Okay, so we have the regional competition and the final one to the nationwide competitions. Okay, so that is the things. And okay, that is a special event, the science fairs led by many professors because actually physics initiated by the dialogue. So we try to set up these kinds of things, so many professors try to something like the panel discussion later on, and try to discuss about how the quantum mechanics developed 100 years ago to the public, okay, and answer the question to the young kids, etc. Okay, so that is to celebrate the last weekend before Quantum Day, to celebrate the Quantum Day coming. Okay, and that is the stamp. We collaborate with the local post office to make the stamps for celebrating the Quantum Day. And we also have the YouTube channel to introduce the meanings and the physics. Okay, because just as what I mentioned, most of the thing was organized by the scientists. So they need to deliver the precise knowledge and information about science. So including the stamps, actually we communicate to the artists back and forth communication many times, because sometimes we need to deliver the idea to them, but they are in charge of the design. And we sometimes ask them to revise, because that is not a precise in science. Okay, sometimes it was quite often to happen. And even for that, in the final release versions, there are still some tiny mistake. So I'm not sure, maybe the scientists can realize what mistake it happened. But at least there is the stamps. If I understood correctly, there's only two official stamps to celebrate the quantum years. So we are one of them. Okay. So that is the one-day quantum science. Just as what Jenny introduced, this kinds of activity not able to scale up quickly, but because we try to deliver the clear information to the young talents about quantum science. So we try to do it one by one, especially going to the high school campus. Okay, and there's one of the two coming events. This event is actually occurred today, and some coming events to the university and to the high school campus. Okay, and this is the activity for the quantum entanglement between you and me. So we ask the participants, first of all, try to trace our activities through the Facebook, and then make kinds of the label to some other friends, then try to check if they can be finally entangled to each others. If it is a successful case, they might want some special gifts from our society, something like that. Okay, and that is the event today and tomorrow for the Q Girls Quantum Camps to the high school girls students. Okay, and there is a special pavilion during the Taiwan Science Fair. Okay, so that is a coming event, and that is a MOOCs to celebrate the quantum 100 years. Okay, I think that is what I want to share with you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much
Okay.
for sharing your stories.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, let's welcome the last speaker of this session, Zeki from Germany. Yes.
Okay, it's a bit slow, and no, I'm going too fast. Yeah. Well, first of all, thanks for being here, and I would really like to thank the local organizing committee, because let's just applaud them. As members of the global organizing committee, our job was such an easy one because everything was handled by the local organizing committee, and now we are just enjoying the event and this great city. Well, I'm Zeki. I come from Germany, Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, and compared to the previous talks, I'm not going to talk about outreach activities that have been going on in Germany or in other parts, but I'm going to try to convince you on why we need outreach research. If you see anything interesting during this talk, just feel free to reach out to me via email or just add me on LinkedIn. I will try to be quick because I know that I'm the one standing between you and your coffee, and I know how important that is, especially for physicists. I'm a physicist by training, but then I switched sides, and now I'm a social scientist. Let's begin. Now, I will just show you some slides on what's happening in general with quantum technologies. Well, I am sure at least most of you are aware of this one or the previous versions of this image, where basically it shows like there's a lot of public investment going into quantum technologies right now. It's more than 50 billion euros globally, and this is just for the public programs. This does not account for private funding. And in terms of educational programs, so for those of you who have been in the field for more than 10 years, you probably remember the old times where there was no specialized program or just a few around the globe. And this is a paper published by our colleagues at the European Quantum Readiness Center in Denmark, basically showing that there has been quite an uptake in the educational programs around the globe. And the lead author just the other day told me, like, this is even outdated now. There are more than 100 programs around the globe. And for those of you who were at the Quantum Korea event and listened to Celia Mersbacher, you are already aware of what QEDC is doing. But if you look at their final report in 2025, you can see that actually there are thousands of quantum jobs that is already being filled with experts, and finding people is quite some difficulty now. But remember that they're coming. So, but you might be thinking, okay, jobs, like academic jobs probably. But actually no. So when we look at, again, this is another paper that I also kind of contributed from the European Quantum Readiness Center. If you look at the jobs out there, you can see that almost, 3/4 of them are corporate jobs. So like quantum is moving from academia to industry quite rapidly. And for those of you who kind of follow world politics a bit, G7 was convened in Canada 2 weeks ago, or maybe last week, I don't know, like time has been a interesting concept for me now. And they published basically a communique on quantum technologies, stating that it is something important for the G7 countries. And G7 is the group of 7 with like largest economies around the globe, well, not including China. And also like last year, last week, the NATO Quantum Summit, the second NATO Quantum Summit happened in The Hague. And this is the outcome of the first one. Basically, NATO has a quantum strategy now. And if you look at what the Europeans are doing, like the quantum flagship, it has been around since 2018, and our motto is the future is quantum. So this is a very coordinated effort run by the European Commission that is also coordinating the national efforts. And of course, we all know that a lot of funding and a lot of efforts and a lot of very, very good achievements are, being accomplished by our Chinese colleagues. And of course, the one reason we are here is that this year is acknowledged by the United Nations as the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology. Now, and of course, Yasser, as you listen to Yasser, there are hundreds or maybe even at some point thousands of outreach and science communication events that will happen during this year. So, what do we have? We know that we have extensive public funding that is going towards quantum technologies, making it happen. So 10 years ago, we had 5 superconducting qubits. And if you are following the discussions and the papers recently, like just the other day, the Harvard group published like 3,000 neutral atom qubits, which is like 2 years ago, nobody was expecting a logical neutral atom qubit. The educational efforts, they are right on track. We have almost 100 dedicated programs specifically for quantum engineering. The jobs are there and more are coming. The labs to market approach is being realized. The ratio of corporate workforce is growing. And from G7 to NATO, from EU to China, from OECD to UNESCO, like quantum technologies is being recognized. And there are hundreds or maybe thousands of outreach events around the globe being organized, and some of the very finest examples you have already heard during this session. I am going to focus on this part a little bit because that is the reason I think we should have outreach research. Like there is a lot of activity going on. Like 10 years ago, quantum outreach was, I mean, Jenny knows this much better than I do, but like, it was a very fringe thing that only a couple of institutions were involved. But even though we have hundreds of events, if you go out to the streets and ask to random people, this is probably the level of understanding that you will get about what quantum is. And this is from the second Ant-Man movie, or the third, I don't know. So there are quantum people in the quantum realm, apparently. And they look like this. Of course, Marvel movies are not the only ones. So I took this quantum Pilates picture in DC, attending the Quantum World Congress 2 years ago, I think. And it was just next to my hotel. So this is not something that I specifically looked for. This is just something I encountered on the street. And of course, if you want to wash your dishes, you can use quantum. If you want to brush your teeth, you can use quantum. If you want to heal yourself, you can use quantum. Okay. A bit slow. This is not quantum technology, so. Where is it? There? Is it changing? It's not changing, right? Okay. So, why do outreach? One point I would like to stress upon is that outreach is not just informal education. When we were discussing why the International Year of Quantum Global Events need a specific outreach one and not just crammed under the education one, is that outreach is a different thing of its own compared to education. It is the practice of engaging the public or specific communities within the public. It can be policymakers, it can be marginalized communities, it can be scientists. With science through interactive, inclusive, and often two-way activities. So like science communication and outreach are kind of different because usually science communication is one way, and for outreach, engagement and interactive qualities are something that we prefer. The goal of outreach is to build connections and inspire interest. So the goal of outreach is not to educate the public. So that is for informal education and later for formal education. Outreach can involve activities like workshops, citizen science, public events, art exhibits, science cafes, and more. You have seen some really cool examples of them, which some of them I wasn't also aware, so I'm really happy that I learned about them. Yet, we also heard this quite a bit from Janie's talk, that the best practices of outreach are often underexplored, and outreach activities are not really well documented or studied. Like only a very few centers I know actually collect data on their outreach activities. And I really thank the CEQT for that, doing that. The reason or the way I got involved into this was during 2021 with my Lykia fellow from University of Pisa. we started this pilot project under the flagship called Quantum Technology Education for Everyone. Well, you might remember 2021, it was COVID times, so everything was online, but this helped us to reach a very large consortium. So this was not funded. Everybody committed through their volunteering efforts. But we had university organizations, we had NGOs like QWorld and Quantum AI Foundation. We had companies that are developing quantum games and interactive tools like QPlay Learn, Quarks Interactive, and Quantum Flight Lab. And under that pilot, we tried to run a Delphi study, but we sucked at it. So we just ran a study in the end. But it took 2.5 steps. But we tried to explore, okay, what are the problems? What are the opportunities? What are the things that we can do with outreach? And a paper came out of it. So if you're interested, you can just check the paper. So remember that this was 2021, 2022. So the problems for the quantum technologies outreach activities that were identified back then were creating false expectations as the number one, falling for hyped messages, engagement problems, lack of curriculum, lack of trained scientists on outreach. So there were a lot of problems. And there were some expected improvements, like lack of demonstrations. Now, I don't know, companies like CPQ and research institutes like the Institute for Quantum Computing in Canada, they have some really cool educational demonstrations. Not enough awareness on the topic. So these are the expected improvements that people expected 3 years ago for the next 5 years. And the one that people expected to go worse was the too much gamification. And I think we kind of dodged that bullet. So there isn't too much gamification, I would say. There's a good amount of gamification, but there's still 2 years to go, so we will see. And also one thing that came out of the pilot project is we actually believe that there's a need for a specific approach to outreach research and not just considering it as part of education research. Because the content of outreach and the diversity of outreach activities have been growing, so this thing is, do we have a pointer? No. Yes? Yeah. So for example, this thing is an actual physical object created by IBM. We had this really cool program run by the Goethe Institute in Germany and around the world called Studio Quantum with artist residencies. The Sabina Hosenfelder has a huge following on YouTube, and she talks quite a bit about quantum, sometimes or mostly very critically, but sometimes very positively. And Chris is not here, but he's part of our global organizing committee, so he is the one who created the quantum chess, which you can actually buy on Steam. So why do outreach research? There's an increasing amount of effort and resources being committed to doing QT outreach. We have encountered some. We aim at creating connections with different communities and stakeholders, inspiring interest into the field and its promises, and building trust between the public and the QT community, which is very important these days. But we don't have established ways to assess whether we are achieving these or not. I mean, we are doing it, but we don't know whether it is working or not. And something we learned from the history of science communication is you shouldn't assume that it's working. Science communication has been, and the public understanding of science, the deficit model, we have been working on this for more than 70 years, and you have seen that it is not really working that well. There are many pitfalls in doing outreach, especially in QT. Yet we ask of our outreach practitioners to learn these the old way, via trial and error. We don't have a set of best practices guidelines because we don't have ways to compare the efforts. And one example I can give is, do not say that the famous Feynman quote that nobody understands quantum mechanics. because you don't want to go to public stating that, oh yeah, you won't understand what I'm going to tell you. This automatically disengages people. I mean, it sounds cool, but it's not. This is something that we encountered quite a bit. Also, please do not start your presentations and talks by explaining what a qubit is. Because first you have to explain what a classical bit is, and you lost half of your audience by the end of that explanation. So what are the risks of not doing outreach research? Well, if you can't assess your efforts, you can't highlight your successes. So I think one of the really cool things that CQT has been doing for all these years is that collecting the data on the outreach efforts and science communication efforts allows you to highlight where you are successful and also to identify where you're not. Good practices are not being adopted by others because people don't know what are the good practices, and not so good practices are not being eliminated from the ecosystem because people don't know whether they are good or not. And outreach remains undervalued and unsupported without research to legitimize it. So what to do next? The International of Quantum, sadly, it will pass. So this is just for 2025, and we can't have quantum year every year, but quantum technologies are here to stay. We often say quantum technologies is not a sprint, but a marathon, so shall be the outreach activities and initiatives. Outreach is essential in reaching to underserved communities. It is a gateway to getting people involved in informal education and later maybe even formal education, and we have seen some really cool examples by our colleague at the Nanoscience Center that it actually works. And for informed debate to take place, the public needs to pay attention. And one thing in outreach that people don't have in education as a problem is that you are competing with all the other content and activities out there. So in education, you are just competing with other education activities. In outreach, you're also competing with cat videos. So like you should really take that in and consider that this is what is happening. You need to capture attention. And there are good ways and bad ways to attract attention. And outreach research can help us explore the good ways of doing it for QT. And with that being said, I would like to thank you, but I'm missing my last slide, so yeah. Do we have time for the panel?
Yeah, let's start.
Okay.
So shall we have the chairs? 잠깐 서서 알려고 왔었는데. Yes, I'm staying. It's okay. No, I can stay. Okay. We are slightly behind the schedule. Let me slightly shorten the time. So we have 4 invited talks this morning. So if you have any questions, let's get started. I'm using my privilege to be the chair, okay? All right, so let's begin with this question. So what do you think is the most important goal we need to aim to have the outreach programs in various levels and various topics and so on? So can you say something? Okay.
Any of you?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I can start.
Yes, please.
I mean, at least for me right now, raising awareness that quantum is not magic. It's something important. It will become something like a normal technology, like our phones. Hopefully, like nobody really knows how their phones work or even how their car works, but they use them. So we should not expect everyone to know quantum physics, but people should be aware that it is something that is coming, and to build trust. That's very important right now, especially like we've seen all the data and all the things, how things are evolving. Yeah, so trust is the number one priority.
Trust. Okay, good. Very good. So could you say some more things?
I would say that, and I think that this enthusiastic engagement, and I think that a lot of it's a challenge for everyone to understand that it has to be peer-level engagement. And it's hard to say, well, I have a PhD in quantum physics. How can I act like this person who cleans the toilet is my peer? But this peer-level engagement as human beings is what makes the trust happen. And we have to stop, as you said, talking down, saying it's too complicated, you can't understand it. We have to meet them where they're at. And the more humble and genuinely curious we can be, then we actually are able to build trust.
Very good.
Well, maybe I just pick up on Michelle's point that, this peer-to-peer interaction. Actually, in QCamp, I mentioned we're using, or it's our PhD students who do the teaching, and of course they're much closer in age to the students who are attending the camp than the professors would be. So sometimes there's a sense, you need to wheel out your most distinguished academic, the most senior professor to do the outreach, to build that credibility. But actually, our experience is the ability to relate, creates more impact than, say, the awards and prizes. I mean, there's a place for both, of course. Otherwise, I guess the goal, what's most important, I think, is to know what your goal is. I mean, there can be many different reasons for doing outreach, and of course, building trust is a really important one for science funding. Some of our initiatives I talked about are, educational, and it's about inspiring people to remain interested in science. So I think, in many countries, there's been declining enrollment in science degrees. So we're not necessarily concerned about how much do they remember or did they really learn about quantum physics at the end of this experience. That can come later. But did we make them enthusiastic about learning? Did we make them think, this is fun, I'm interested, this could be relevant for my future? So for us, that's an important outreach goal.
Thank you.
Okay. From my case, sometimes it's easier to do, but it's still tough because actually as a physical societies, we face some challenges because I think maybe you might already know to success the semiconductor foundries in Taiwan actually grab lots of students participate to that fields, but we have to deliver the concept and try to let them know actually everything about semiconductor initially coming from quantum technologies, and try to encourage the young talents to go back to physics again. So that is also one thing we are trying to do and trying to let everyone else knows in Taiwan.
Yeah, thank you very much. So regarding this topic, goal of the outreach, do you have any questions or comments from the audience? Yes, please. Could you use the microphone?
Okay, can I use it? I was surprised that Sabina Hossenfeld is the YouTube channel you are supporting, right? The Jesky?
Which one?
Sabina Hossenfeld is
I am a fan.
Just fun?
No, we are not involved.
Yeah, actually, I mentioned that. Yeah, I am an early subscriber of her channel, and it was very interesting. But he is a lot pessimistic to the quantum computing and some inclination in her own some favor or something else. So that kind of, but he has many subscribers. So I think we need more discussion about them. So what is really realistic, what unrealistic in the quantum computing, and what is the scientific part and what is the engineering part. So some pieces say that it is unrealistic, but somehow the engineer can overcome some technical difficulty.
Sure.
So we should agree there. So that's my.
Yeah, thank you very much for the comment. So taking this comment, let me move on to the second topic. So my topic now is this. So how can we balance scientific accuracy and accessibility to the large audience groups? So do you have some strategies or comments, ideas? What do you think?
Oh, so maybe I'll just very briefly talk about quantum shorts, because I would say, and maybe the panelists would like to disagree with me. Here we did not have any requirement for accuracy, which was something I was a little bit concerned about. This is a bit dangerous, right? People really interpret quantum in completely crazy ways. So this was why I was sharing the audience survey data that, yes, it was so clearly artistic that I felt that it didn't matter, right? People were interested, and then there are other resources that are designed to be accurate that they can go and find. And so the fact that we made people curious, the accuracy wasn't the key criteria. It's a sort of side answer to your question.
Some other comments?
One thing I can add here is that we kind of sometimes talk trash about the Ant-Man movies a lot, but they really work. They got a lot of people, very excited about the word quantum and what quantum technologies can do. And in fiction, there is this thing called suspension of disbelief. So you suspend your disbelief while you're enjoying this fiction. But then your disbelief can come back so that you want to learn, okay, is this really, true? Or what is the real, quantum physics behind all these things that I've been shown? So definitely there's a need for scientific accuracy when we are doing science communication. And for doing outreach, we shouldn't, lie to people about what the technology can do or can't do. But in terms of artistic representations, they don't necessarily have to be science courses.
Okay. Do you also have some comment?
Yeah, actually, for our physical society, we just realized, I think, few years ago, because of a fraction of quantum things. So in Taiwan, we already have lots of the films and even product regarding quantum, just as Dijak mentions. But except for try to against those kinds of factions, so our society decided to participate more to improve the accuracies at that time. So that is what we put a lot of efforts to do that. And for example, the microfilm I just demonstrated, we try to discuss with the filmmaker to deliver at least not not 100% accuracy, but try to make sure everything they deliver the science is not misled to the audience. That's what we are trying to do. Yeah.
Okay, Michelle, do you have something?
I would just echo what Zeki said about there's a difference between public engagement and public education.
Yes.
And just be very clear where you are on that.
Yes.
I think when that gets murky, that's when it's dangerous. And then for our team, we always have researchers weigh in on our content. We don't ask them to create it because it has a different fundamental base of communication. But we always just check ourselves.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. So now let's talk about the involving researchers, actual researchers in outreach programs. How much can we control or manage the time and effort in actual research and outreach program? Do you have some good idea or suggestions for researchers?
Maybe I will just say that, outreach is severely underfunded.
Mm-hmm.
So it puts a lot of constraints on the time that researchers can commit to this, and also in terms of like administrative support,
Mm-hmm.
what the universities can do, since it's not being assessed as well. So like there's a lack there, quite a bit of issue.
Mm-hmm.
And I agree with I think it was you, right, Jenny, basically said that we shouldn't take too much time from the researchers who are conducting their scientific research, because they need to conduct their scientific research. And a lot of people contribute to outreach activities on their own time, which is not something you want if you want this to be sustainable.
So the American Physical Society has a public engagement statement, and so they are advocating that public engagement is one of the career progression criteria that is assessed. So that's happening in the US. In the UK, they're actually moving even further, where public engagement can be a way to advance even without the research basis to back it up. So it's like almost an independent way for career progression. So it's really the assessment criteria that are the one and assessment and funding that say, okay, it's really only the research outcomes that matter, and this extra talking to the public, that's on you. And we see, based on what's going on with trust in science, the outcome of that mentality. So a lot of funders are changing to include some metrics for public engagement, and so different societies are also trying to change it.
Yeah, I mean, so this is something that we are very mindful of in our programs. I mean, participating in outreach is always a voluntary opportunity. So because we have so many people, we usually find enough people to participate in our programs. And I think, Michelle, you talked a little bit about it being enriching for the researchers too. And I think this is something that we hear back from them. Again, we're not researching it, but say with the volunteers who look after Q Camp, that's about 40 people coming from different groups and even different institutes who might not have got to know each other otherwise. So by joining together to plan and deliver this outreach activity, it can even improve their science because they make new networks, connections. I guess maybe more formally, something that I'm looking forward to seeing the impact of the new scholarship scheme that Singapore has started has a service hours commitment for PhD students, and so participating in outreach will be one way that people can meet that. So I think, again, it still needs to remain voluntary. If we force people who don't want to outreach to do it, probably they also won't do a very good job. So we don't want to do that. But yeah, this is a way that we will be able to recognize people more formally for their involvement.
Okay, actually we have the similar setup for the proposals to make publish engagement statements for each proposals. But of course, we are unable to ask each scientist to participate in public to these kinds of outreach activities. So in our society, we try to encourage the team workings. Try to bring some senior scientists and the younger scientists working together. So sometimes, luckily, we have very good senior scientists actively participate to these outreach programs, such that they can also help the younger scientists to do that. So the younger scientists can spend not so much time, but still enjoy these kinds of experience to the outreach activities.
Thank you very much. Yeah, because of the time limit, let me move on to the last topic of this panel session. Okay, so my last topic I'm suggesting is this. Apart from program you spoke today, do you have any other programs this year or in the future? I mean, to promote outreach programs. What else are you planning?
Yes, in our plan, just as what I mentioned, we try to collaborate more with the high school teachers to deliver our current activity to the high school campus.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, I shared 3 case studies. We're doing many things all the time.
Right.
Something I can give you a very small sneak preview of. We're working with 2 partners in Singapore, the Science Centre Singapore and Art Science Museum, who are both planning some showcase later in the year for the International Year of Quantum. Something we're excited about.
I touched on it briefly, but the Quantum Toolbox that's available on our website, it's qns.science is our website, and our Quantum Toolbox is available there. So for the people who want to do quantum public engagement or quantum outreach, we created a toolbox because we are always creating stuff, and we're making it available to the community as a whole for them to just pick up and to do their own public engagement.
Okay.
And then, so we are also supporting the German Physical Society (DPG) in trying to do some of the more like outreach on ethics and risks of quantum technologies, and also some quantum music concerts are being organized by Daisy and my colleague Adrian Schmidt in Berlin in 2 weeks. So if by any chance you're in Berlin, just feel free to enjoy the quantum music concerts that they're organizing.
Sounds great.
Yes, one thing I would like to mention, just as what I demonstrate our special exhibitions in Taiwan, we are also looking for any possibilities if any museum in other place or in any institutes are interested in those special exhibition. We can collaborate to try to distribute those kinds of demonstrations, exhibitions to some other places.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's thank our invited speakers. So this is the end of the session 1.
Hi, sorry, I know we're all eager to get our coffee. I'm Lucille Sugarman. I'm an undergraduate researcher at Wellesley College, and I just arrived here for the International Summer School, and I was on my morning run, and I saw a poster for this, and I came, and I'm so grateful for the insight that you were able to provide for me. I presented at 4 symposia last semester in an attempt to communicate to a public audience my research on the quantum mechanical nature of time. And I was ungracefully straddling the public engagement and public education line, where I would be like, just giving this poetically dense metaphorical analysis of Boltzmann's thermodynamic stuff. And then I would be like, here, Wheeler DeWitt doing like a technical lecture. And so I'm very grateful for the insight you were able to provide in your presentations. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing.
Okay, so we have a coffee break. So we start at 11:35. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the session 2 of the IYQ Global Event. This session is titled Journalism, Mass Media, Social Media, Social Network Science, and AI, etc. So, communication in the quantum science and technology. My name is Seung Son from Hanyang University in Korea, and I'm a member of the Science, Communication, and Culture Committee member at the APCTP, Asia Pacific Center for Theoretical Physics. I am honored to be a chair of this wonderful session. As quantum science and technology develop rapidly, the importance of how we communicate them to the public is more critical than ever. In this session, we have 3 distinguished speakers from diverse fields, journalism and theoretical physics and global science policy, each offering a unique perspective on how to make quantum science more accessible and meaningful and culturally relevant. Okay, thank you for joining us, and let's begin the session. I will introduce the first speaker, Sierra Shuker. Sierra Shuker is a science communicator, journalist, and strategist working at the intersection of the emerging technology and public understanding. She currently serves as the strategic content director at Resonance, where she leads the storytelling effort on the quantum technology, AI, space, and climate. She is also a journalist at the Quantum Insider and the lead also of the Daily Qubit, a newsletter focused on the development in the quantum industry. Sierra is founder of the Universum Lab, right? And then actively contributed to the Quantum Economic Development Consortium. She also serves as the advisory board for the Girls in Quantum. Okay, her title is We Are the Interface, Rethinking Our Role in Quantum Communication. Please welcome her.
Thank you for that introduction, and I'm very happy to be here with you guys today. So I will tell you, I much prefer text, so I have notes on my phone, and I'm not really great at making PowerPoints, but I did make you this one slide that you can look at during my presentation, so that's what I have to offer today. So as he mentioned, I do work at the Quantum Insider, which is owned by Resonance, and we are known for being one of the leading news assets in quantum technology. And so I've spent the past year writing quite excessively about quantum, which I absolutely love. And so my presentation today is a lot about that experience, what the challenges are, and what I really would like all of you to take away from this session today. So a bit of a call to action. So that being said, I really love writing about quantum technology, which is great because I have to do it all day long. But what's really great about working at the Quantum Insider is that we're not just news, we actually have market intelligence. And so what we do with our market intelligence is we provide strategic advisory for governments, national labs, research institutes, and partners within industry. And so something that I absolutely love about my job is getting the opportunity to go visit clients and go do site visits. And I will tell you that what I notice time and time again is there is nothing quite like the look of joy on a scientist's face when there is a visitor there asking them to tell them about their scientific research. And as brought up earlier today, they always start at the beginning. They always want to start at the very beginning, the fundamentals of quantum mechanics. They want to show you bracket notation, and they want to talk about energy levels. And they're very, very excited to do so. But what happens when you start at that level is you do tend to lose your audience a bit. And so this is something that I really wanted to talk a lot about today in this discussion is how do we reach broader audiences and how do we create communication that is accessible to the general public so that we can promote understanding. And so the thing about quantum right now is it's becoming more and more part of the mainstream narrative, which is really, really great. However, that does include some challenges. And so the more that quantum ends up in the mainstream narrative, the more that we have the ability to have funding, as well as governments promoting national strategies, which is really great for industry as well. But it does create very unique challenges related to misrepresentation and confusion and oversimplification. And so this visibility actually creates this shared opportunity for all of us in the industry, but it also creates shared responsibility. And so I kind of want to take it back a year when I first decided to write about quantum technology, and I started a daily newsletter. And so in starting this daily newsletter, I thought, if I can write about quantum computing, then I can start to learn about this on a deeper level. My background is in physics. However, I did not get a formal education in quantum computing, so this was very much a self-discovery type of journey for me. And so where I expected to learn through writing, and I didn't actually expect many people to pay attention to my newsletter, as I wasn't already in the industry. But what happened was it became there were more eyes on it than I expected there to be over time, and I ended up learning a lot from the community itself. And so there's something really great about journalism, where you don't only immerse yourself in these new fields and you get to learn about new topics, but you also get to learn from your audience. So something really great about the quantum community is they're very generous with their feedback. And so if you write something that's incorrect, they're so incredibly kind to provide some really lovely emails for you. And so I learned a lot through the community that way. But the other really great thing about the quantum community is that scientists are actually really open to tell you what they would like to see more of. And so I had a lot of really incredible conversations where we talked about where we need to focus communication. And so what we came back to over and over again is that we need more communication around use cases related to quantum technology. And so I really centered my newsletter around how can I provide information around how researchers and scientists are using quantum technology in innovative ways. And so I started writing about all these different quantum applications. And then again, the community was incredibly generous to tell me, that's better, but not quite right. And so what I found was there are two ways we can think about quantum applications. So there are applications that we do not have a solution using classical computers. And so if we have the potential to solve it using a quantum computer, and it also benefits society, then we can say, yes, we should use a quantum computer. So the other scenario is we can get a good enough solution using a classical computer, and we can also get a more precise solution using a quantum computer, but do the trade-offs necessitate the use of a quantum computer? Because obviously these are not fully commercial, and so there are trade-offs related to, we're still discussing energy consumption, but there's also the cost of using a quantum computer and also limited accessibility. And so what the community wanted to understand is how do we start to quantify where we should use a quantum computer in these very nuanced situations. And so by creating this interface where I could interact with the community through my writing, I also started to learn a lot more about the community so that I could better tailor my writing to serve what they needed. And so this was my kind of foray into storytelling and science communications. And I really came to fall in love with it. I've always been a reader. I've always enjoyed a great story. But what this led me to think about is how storytelling is so essential to what it means to be human. We've always told stories. Before we could speak, we had cave paintings. And when we had language, we told stories around a campfire. And this was a really great way for us to share knowledge amongst ourselves and pass down lessons that we've learned. And this is very, very essential to the act of doing science as well. So during one of my site visits to the Brookhaven National Laboratory in the US, the scientist who worked on the light beam told me, the light source, said that one of their favorite parts about their experiments was in the downtime, when they had the opportunity to meet with other scientists who were visiting from other countries, and they could share knowledge about the projects that they were working on. And this led them to more insight that could influence their research as well. And so this is what's really incredible about how storytelling and science are actually very deeply connected. Now, talking about quantum and writing about quantum is really exciting, but it's not without its challenges. And I know if the presenters have really touched on a lot of these topics already. But quantum is abstract, it's invisible. So while quantum technology does power everyday things such as our phones, a lot of people don't realize that and they don't get to see it on a regular basis. And so it's very difficult to talk about a technology that isn't necessarily super visible, or to talk about phenomenon that isn't super visible, especially when there's a general gap in knowledge related to physics and quantum mechanics. And so most people in the US are not necessarily exposed to physics unless they go on to university and they pursue a degree related to physical science and engineering and mathematics. And so there aren't many people who are super familiar with quantum phenomenon, as all of us in this room know. And what happens when you have this knowledge gap is that it leads to less funding. It leads to deprioritizing certain education or certain initiatives, and it also leads to slowed market adoption. And then where you have this gap between technology and understanding, it's really common that misconceptions and myths will kind of fill that empty space. And so this has led to a lot of hype headlines in quantum, which I'm sure a lot of us are familiar with, and also underexplained scientific developments. There are even very large companies that have come out with very over-promising announcements that have later been stepped back a bit because the explanation wasn't quite there, the proof wasn't quite there. And so bad communication can actually cause great harm, especially to a developing industry like quantum. And so now that we know a bit more about the challenges, to kind of speak to the solutions, there are ways in which we as journalists and those of us who are actively trying to tell the story can create solutions to reach a broader audience. And so one thing I would like to bring up, there is a scientist who works at Quantinuum, Dr. Bob Cueca, who has co-authored a book called Quantum in Pictures. And so he uses diagrams, doesn't replace the math, but he uses diagrams to reach a broader audience and teach them fundamentals about quantum science. And so this is one way that we can use communication to reach a broader audience while we're still keeping the science intact, but we're not necessarily starting at the basics of what is a qubit. And I realized I spoke really fast, so I'm about to wrap this up. But my main goal that I wanted to talk to you about here today is that science doesn't necessarily speak for itself. The people who are in communications have to do a lot of the talking. But there's a lot of room in quantum technology to bring in people from different backgrounds who have a different perspective and can tell the story in a different way. And so if you want to be involved in quantum technology, you don't have to build a qubit necessarily. You can if you want to. But we do need to build more bridges between the technology itself and public understanding. And that's all I have for you today. So thank you.
You talk. We have time to get a comment or question. Yeah, we still have the 3 or 4 minutes. Okay. Is there any comment or question? Yeah, I really enjoy your storytelling about the storytelling quantum technology.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Your recommendations are excellent. So who are you making these recommendations to, and how are they received?
That's a really great question. I would broadly make these recommendations to anyone who's involved in writing to the public or communicating to the public about quantum technology. And this could be at any level, whether it be scientists or those within industry who speak with their clients, or even at, I would say, conferences. So I was at the NVIDIA conference earlier this year, and NVIDIA does a really great job at making things like robotics and autonomous vehicles really come to life, and I think that's incredible. They had autonomous vehicles to pick up attendees at the curb, and there were robots throughout the entire event, and they had their first quantum day. And so I went there really expecting to see my first quantum computer and to see quantum just kind of dazzling and spectacular. And there was a singular industry booth, and it did not have anything tangible. It did not have any props, any videos, and I was very disappointed. And so I kind of felt that if we so much want to advocate for the broader understanding of quantum and we want our industry to be successful, then we really need to start thinking more creatively about how we present the technology itself. And so I think that responsibility remains with anyone who's within the industry. And then also, I want to encourage more diverse voices to come into the industry and to get involved. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for the question. Okay, any more question? No? Yeah, thanks to the speaker again. Okay. Yeah, I will introduce the second speaker, Park Kwon. The Professor Park Kwon is a leading physicist at the KIAS, Korea Institute for the Advanced Study in Seoul, specialized in the condensed matter physics and then strongly correlated electron system. His research includes the fractional quantum Hall effect, high temperature superconductivity, and then quantum magnetism with a deep focus on the theoretical foundation. Having earned his PhD from the Stony Brook University and then held postdoctoral position at the institutes such as MIT and Yale, Professor Park joined KIAS in the 2005. Today his talk title is The Language of Two Worlds. Okay, please welcome him.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the very nice introduction. And my name is Kwon Park. I'm from KIAS. And today I'd like to talk about languages of two worlds, people versus quantum. And I'd like to talk about my personal journey to becoming a translator between the two worlds. So when I give a talk to the public, I often get the following questions, which is it possible to understand quantum mechanics without using mathematics? Short answer is probably no, right? So I can explain this in many different ways, but I'd like to explain today in a fun way, which is to quote movie. In fact, as a side story, I really wanted to become a movie critic when I was in high school. So I was really debating myself whether to become a physicist or the movie critic. And finally, it seems that I like the physics more, right? So I'd like to talk about movie. So this movie is one of my favorite movies. And there's a reason why I talk about this movie. And this movie is called The Arrival, which was made 2016 by Denis Villeneuve. Actually, he directed also Dune series, actually. So in this movie, basically this movie is based on a novel written by Ted Chiang. So here there is this kind of weird shape, which is actually a spaceship. So 12 spaceships arrived at the Earth someday. And then people try to understand the reason why they visited us, right? So all around the world, 12 ships arrived, as I said, and in the state, they form a team of two people. This is Amy Adams, played by Amy Adams, and she is a linguist, so that she can understand what the space alien are talking about, right? And also she's teamed with a physicist whose name is Ian. So this team of two try to approach the aliens. Actually, if you saw the movie, you will understand how difficult that conversation can be. Actually, I show you the scene. This is actually aliens. This very scary looking, these two creatures are aliens, and they have 7 limbs. And they like, in some sense, like octopus or something. And they approach to some kind of a screen. And Louise in front of these aliens, and they're trying to, she is trying to understand what they're saying, but it's very, very difficult. It's completely different language system. So she realized that actually it's better to understand written language than spoken language, right? So she tried to understand what they're trying to write. Actually, surprisingly, this kind of circular figure in the air is their language system, written language system of space aliens. So in fact, they extend one limb into the air, and they shoot out some kind of ink into the air. And that ink spread into the air and forms some kind of pattern. And Louis realized that there's something strange going on, because when the alien starts writing something, some message, and the ink is spread seemingly random way, but at the end of the circle, it just kind of matches with the end part, so that they form a kind of meaning in that way. So in other words, aliens kind of can foresee the future. So alien speaks in such a way that he sees all possible futures at the same time. So according to this the movie and the novel as well, there's a reason why alien speaks this way, write this way, because alien thinks under the principle of quantum mechanics, right? So that since they are thinking that way, they speak that way. So they see all the possible futures. Actually, there's a side effect. During the movies, Louis beginning to understand the alien language, and so she also got the ability to see the future, to see the all possible outcomes of the future. So one side effect that she has this kind of vision that her daughter is dying out of terminal illness. Well, of course, she's not married, and she, of course, she doesn't have a daughter right now. But this is the future. So she sees the all possible future, and she can see as this as a part of the future, because she gained the ability of brain working quantum mechanically. So what I'm trying to say is that there are many messages of this movie, but what I'm trying to say is that understanding quantum mechanics is as hard as understanding languages of space aliens, right? So, but if you understand the languages of space alien or quantum mechanics, you can see the future, all possible outcomes, right? So that's the message that I'd like to convey. So actually, I'd like to focus on very specific concept. As a physicist, I'd like to talk about very specific example. So everybody is saying quantum mechanics is very hard. It is hard. And there are many complicated concepts that you have to understand in quantum mechanics. That in this talk, I'd like to single out one particular concept which people talk about a lot, which is superposition, right? So what is superposition, right? So one can explain the superposition in many different ways as well. And this is a usual kind of fable, Schrödinger's cat. And actually this cartoon is taken from my article, which I wrote in the webzine called Horizon. So as you know very well, so Schrödinger cats, on the left-hand side, cat is alive, maybe happy, I don't know. The face, her expression is kind of weird. But the cat is alive because the bottle with the toxic gas is not broken yet. But that's connected to the glass box where the atom is in excited state, so there is no photon. So the hammer is not activated, so that the cat is happy and alive. But on the right-hand side, the cat is dead because the hammer was activated because of the atom transient made a transition to the ground state. So this is what everybody explains, right? But as a physicist, I always have a kind of unsatisfaction in some sense, because so what's the deal with this analogy, right? So more specifically, what's the meaning of adding live cat and dead cat? What do you mean by that, right? What's the real meaning of that? Is it zombie, living dead, right? So again, I like movies, right, as I said, right? So this movie is one of my favorites as well, 28 Days Later, which was directed by Danny Boyle, the English director, in 2002. So where the main character just woke up one day, 28 days later, and then the world has gone collapsed, complete collapsed, because most of people just got infected by this dangerous infectious virus, so everybody become zombies, right? So this Schrödinger cat, is it zombie? We all know that it's not, right? Because zombie is something else. It's not living or dead, right? But this superposition is that it's both in some sense, right? When you observe the Schrödinger cat, sometimes it's alive, sometimes it's dead, right? So as a physicist, whenever I explain this, it's very difficult to explain what this is actually. In fact, this problem has become more crucial and becoming more and more crucial because of this advance of quantum computers, right? So people talk about qubits, right? I was told don't talk about qubits, right? Because people explain what bit is. But basically, qubits is superposed state between 0 and 1. So what do you get if you add 0 and 1? You get obviously 1, right? Right? But that's not the case, right? So if you add between 0 and 1, what would you get? Right? So this is the, I guess, most technical slide of my talk today. So qubits are the superposition of 0 and 1. So usually people picture, like visualize this as kind of arrow or spin, right? So that on this sphere, so there is this North Pole, which corresponds to 0, and which also corresponds to arrow pointing that direction, right? And 1, which is actually South Pole, and arrow pointing that direction. Again, I can ask a question. If you add pointing North Pole, pointing South Pole, what did you get? You get 0, right? If you think this is a vector. But that's not the case, because qubits are represented in terms of this arrow, but qubits are not living in actual vector space. It's something else. So for example, people usually talk about the advantage of a qubit is that you can store much more information into just into one qubit, because you can have infinite way of linearly superposing these two states, right? So that one qubit can store many more information than single bit, right? But again, what do you mean by this superposition? Is it zombie? No, it's not, right? So of course, I don't have time to go into details of how to explain all these things because I don't have time, right? So I begin to embark to explaining to this to public, and I was having a hard time because quantum mechanics is based on a framework of linear algebra within the so-called Hilbert space, not the real space, Hilbert space, where the world exists in an abstract form, fundamentally abstract form. So I think quantum mechanics is fundamentally hard because you have to embrace the idea that worlds actually exist in some abstract form, not the real space, right? So I'd like to talk about some of my attempts to convey this idea in everyday language. And so actually there is a foundation called Chaos Foundation in Korea. And I made 6 videos explaining all the quantum mechanics from the bottom up, from the calculus, all the way from calculus to all the way to quantum entanglement. So I'm not sure I was able to, I was successful in conveying this idea, but I was personally, I thought it was very, very important to make people understand the essence of mathematics. Without mathematics, it's all very superficial in some sense, right? So I was trying my best, and also the couple of weeks ago, I had a documentary, EBS documentary. EBS is an education broadcasting system, which corresponds to like PBS in the state. So I was kind of presenter and actor in this documentary series, and the title is A Strange Day of a Physicist. So this is a like trailer.
안녕하세요. 이론 물리학자 박건입니다.
That's me.
여러분은 물리학이
So here,
무엇이었나요?
this documentary is composed of 3 parts, and the first one, this documentary talks about time. So first episode is the classical time. The second episode, relativistic time, and third episode is
무게중심이
quantum
잡히지
time.
않은 물체는 바닥으로 넘어집니다.
So here, I cannot of course explain
우리가 지금까지
all the details about
시간의 흐름입니다.
mathematics, but I try my best
그런데
to
정말로 우리의 삶은
expose
확률이 높은 방향으로만 흐르는
how
것일까요?
the quantum world is so fascinating. Okay, so I am already at the end of my talk, actually. So what's my conclusion, right? Was I successful in delivering all this idea to public, or was I able to explain all these complicated mathematics to the public? Probably not, right? But this is, as mentioned earlier, this is not sprint. This is marathon, right? So we have to we have to have a long vision, long-term view of how we can achieve this, and so that my journey continues. And hopefully, we as physicists, we were also people before, right? Who didn't know about languages of space alien, right? But now we believe that we understand the language of space alien, right? So this, the obstacle from quantum awareness and quantum education, that can be bridged somehow, I hope. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We witnessed the physicist effort to be an actor and the communicator, translator. So, okay. So now session is open for the question. Have any comment or question? Okay, I will not.
Yeah. Nowadays, for the classical computer, the undergraduate student in the computational science do not need to details of how the computer works. So, do you expect in the near future some student in undergraduate study can make some algorithm without even know the Schrödinger equation or some kind of linear algebra? What do you think about that?
I think so, actually, because I heard a very interesting story from a person. He told me that actually there is actually she's from IBM. So IBM has this kind of special course to teach Qiskit, which is the language of using quantum computers, to elementary school students. And she told me that actually elementary school students are very, very efficient in writing quantum computer code. They don't understand the quantum mechanics, but that doesn't matter. So it's kind of a game to them. So I think eventually, of course, yeah, so you don't have to know the quantum mechanics to be efficient in quantum algorithms. I think so.
Okay, thanks for the question.
Thank you. That was a really enjoyable way of thinking about the problem of understanding the maths behind physics. I've never seen such a novel approach. I'm just curious about the documentary that you've made. I mean, maybe this is a practitioner question, but can you explain, I mean, how that came about? How did you get commissioned to act?
Yes. So, this that's actually a very interesting story because 4 years ago, actually, I have written a book whose title is Whatever Can Happen Will Happen, which talks about quantum mechanics, because as you know, that also the meaning of the sentence, whatever can happen, is that everything can happen because it is in superposed state, right? So that was the title of my book, and the book was somewhat popular, and the director of the documentary read my book, and he contacted me whether, okay, he's thinking about, he's not a science background, right? He doesn't have science background. So he was in actually a law major. So he doesn't know anything about physics and quantum mechanics, but he was very, very interested in my book. And he told me whether we can have a documentary about time. So we talked about that and for a long time, and that's where the whole thing started. Yeah.
Okay, let's thank the speaker again.
Thank you.
And we will move to the third speakers, Dr. Bruna Shinohara Mendoza. Is a staff scientist at the CMC Microsystems in Sherbrooke, Canada, specializing in quantum technology and algorithm development. She earned her PhD in physics from the University of São Paulo and had conducted research at the University of Copenhagen Center for Quantum Device. Bruna is also an accomplished science communicator, writing in both Portuguese and English for outlets such as IBM Kiss medium channels. Okay, today her title is The Quantum on Split Side. Okay, please welcome her.
Thank you for the introduction. This talk will be a bit about quantum divide as well, not just science communication, so there's that. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to divide a little bit of an introduction and then talk about knowledge barriers, where I'll talk mostly about hype. Then I'll discuss how this merges with quantum divide. Sorry. And well, just wrap up. There's going to be a lot of connections, so hopefully everything is clear. So a little bit about me. I don't think that's necessary. I was already introduced, but I just want to emphasize the most important part, I think, are the two last ones. I'm Brazilian, so I'm from the Global South. There is a bit of a discussion whether to use this word. I'm using here because I think fits the purposes, but the other things that I'm doing science communication since 2019. Oh, okay. Hello? Hello? Okay. So I've been doing science communication since 2019, both as an individual and as a group. I think this talk will be a bit more on the human side, similar to your talk, Michelle. So I think there's a lot of elements of bringing back the human side, more on the science communicator point of view. Just talk a little bit of CMC, but that's not quite related to my work, since my work at CMC is more technical. But just so you know, CMC is this Canadian company. I'm staff scientist there, so I do both quantum algorithms, help by ourselves, helping others, industry, academics. We do training, a bit on the hardware side. There's also device design, prototype, helping with fabrication of prototypes. And for the software side, training as well, and access to quantum computing clouds, IBM, Pascal, depends. We have several partnerships. Sorry, I cannot make it. Okay, that's the. Okay, so my approach might be a bit different because I'm gonna talk both about quantum tech and quantum mysticism, kind of together. It is something that I always raise questions why I'm bringing the two of them together. It's because I don't think they can be divorced. Here's, for instance, is a video of someone claiming that we live in a simulation created by a quantum computer. And this video is insane, okay? This video, unfortunately, I cannot show because it's in Portuguese, but she is She starts saying that we live in a simulation created by a quantum computer, and then she proceeds not to talk about quantum computers anymore. She talks about like string theory, and then neurons, goes on and on and on. 50K likes. This is something that I've been noticed, quantum mysticism. Since 2019, I've been seeing quantum mysticism a lot everywhere. And later on, I'm going to talk about how difficult it is to compete with that in social media. But then I noticed that people are starting co-opting quantum computing as well, lingo, to add on the quantum mysticism. Now they're using like decoherence, quantum computers. I'm like, Jesus Christ. So that's why I'm considering everything together, because they feed on each other. Of course, varies a bit from culture to culture. And I'll also start with maybe a call out for some of the excuses that I hear whenever people don't want to engage with science communication. I think a few of you guys are familiar with those. And here's where it touches on the quantum divide. We have plenty of accessible content in English. Here's English proficiency. That's not quite helpful, right? And one thing about this graph is that the light blue is moderate. I think it's a bit misleading because it looks like the light blue is high, but it's actually moderate. So that means that a bunch of countries, they either don't speak too much English or they speak moderate, which is most of them. So who is it for, right? Those English contents. Are they working well? The aliens with quantum computers. I don't know if everyone will get this reference. And I don't want to call names, but someone, a very famous physicist, science communicator, went to a podcast and he talked about how aliens, if they exist, they probably have a quantum computer. He just said that in a very famous podcast. I don't know. I don't want to mention names if you guys want to know who was this person. Sorry. So if you guys want to know who is this person, just ask me. But yeah, very famous podcast, very famous person. And it's very frustrating because then if I'm from Brazil say, oh, wow, that's not true, they're going to be like, this very famous person, a very famous podcast said that. Who are you, right? So I want to bring attention to this because the mysticism and the quantum hype, once it gets translated, it just makes it worse. Because translations also is already a difficulty per se. When you translate, you can lose meaning. But also there's all this appeal to authority from like a person from US or whatever. They saying something like this and then you're like, how do I find that, you know? Here's an illustration of what happens when you search is quantum in Portuguese versus in English. So English side, you can see the questions are like, is quantum physics real, proven, deterministic? And in the Portuguese side, they are asking, a few of them like, is it science, is it proven? But here's like spirituality, law of attraction, God, spirituality again. And yeah, like 7 out of 10 is about spirituality and Bible or something. Here's social media. The left side is if you search quantum physics in TikTok, here is in Instagram. Left side, some people may notice that's not even Portuguese, that's Spanish. So, like, and the words are not the same, okay? The word quantum is different in Portuguese and Spanish, so I don't know why it shows up. But you may recognize this as Dirac's equation. And what it's saying there is that Dirac's equation is the love equation. And that means that if you are connected by love, you're connected forever or something like this. Like, okay. And there's on Instagram, I think only the first one is legitimate. It's talking about quantum phenomena. The other ones are talking about chakra. This one's talking about aliens. This one's talking about gender for some reason. And yeah, mostly about law of attraction. And you can see already the difficulty of using hashtag quantum physics to, to sell your work, because that's what happens, you know? Yeah, so the Brandoline's law, forgive me the word, is also called bullshit asymmetry principle, is much harder to debunk than it is to just spread lies, you know? And yeah, the translation plays a big part of it. If you don't cut through the core, or like the first offenders, it makes much harder for you to try to legitimize this later on. Second thing that people say when they don't want to engage in science communications is that it's not worth it because it is too hard. Quantum mechanics is too hard. And I really hate this one. If you're related to Homer Simpson, maybe reconsider what you're doing, right? Like, everyone's stupid but you. And that relates to what Zeki mentioned about this quote that I think is so damaging. First of all, the issue with like making it difficult to engage. But in a more personal note, people use this to bother science communicators. But I will say, oh, I'm posting about science communication, like about physics, and I talk about, I don't know, quantum network. And someone will come out of the blue to say, no one understands quantum mechanics. What are you talking about? What are you trying to talk about? Especially if you're trying to do something more simplified. People just say, well, you don't know, because it's impossible to know, because they learned from this quote. And the third one is that it's not hurting anyone. A little bit of hype is good for investment, which is also debatable, because if you hype too much, you start losing investment at some point, right? Because you're not delivering enough. And here's a photo that I took nearby my house. It says there's a bunch of therapies, including like, how to say, feng shui, like hypnosis, but also there's two quantum therapies, quantum table, and this one is quantum healing. I don't know, there's at least two that are quantum. And the issue is people are spending money on this. People are believing this as like some sort of healing, right? Which is not a global south problem. Just to be clear, I'm looking into data about this. That's why I'm saying that's not necessarily a global south problem, but then again, it's also everything's kind of an S. I don't know if you're familiar with this word, conspirituality. This is both a podcast and a book. It's quite interesting about the relationship between spirituality and conspiracy theories and the pipelines of extremism that you can go through with this. And this person may look familiar. He is one of the people that were in the Capitol insurrection. And he is claiming here that what they did on January 6th is evolution conscience, and it was affecting the quantum realm. So how many of you are familiar with what he said? Yeah. Yeah, so, and we let this slide, you know? I don't remember anyone fighting back this, but this is very irresponsible for us not to fight back, right? Because what does it mean, you know? And this is a little bit of, just to illustrate, this is Google Trends. I don't know if you're familiar, but you can search up search terms or topics. In topics, it's kind of like search term, but it also translates. And this is the trend between what people are looking from the last 5 years, quantum healing in blue and quantum computing in red. And this is for the US. So you can see there's a difference of interest between quantum computing and quantum healing. There's a healthy gap. People are still more interested in quantum computing. In Brazil, it's a bit different, just out of example, Brazil, but you can find this same pattern in different countries. This is the pattern for Brazil. And if you saw this presentation before, maybe that's not what you've seen before. This is what you've seen before. I'm going to go back to that. Until 2023, you can see there is a big fight between quantum healing and quantum computing. They are competing for attention. And as I mentioned, in social media, this is very easy to see, right? They're competing for attention. That was the part that I was most actively, as a science communicator, that was rough. Nowadays, October 2023 is when we got a big investment. That's why I start showing up at the curriculum app. So this is where you can start getting this sort of pattern. Finally, people are more interested in quantum computing, so that's something interesting as well. Yeah, but before that, this is what we're dealing with. Other countries have similar patterns like this. It's not half time. Yeah, hopefully I'm more towards the end, but I'll try to be faster. So yeah, it is overlooked, not always for the best reasons, as we know. Translation makes it worse, and it goes beyond quantum industry, so it is quite related in very weird ways. A little about the quantum divide. I need to be faster. This is not an up-to-date map, sorry. Now I noticed that that's 2024. But anyways, it's still like the message still stands. I don't know if you can read the top, but it's just saying 15 billion for some and 0 for others. There's a very clear difference in investment. There's the issue with the harvest now, decrypt later, which is always, well, if you don't know, it's about how Shor's algorithm can eventually decrypt our current cryptography is the most used one, the most used ones. And they can just store the data now to decrypt eventually, right? And what people say is that there's plenty of time, we just need to migrate. This is a solved problem because we already have post-quantum cryptography. And then I think we need to consider, first of all, transition is not trivial. This is the US. The US has the plan for 10 years. If the US has a plan for 10 years, like the other countries need to catch up much faster, probably. But not faster than the US, but they're probably already planning. They were like the ones heading the NIST studies for PQC, right? So that's their timeline. The timelines need to be kind of similar, but what do you do when your country is completely disengaged with this, right? This is not trivial. This requires effort, time, specialized knowledge, and people think that will happen magically for some reason. This table is from a paper called Quantum Computing and the G77, and is about, well, the G77, so countries in development, and the different levels of sovereignty. So it's explaining how the first group both has the capability and money, investment, and governmental interests to do this. So China, India, Singapore. Other groups, not as much. And those groups, most of the countries, they have only cloud access, pretty much. And cloud access is very complicated because it can, if some agreement change, some like terms of usage change, if something geopolitically changed, you get this like completely cut off. So that's what you mean by quantum sovereignty. It's very, there are several levels for sovereignty, right? And another thing is that like quantum computers don't protect you from a quantum computer. This is something that seems to be, should be obvious. What protects you from a quantum computer is post-quantum cryptography, maybe QQD, something else. But it seems to be such a push for quantum computers, even though some countries are not engaged in that, don't have money for that. Maybe we'll divert the monies from quantum computers that like what should be for post-quantum, which is protect yourself. There's a bunch of issues, but there's this such a big push for quantum computers, which is also a hype problem, right? Just to connect those two, there's a knowledge gap created by lack of information, and I'm not including the fact that there's a difficulty just in quality of access to equipment, access to papers. There's a whole lot of issues in terms of divide of access of knowledge, but I focus mostly on outreach. It makes it difficult to attract talent, to train talent for quantum and post-quantum, which can be different in industry, right? Because post-quantum tends to have include knowledge on classical cryptography. makes it difficult to discuss ethics, governance, policies, which are important things, but they are always pushed, like postponed, and prepared for security problems, because if you're not aware of security problems, if you think this technology is far away, or in some cases people think that quantum computing is also mysticism. I had this happening to me. Like when I was planning quantum computing, people thought that I was a charlatan because quantum physics is so associated with mysticism. So it's a whole thing. It's very difficult. Those things snowball a bit. Have 1 minute. So are we discussing the quantum divide enough? Here's the 10 principles for responsible quantum innovation. This is a paper. This is just a brief thing that I'm going to mention because some preliminary results from something else. This paper just lists a bunch of different points of interest in terms of building a responsible initiative. National strategy, for instance, and it revolves about security, being aware of dual use, education, analyzing societal relevance. And one of the points is quantum gap, which is understand that is this divide between countries that have or not have the resources to work to have quantum technologies. And these are preliminary analysis about how emphasized this is in the national quantum strategies. These are just a few selected countries that we chose to look. And not many of them are looking at quantum gap, pretty much, which is the fourth principle over there. A few of them are 0%. South Korea, congrats, you guys are 2%, that's the biggest one. So this is very overlooked. People are not noticing this issue. And the comments is that it's not only morally problematic, but it's suboptimal in terms of innovation. You have better innovation if you include everyone. There's also the issue of the supply chain. Sometimes some of the materials that you need come from the global south. So there's a whole thing to consider in terms of the quantum divide that really is not ideal. I really wish the moral argument would be enough, though. I think it's important to not create disparities, right? We have enough problems already. So to conclude, quantum divide and science outreach are correlated. The bad science outreach correlates a lot with dividing even more. The solution should include both of them, global north and global south. From the paper I mentioned about the 10 principles, they suggest a few things. They suggest a permanent forum between all the countries to discuss things together, which I think is nice. And R&D projects that would include and think of inclusive and equitable access, not just for the quantum computer services, but also for the what comes out of it, right? The solutions, right? And beyond that, what you can do in terms of science communication. I think one important thing to do is to be aware of bad communication, to call out bad communication, to not let it slide, because this will be used against someone for sure. And to disseminate this kind of discussion about the quantum divide, the importance, the social importance of good science communication, the inequalities that come with this. Those are very individual things that I believe should be done. Yes.
Okay, thanks for the nice talk. It's a timely and a very important issue you raised. Okay, any other question and comment? Okay, thank you.
I found what you shared about how a bit of investment really demysticized, right? It made the queries more relevant. But then you also showed a slide saying about $12 million of investment. Like, was that correlated? Was it that small of an investment that had that big of an impact? Yay!
Yeah. that was at the time. That was the only investment. That was sort of major because that helped created a center for quantum technologies, and they are providing, they really create interest. They are doing their outreach homework, I would say. I'm in contact with them. I think they're doing a decent job. Just stimulated the journalists to talk about this, I think work well. Yeah, at the time was the only investment. The newest Cureka investment shows a few different ones, but I guess, yeah, that was kind of enough.
Okay, thank you. Any other question, comment? Okay, if not, we can continue in panel discussion. I think this is very important issue. Okay, thanks to the speaker again. And please come in front to all the speakers, and yeah, we can. Okay, now panel discussion. In this session, we tackled a very important issue in the advancement of quantum science and technology, how we can communicate well and properly and correctly to the public. So I want to share two questions. Probably this question will be shared with the speakers in the first session. My first question is, how do we make a balance between the simplifying the complex quantum concept and then avoiding the distortion or oversimplification or misunderstanding of the public? So do you have any idea about that question?
I guess for my personal view, I am more concerned about going after the most like quantum healing type of things, the things that are very clearly not correct. So because you can fight forever about like what's the nature of wave function. That can get tricky very easily. That can, like, we can spiral just and go forever on this. I myself on the side of trying to be more rigorous and lose a few people, but also creating trust. But at the same time, if I have to choose and prioritize, I will just pick the things that are clearly not quantum and say, this is not quantum, please stop. Because just for a matter of, because I come from a point of view of being concerned of the quantum mysticism and this real bad societal implications, so that's my priority, but that's very personal for me.
Well, it is a good sign. People believe the quantum is a good meaning and related with the health and yeah. Okay, next.
Oh, okay. So I talked about, in fact, my talk is about that balance between being precise and being more accessible to the public. So actually, I had several experiences that I gave a public talk to elementary school students, actually. Mm-hmm. So my, actually, it was surprising to learn that actually you don't have to talk down any complicated concept to the elementary school student, actually. You can just say it as is. Of course, you don't want to make it more complicated than necessary, right? So you don't want to do that, right? But you don't have to make it like animated, mm-hmm. right? You can say it as is. And I think that is a fine line. You can do it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's continue. Okay, first speaker.
Yeah, so I think you can have a bit of a layered approach, right? So I think that there are people who don't necessarily want a lot of detailed information about the science and the technicalities behind quantum mechanics itself, but they may want to understand how quantum technology could affect them personally in positive ways. And so I think what we need more of is diverse communication across the board. So different ways of which we can teach the quantum mechanics, because there are plenty of people that are interested in that, but we also need different ways to disseminate what are the benefits of quantum technology and how will it affect society on a broader level. And so I think that it's not so much about simplification versus balancing technical explanation, but how do we reach people in different ways, because everyone is going to interact with this technology different and has a different buy-in for it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. In the first session, we also talk about the gamification of the quantum concept, and then the interesting game can convey the right and proper concept, but sometimes we can make, unfortunately, the misconception or the mysticism probably. When I look at the quantum toothpaste, I want to buy. So, okay. Probably I have a good thought about the quantum. Okay, let's move to another question. Probably this question also will be shared with the speakers in the first session. What makes the quantum science particularly difficult to communicate compared to the other technologies such as the AI or the robotics? So how do you think? Okay, you first, Sarah?
Yeah, so I think the biggest difficulty with quantum is that it's very difficult for us to interact with it on an everyday level. Mm-hmm. So I think with robotics, it's very easy to be rawed by robotics because there are human-looking robotics. There's the Star Wars-looking robotic that Jensen Huang had on the stage with him. And this is it's really exciting. People get to see technology up close and personal, and they get to interact with it. And so quantum's a bit more difficult in that aspect because you can't necessarily see quantum effects every day. And the quantum computers, I love when they have them at conferences because people get to gather around them and be just like, they're shiny and they're pretty and the chandeliers and everything. But at some point you're also standing there thinking, okay, but what does it do exactly? And so I think that's what makes quantum technology a bit difficult to experience in terms of other technologies, because we can't see the quantum effects, and when we do see the technology up and personal, we're not really sure how it relates to our everyday lives. So it's difficult to relate to the technology.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, I totally agree with what has been said. So quantum mechanics is not something that we interact with everyday life, right? So, and also, as I said in my talk, that quantum mechanics is fundamentally abstract. Yeah. So what the world exists in the abstract form, right? So you have to accept that. So it's very difficult to explain what that is actually, right? But at the same time, of course, that's challenging of making quantum mechanics to more accessible to the public. But also, I think it's kind of, to me actually, personally, at least, is opportunity, because quantum mechanics or quantum science is not just technology. It's in some sense philosophy, that the way you look at the world. So I think there are a group of people who are much more interested in this aspect of quantum mechanics, not just technology. So quantum mechanics is a combination of technology and philosophy and everything. Mm-hmm. That's what I believe.
Yeah, like relativity.
Yeah.
Okay. Next.
Well, for sure, the main problem is exactly what both of you said. It's hard, it's intangible, it's hard to just make experiments different, like from, I don't know, explain moment of inertia with a little thing that like spins is much easier, right? And I think, going back to a point of my talk, I feel like a bit of the physicists are to blame because they just are too comfortable with falling for the idea that it is too difficult, so it's not worth explaining, and kind of feed their egos with that. And also the fact that we don't fight enough whenever there's a problem in communication, which snowballs and makes it difficult to communicate. So I think those two things are so difficult together. They're really a problem.
Okay.
He has a fantastic answer to this question.
Okay. Please hand the mic. Turn on
on and then try. Now? Now?
But now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for giving me. So the example I use is, when we are talking about this, like when you're a physicist and you want to explain quantum mechanics and quantum technologies, you generally use the notations and the mathematical language, and you assume that it's you have to use mathematical language, but it is very similar to like trying to discuss on German literature without someone knowing German. And the reason we have 4 semesters of like calculus and differential equations in semester before we go into like quantum physics is that you learn a new language and then you use that language because it's very efficient. But you can't do this for outreach or science communication. Like you can't expect people to have 4 semesters of like quantum, like the notation and the mathematics of it so that they can start discussing. So it is on us to find different ways to explain this stuff. I mean, for other stuff like robotics, AI, there are ways. For example, nobody in AI starts from like statistical inference and like going over what are the like transformers and stuff. But for quantum, for some reason, we start with like bits and qubits and like, bracket notations and all that stuff. So we should definitely stop doing that.
You see. Okay, probably the speakers in the first session will also have some comment and yeah, please.
I think both AI and quantum mechanics based on the linear algebra, so it's the same abstract in some sense, but I think AI can be more popular to the audience. That is because they are very concrete outcomes, such as large language models. So everyone can use it and experience it every day. So maybe we can think of how the quantum things can be produce such kinds of things, and then everyone can experience every day. So they can understand themselves, even though they still don't know the real mechanism, but they can be more familiar with these kinds of things. I think that is what I expect we can, if we would like to promote or outreach for the quantum technology, that is what we can do.
Yeah. Probably we also need some practical experience for the quantum technology. Okay, then over there.
Can you turn on the mic?
No, it's working. Like this, maybe. Is it working? Now it's working. There we go. So I'm Doug Robinson. I'll be chair of panel 4 this afternoon. And I'd just like to kind of follow on from Zeki about the language thing. I mean, all of this mathematical language represents things. It describes things, and we manipulate it for our own good. This is why we train as physicists to do that. But I like this idea of representation. I missed the first panel. So I guess there were some discussions about representation through art of different things. And so when you decipher the mathematical language and put it back to its basics, what it represents, then you have the beginnings of a conversation that you can convert into other types of language. And I think, for me, that's where it starts, right? I don't think people are stupid. I think it's about, as you said, about the language. But language is about representation of things, and so this is where we have this, let's say, Let's say general purpose engagement tool, which is what is being represented, the descriptions, and the phenomena. And sorry, I'm just throwing that in as an extension of Zeki because I really believe in that. And then when you do that, you can think about art, to have a conversation through that language and other languages. But I think you have to do that deciphering step as a former lazy physicist and another former lazy physicist. I really believe in that.
Okay, thank you. Any comment? No? Okay.
Actually, sometimes I really think about hard about the language differences between physicists and public and so on. And I also thought about how to explain this to the difficulty between these two words. So one example I thought about is like Van Gogh's Starry Night. I like paintings, right? So suppose that you are trying to explain Van Gogh's Starry Night to blind person. How can you do that? So to me, in some sense, maybe I'm wrong, but trying to explain quantum mechanics in its purest form to public is like explaining Starry Night to blind person. So there is a kind of fundamental difficulties and so on. So maybe yeah.
Okay, any other question? Any other comment? Opinion?
Just something to add on to the last comment. The analogy between explaining to a blind person how a painting looks like, although they cannot draw that painting to one, I believe still the blind person could imagine based on your explanations of the paintings, what emotions the paintings bring, and all sorts of experiences you have. So although I think it will be very hard, and while explaining, we can lose the original meanings of quantum physics, the original definitions and all the intricacies of quantum physics. But to me, it's kind of there's too less exposure to quantum physics for the masses. So, for example, in Korea, we first learned quantum physics when we were in undergrad school. We actually never had, I mean, some people do, but we usually never have a chance to study quantum physics in any form. And although I do understand that we need mathematical language to understand them in full capacity, I also feel like early exposure could rule in many teenagers or more younger people to have interest in these kind of topics, and those could go a long way regarding this. So.
Yeah, I agree. I'm saying that I'm not saying it's impossible. Of course, you are trying your best to explain this thing to blind person and so on and so forth. Blind person can have some kind of image, and maybe very good image at the end of the day. So I hope that that's possible, but I don't know how much you can push this far. So that I don't know yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably this comment will be continued to the misunderstanding and mysticism and then pseudoscience things. So do you have any idea about how we can the attack or the provide the proper and good the concept about the quantum physics?
I agree a lot with you, and I think I'm gonna make a controversial comment here, but I think something like Ant-Man or whatever representation that is not super correct is still better than like a scientist that is not careful and says that aliens have quantum computers, right? Because people believe scientists, sort of, now I know that they don't so much, but they sort of still believe scientists. So meanwhile, when they're watching fiction, they have a little bit of a clarity that, well, I cannot learn quantum mechanics or robotics or whatever from this Netflix show, you know? So, and I also, for a personal anecdote, I come from a place not super poor, but poor enough that people were not like aiming to go to a good university. They always like no one considered being like a lawyer or anything. And I never considered to be like the possibility of being a scientist until I ran into like a magazine, and there was an article about the scientist was Lisa Randall, and I was like, physicist, like a women physicist. because the last one that I saw was like Mahikihi, you know. Not that I didn't know, it's just that it was so far away from my world that it never occurred to me to become a scientist until I just look at it. So I think even if you just putting scientists and science just within reach, even if it's not perfect, and I think a lot of science communicators and scientists are struggling so much to do something perfect that they fail to recognize the social impact to have science close to the public and how life-changing can be. And I know how life-changing can be for my personal experience and also from my efforts, and hear from other people saying, wow, you inspired me to pursue science. It's like, I'm just doing my thing. And it's fantastic. It can be life-changing.
Okay. Sarah, any short comment?
Yeah, so I think that education is a big part of this, and so I love that you said that we should still expose people to the basics of the quantum mechanics that underlies quantum technology, and I think that the exposure is important. So they've done studies to show that if you teach quantum mechanics at younger ages, I think the specific study I'm thinking of was 13 to 14 years old, that after a semester of doing so, they performed better on an exam related to quantum mechanics than university students. And so I think that oftentimes we underestimate the ability of children and young students to actually comprehend really complex topics. And in fact, it's actually really ideal to introduce complex topics at younger ages. And so I think that we should really focus on education because, as I mentioned in my talk, in the US especially, physics is not required at the high school level, and it's not even required at the university level. It's reserved for those who go into engineering and the physical sciences. And also to build on the personal anecdote, I did not have physics in high school, and I didn't have it until university. And the first time I took it, I actually failed. It was the first class I had ever failed, and I thought it was the worst subject on the face of the planet because I did not understand that physics is really about critical thinking. It's about thinking through a problem. You can't just memorize formulas. And so it took me about a year to get back to it. And the reason that I went back to it was because I had read the memoirs of Richard Feynman. I forget the name of it. It's a question. I forget the name of it. But it didn't really talk about science as much, but it was just his adventures. And I thought, for some reason, it really, really fascinated me. And so I picked up more books related to physics, more on the popular science end. And so it wasn't the perfect explanation, but it really got me interested in physics. And at some point, I fell in love with it. And then I went back to study it in university. And so I think that we need to start with exposure at younger ages. Yeah.
Yeah, we have to grow the quantum native student in the elementary school. Okay, it's a time's up, unfortunately. Yeah, in this session, we discussed about how our effort in the journalism and then the communication and social media things. Okay, please, we can continue all this discussion even in the lunchtime in offline participant. Okay, please thanks to all the speaker again.
So we'll have a lunch break. So we'll start the afternoon session at 2 o'clock. So lunch is sandwiches. You can pick up there outside. There are several kinds. Vegan sandwiches, there are a lot also. And in case of those who cannot digest milk, there's also BLT sandwiches with some special science, or BOG or something like that. Yeah, please, help yourself. Okay. So do you hear me? I'm Hyungjun Choi of Yonsei University. So I'll chair the session 3. The title of the session 3 is Science Communication to Experts in Different Fields and in Industry. So we'll continue discussion about outreach and science communication starting from this morning. The first speaker is Professor Bomjun Kim of Seongkyungwan University. He's very famous with, please welcome him. He's very famous in Korea in outreach and science communication. He has his own YouTube channel. I hope that, I expect that we will have a great talk today. Please.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm sure all Korean audience in this room knows me, right? Well, as Professor Choi introduced me, I'm very well known, believe it or not. Okay, when I first invited by Professor Choi, well, the invitation is still going on. Well, it doesn't work. Okay. 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 When he first invited me, I had no idea who you will be. So I will start from introduction of myself. Well, believe me, I'm a physicist, and this is my Google Scholar page. So, well, it wasn't that bad, even though it wasn't too good. Anyway, what I'm trying to tell you is that I am like a physicist to the bone. I'm a physicist. And for about 10 years ago, I began to write books for public. And so far, I wrote 10 books, and the first 2 books were about my research. And it is about explanation of my research to Korean public, and strangely, it was kind of successful. So I just keep publishing other books. So far, I had 10 books, and the last one is about my YouTube channel. And at the same time, I'm running my YouTube channel. And the Korean name for my YouTube channel is 범준의 물리다. And it has actually double meaning. In Korean, 물리 means physics, or it's like a bite. So the 범준의 물리다 means like you are bitten by me. So you cannot escape. Or I think also the English pronunciation can be interesting. It's like 범준's physics bite, right? So it makes sense somehow. And surprisingly, even though I started my YouTube channel a little bit less than 2 years ago, so far, I checked this number today morning, and it was 270,000 subscribers I have. And I have now about 100 video content, and the total number of my viewers is like 26 million. This number is very surprisingly large if you compare with the Korean population. It is 50 million. So it's like 1 of 2 Korean people watched my video. And it was very unbelievably large number. Okay, so I dealt quantum physics in my contents a few times. And so this is a snapshot. And surprisingly, people like them. And I feel it very strange. Why? So I think the topic of my talk today is like demystifying. I think one of the reasons why people liked this content about quantum physics is that they have this illusion or some mysterious thinking, and they really liked it, this aura of the quantum physics. That's what physics like, what people like. So I started from the physicist, and of course I started to write papers. And after that, I began to publish books, and now I'm running my YouTube channel. So this is the summary of my short journey. Well, I can proudly say that one of my papers was cited more than 2,000 times. I think that's not a small number. So I'm very proud of it. But we all know that it really means that they read my paper all. So just think of your very recent publication, and I'm sure you will have like 30 or 40 references as a list. But close your eye and raise your hand if you read all the papers in your reference list. We didn't. But when I wrote book, and my first book was sold by more than 30,000 copies. And interestingly, we don't pay to read the papers, but people buy the books. So financially, it's a kind of much better than writing paper. I don't care if they read or not, but anyway, they pay. Okay, so conclusion so far is books are much better than papers. Yes. And now I'm running my YouTube channel. And one of my contents was viewed by more than 1 million people. So, conclusion, you need to run your YouTube. Okay, so efficient way to disseminate his knowledge to public. So we can think of papers or public books or running YouTube channel. I think books and YouTube, if you compare, YouTube is much better and books are much better than papers. But don't agree with me. Of course, all these different media have different audiences. So my experience so far is that people who read books, then they don't read papers. And interestingly, people who watch YouTube, they don't read books. So it's like a very different market. So when I first started my YouTube channel, and I recognized that maybe my book will be sold much more than before, but it doesn't change at all. So it's like people consume this science knowledge in two completely different ways, and they don't overlap to each other. So I think it's a very, very big task for all of us. How can we extend all those people who consume science knowledge in YouTube? How can we make them read the physics books? Maybe not to papers, but at least for books, I think we need to try very hard. Okay, so far it's about me. So what I'm doing and what I did. Okay, then the second part of my talk will be about my experience about when I explain quantum physics to public. And the most typical, the hurdle or barrier is this difference between particles and waves. Okay, I think everyone knows. I'm sure I don't need to explain you, but I like to explain these concepts, assuming that you are general public, and to see what I tell to Korean public when I explain the quantum physics. Okay, ping pong and sound. The particle, well, particles is like apples, right? So you have one apple, and next to it, we have another apple. Of course, we can pinpoint where exactly the apple is. And also, if you have one apple and second apple to next it, of course, in total, we have two apples. So the particles we can add. 1 + 1 becomes 2. But waves are completely different. You cannot tell where the wave is. Just look at this animation. When we tell this is a wave, it doesn't mean that we are pointing one specific point. The whole thing is a wave. So wave, we can specify the position. And interestingly, wave we can add as we add 1 apple plus 2 apple. But when we add 2 waves, sometimes they can be twice bigger. So 1 + 1 can be 2, or sometimes they can cancel. So 1 + 1 can be 0. So when I explain this concept of particle wave, people just intuitively, they know it. But the waves, they don't. They actually have some problem about what is wave. So you have first the hurdle when you explain this particle and wave. Okay, so of course, in our classical world, composed of only big things, then we can always tell the difference between particles and wave. If something is particle, that something cannot be waves. If something is wave, it cannot be particle. So there are very clear divide line between particle and wave. Okay, the next topic I usually use to explain this difference between particle and wave is by using this famous double slit experiment. So if we throw ping pong ball like a particle through two slits, then of course some ping pong ball passes through the slit above, and some ping pong ball will pass through the slit downward. And of course, in the opposite side of the wall, we have two strips where we can see the ping pong balls. So this is about particles. But if we have wave, then of course they interfere to each other, and then we have this clear pattern of the interference. So when I speak about this wave interference, so most audience, they never heard of it, and they never saw it. So usually I pick one of my audience and then get his hair. I really recommend it. This is very simple experiment. So I tried this many times, but strangely, men's hair is much better than women's hair. Probably some thickness difference. Anyway, so I pick one guy and then get his hair, and then just use your laser point and put the hair in front of your laser point and just light, give the shed light on through this hair. And this hair works like this position. So your laser light, some part will pass through above the hair, and some light will pass through lower this, below this hair. And then you see this very beautiful interference pattern, just like this one. And you can show this small experiment in front of your audience. So I think this is very nice experiment, very easy. But remember, men's hair is better than women's hair. And this is also, and when I have time, then I also explain that if you measure the gap between this dark area, and if you measure the distance from your hair to this pattern, and if you know the wavelength of your laser point, then this is the very accurate way to measure the thickness of your hair. Anyway, I really like this experiment, and I really recommend you to repeat the experience in front of you. Thank you. Okay, of course, the next story goes to throwing out the electrons. Okay, so this is very well-known experiment. I think everyone knows it. So this story goes like you throw one electron, and it passes through double slit, and the other side of the wall, then we have this luminescent material, and then when electron touches some position, then it blinks. It makes a small light. So we just throw one electron and see one blink, and we throw a second electron and you see another blink. And just look at the figure A. And then I ask my audience, what do you think if you look at figure A, electrons are waves or particle? Then of course everyone shouts that electron must be particle. And then I continue to explain figure B. So we just throw one electron and wait, and we throw second electron and wait. So this part must be very much emphasized. We don't throw all electrons at the same time. We just throw one by one. So electron cannot be able to interact with other electron. So what then we can explain? the wave-like spectrum, wave-like pattern in figure D. So the only way we can explain figure D is that one electron passes through two slits at the same time. And then people usually they are shocked. How can it be possible? So that well, of course, we all know that, but the people, they are really shocked by this experiment. And this time, then at this moment, I usually present my own analogy about this experiment. So I start like this one. You and me, all of us, are living in a town. And we are colorblind. We can see only black and white. So we are living in very peaceful life. But at one day, some new guy moved into our village. And he is wearing blue shirt. So we ask him about what's your color of your shirt? And he says blue. But we don't know what is blue. So we claim repeatedly that no. Our question is, what is your color of your shirt? Is it black or is it white? And he doesn't understand what's black and white. He just keeps telling us that no, my shirt is blue color. And we don't understand. So this is an analogy about the quantum world and then the classical world, where particles and waves are well separated. So in some sense, electrons are like this new guy moved into our village, where we can see only black and white. Then whose fault is that? Is it his problem or our problem? So of course our problem. We cannot insist that this guy must choose between black and white. His color is blue. So in some sense, electrons are waves and particles at the same time, or electrons are neither particles nor waves. Both are correct. Yes. Anyway, this is my analogy. When I use a lot in my public lecture to general audience. And another misunderstanding of quantum physics, I think this must be very careful. When we are talking about uncertainty and probabilistic nature of quantum mechanics, people are just very confused. And you have to know it, that when we tell the general audience that something is probabilistic, then they understand this concept as we cannot tell anything. If something is described by probability, they accept it that we don't know it at all. So you have to be very careful. Anyway, okay, then I can start from the classical mechanics. Of course, we can write down the classical mechanics equation into these two equations. And I usually tell my audience that look at very carefully and compare the right-hand side of equation and left-hand side. And inside of this parenthesis, we have this small symbol t. And that's exactly the time now, at the present. So this equation means that we know the information at present, at now exactly, that we can say what will be the information a little bit later. So this equation tells us what happens now, then what will happen 1 second later. Then of course we can repeat million times. So what does it mean? If we know all the required information exactly now, then we can tell what will happen in 1,000 years later. So this is the deterministic nature of the classical mechanics. But in some sense, Schrödinger equation is also deterministic. I think everyone knows it. The wave function described by the Schrödinger equation is determined. If we know the wave function now, we can tell what is the wave function in far future. But of course, classical mechanics and quantum mechanics are very different, because this wave function is not about actual position. It's about the probability where we can find the particle. So this is also my analogy I use a lot. So to my audience, I say, let's say I can tell you whether or not tomorrow we will have rain. And the probability I can tell you accurately. So the rain probability tomorrow is 49.89714%. So I tell this number and I ask my audience, so what does it mean? Can we know that tomorrow morning we will have rain or not? Knowing the probability exactly, it doesn't mean that we know the outcome accurately. And people are very confused about these two differences. So if we have any this chance to convey the quantum physics to audience, I recommend to emphasize this difference. Knowing the probability doesn't mean that we know the outcome. Okay, so the quantum mechanics is somehow deterministic, but what is determined is probability. Okay, and then I often try to explain why then, even though we only know the probability, why your smartphone works perfectly. Of course, there are so many electrons, so that knowing the probability exactly actually means that we know how many electrons are behaving in some certain way. This is a very accurate expectation we can have. Okay, the other misunderstanding or other mystery people really like is this famous Schrödinger's cat. And many people are confused about this concept, and they believe from their heart that physicists are claiming that cats can be in superposed state of life and death, but it's not, right? So we all know that from this process inside the box, we all believe that it's not possible. Okay, anyway, I think everyone knows that what the Schrödinger's original idea is to pinpoint the weirdness of the quantum mechanics. He didn't believe that the cat is both alive and dead. Okay, that's one thing. And of course, the behind the story is very profound. So this thought experiment is about what happens at exact moment of the observation, and then why then this small radioactive material follows quantum mechanics, but we cannot think of quantum mechanical superposition of the cat. Then what is the division line between small and big? So of course, this is a very fundamental question, but people are often confused about that. Physicists are really believing that cats can be at life and death at the exactly same time, but that's not true. Okay, well, okay, this is also, I show my audience a lot. So I showed my audience first this electron throwing double slit experiment, and then I ask my audience that what will happen if we throw out not electron but big things. And I show this paper. I think everyone knows this paper. But this is about the double slit experiment of this big atom, big molecule, fluorine. And this is composed of 60 carbon atoms. So the total mass of this molecule is more, I don't know, maybe million times bigger than electron. So big things, we can have this double slit experiment. And then I ask my audience, what will happen if we throw out Schrödinger cat? It's not easy, right? But in principle, we cannot assign exactly zero probability for this cat double slit experiment. Okay, so this is about what I show my audience. And usually the last slide about this Schrödinger cat, I usually show this interesting cartoon. So the inside of the box, Schrödinger cat is so much harassed by human physicists, so he is planning revenge. So he is studying quantum mechanics to make revenge to all of you physicists. Okay, and another thing I actually like to share with you is about this concept of the understanding. understand means that we stand under. So if you need to define under, we have two things. Something is there, and under that something, we have something else. So when we talk about understand, we are actually comparing two different things. Now, of course, when we are talking about quantum mechanics, the quantum mechanical objective world is out there. And then, what is then? This is under what? Of course, in our brain, in some sense, we have this classical worldview composed of our knowledge. I don't know, more than, I don't know, million years knowledge about experiencing big things. So we have this worldview of classical mechanics, and we like to understand the quantum behavior observed outside. Of course, it's completely impossible. So no one can understand quantum mechanics in this sense. So I think everyone knows about this, what Feynman said. Nobody understands quantum mechanics. I actually don't like this sentence. This is the origin of the lots of misunderstanding by general audience. They ask me about, okay, even Feynman didn't understand anything, and he said that no physicist can understand quantum mechanics. Then how can we trust these all quantum things physicists are claiming? So but my understanding of this Feynman's sentence is that he is correct in the sense that if we compare with the objective quantum world and our classical worldview, and he is completely right, and I agree with him. But if we change the what to compare, the quantum behavior outside, and if we change our worldview inside of our brain from classical worldview to quantum view, of course it's very, very abstract and very mathematical, we know that. But if we put this new worldview, and if I ask you about, do you understand quantum physics? Then I think everyone can say yes. So this meaning of understanding, I usually try to explain my audience. So both are correct. So no one understands quantum physics, that's right. But everyone in physics undergraduate, more than third grade, then we all know and understand quantum physics. Both claims are both correct. Okay. So everything is quantum, that's my claim, because we can build big things starting from the small things. So if we understand the small thing, we can just build up to understand big thing. So quantum mechanics can lead us to classical world, but even though we have complete knowledge about big things, classical mechanics, we cannot go down to quantum mechanics. So everything is quantum. But then people often ask me, then why then why then all students in high school learn about free fall and projectile motion, even though if quantum mechanics is everything? And of course, we all know that directly applying quantum mechanics to big things is mathematically completely impossible. It's so complicated. So this is my final view graph when I explain quantum physics to my audience. So quantum is everything, and small part also belongs to quantum world, but for this tiny dot, we can apply classical mechanics to explain this behavior. Okay, so this is end of my talk. Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is the last one. Please read it. If you try to explain your knowledge to audience, and if they don't understand at all, then that's your fault, not their fault.
Yeah,
Okay.
so we'll take some questions. Yeah, Jackie.
Well, first of all, thanks for being here, and thanks for this talk and all your. I have a question. So when we say that, classical physics is intuitive and people understand classical physics automatically, I have a problem with that because like classical physics have been around for only 300 years.
Mhm.
And, there's nothing intuitive about angular momentum or how we talk about Hamiltonians and stuff.
Okay.
So I would argue that what is intuitive is Aristotelian physics, and everybody thinks in that way, and then we are taught classical physics, so now we see the world through the lenses of the classical physics. Do you think it would be possible with enough exposure to quantum phenomena or quantum physics that it can become maybe not as intuitive as classical physics, but much more intuitive? Because like if you just take a random person without any proper physics education, it would be quite difficult to explain to them that an elephant and a feather falls at the same acceleration. They wouldn't believe you. It's not intuitive.
Okay, well, this is very important and interesting question. Well, what I meant by understanding of quantum physics is actually understanding of classical physics is actually what I tried to say was that understanding of a classical world. So of course, people understand classical world. They don't solve any Newton's equation of motion, but they can safely say they understand what happens. But in quantum physics, it's very difficult. So I don't think we can solve this somehow paradox, even in far future, because they don't have no direct way to contact to quantum world. But classical world is everything we saw every day. So they feel very familiar with the classical things, but not quantum things. So I don't know, but it must be a very difficult problem. We have to try very hard to convey the intuitive understanding of quantum world. I don't know how to. Is it possible?
Okay.
I don't know.
So we have a discussion time too. So is there any other question? If not, let's thank speaker again.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we'll continue to the third talk of this session. Yeah, Visa. Okay, so Visa came here representing IBM. Okay, so it's also you are very interested in outreach and science communication. That's okay. Please.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for actually organizing events such as this. I don't think I have really attended an event that's very much focused on communication on quantum science. So thank you so much for addressing this important issue. So what I'll be talking about is our IBM Quantum's community program, and kind of as taking it as a case study of what we kind of use to engage our community and spread and communicate quantum science across to our user base. So, it does not seem to change. While we fix, okay. Sorry about that. So, while we, so what I'll be talking about is not giving you a sales pitch, basically. And what I'll basically talk about is what we use, why they exist, and what you can reuse. So what are some of the programs and structure that we have set up to basically have communicate this technology and capabilities to a very broad set of audience. Why are these mechanisms that exist and what changes we have basically done, and what could be some principles that any stakeholder can use who would want to pursue a program something similar to this, right? So let me just touch about IBM's main mission is bringing useful quantum computing to the world. IBM feels that we want to build the technology and capability that solves useful problems in the society. And there's two basic formulas to do this. One is developing the technology, basically making a platform that scales beyond classical computation. And also, the second important part of this piece is activating this network of community that can advance this technology. So I'll not really talk about this section because it has been talked over a lot. There's roadmaps that we have, there's research papers and studies that we have put. I think what I'll touch is the third aspect of this, if we look at quantum computing dimensionally, of the ecosystem aspect, which is how do we activate this network of community, and how do we communicate and make them aware of quantum computing, number one, and as discoveries keep evolving in this technology. So again, I represent IBM. I have numbers from IBM, so we'll just take IBM's community as a case study. We have a huge network number, but the most interesting part is this huge community of members of 638,000 plus. And this is a very huge problem. This is not a problem. It's actually good that we have such a huge user base, but this user base is basically very diverse and has people from many different backgrounds. How do we communicate? And how do we reach out all these advancements in a way that is digestible for all these community members? And they come from many different backgrounds. If you break down it, again, I'm not really breaking down in terms of vocation, it's just breaking down in terms of the different personas that exist for making sure that this industry continues. You have people coming from various different backgrounds, and even the percentages of these vary across regions. And this is a statistic that is from McKinsey, is there is also this huge quantum talent gap that is expected. Now the statistic is from 2022, but how do we make sure that something like this does not actually happen, right? So that's the question to answer, is how can we design and sustain these communication and learning channels that genuinely engage members from different fields. And what I'll do is I'll basically walk through some of our learning and enablement efforts and how we are basically trying to achieve it in a hope that this basically these principles can also be transferred across in different organizations. So the IBM Quantum Community Program basically has around 6 or so programs that basically vary across many different different sections, and they are made to be synchronous, either synchronous, asynchronous, or a mix of having synchronicity and asynchronous elements. So what do I mean by that? I'll just go deeper into each one of these and kind of explain a little bit more on what these programs are actually and why they exist in some sense. The first question that we had is, now we have these community members, there's so many members, how do we have a broad blanket approach? How can we provide this low friction entry point that anyone can revisit at their own pace? Again, this is important is because we don't know where someone is from in general, and if we just want to give them a way to access resources or access this learning, how can we make it as frictionless as possible? That's where we kind of theorized some platform. It would ideally need to be some kind of learning platform, and that's where we came up with this learning platform. It went through a lot of iterations. In the initial section, it was just one platform with just some tutorials, but clearly there was more need, more enablement that was needed, and now it has basically evolved into a section of courses, tutorials, and education resources. So what this platform basically right now has is a section of courses. What I mean by courses is basically they are structured content that can range from around 1 semester to half a semester. They are coupled with some YouTube videos, and most importantly, which was asked a lot of time, is it was coupled with some hands-on. Oh, it's not on. Okay. It was coupled with some hands-on material to go on with, and through tutorials, we also had this section of tutorials where what we also added was not just showing these theoretical concepts, but actually showing ways on how we can simulate this in practice. And that's where we added in some of these notebooks, and it turns out that having examples for these capabilities, or having examples for these concepts, basically helped a lot of people and get started or get that intuition going. This is on top of theoretical knowledge and theoretical material that's already added in there. There was also this aspect of adding in a reward at the end, and what we basically were experimenting was adding how does engagement increase if we add a reward, or we add some kind of achievement at the end. And that's where this concept of badged courses basically came about, where now if we basically complete, if a learner completes these courses, they get a badge at the end. It's a Credly badge, and the takeaway for the learner is that badge is something that can be added onto their profile later down in their career. So that's about the learning platform. That's about material that basically stays. The material that, I mean, you can access at any time. It's self-paced. Now, how can we maintain that steady heartbeat? How can we maintain that steady communication of adding results without requiring attendees to join live events or having to maintain something as time consuming as the platform, because making resources on the platform is kind of tedious in some sense, but how can we get the advancements a bit more faster? And that's where we started using YouTube, or we started using social media channels, and one of it is YouTube. We basically started a YouTube channel, and it got a lot of engagements. It also has now basically become a repository of all our resources. So anything we basically make is it's also now a place where we keep it in such a way that people can just reuse it. For example, any of our older events are basically up there, and we could also use other capabilities within that platform. For example, we use live streams for example, this Qiskit Quantum Seminar series, where we basically bring in researchers and they can talk about their latest developments or latest work every week. That's there. At the same time, blogs. So for social, this is something we maintain. We used to use Medium blogs before. Now we started our own blog, and it's also one of the ways to basically post and communicate more about what capabilities or what new research we have come up with. At the same time, LinkedIn. You'll see a lot of posts that are there, but interestingly, it's also a channel where you can also reach out. In some sense, I think we have also seen very good engagements where, let's say, we have posted some papers or we have posted some work. There's a good dialogue that also goes on between you. You have sometimes Jay also jumping in, Jay Gambetta jumping in. You have some of our executives also jumping in. So it's also a good platform to not just post content, but also make sure that you have one additional channel of open dialogue with your community. We have the YouTube channel, we have the platform. Now, we also had questions from our educator community, is Now, we want to take this forward, and we want to also communicate. We want to take this nice knowledge and nice work that has been built. How can we communicate it? And that's where the question comes in: is how do we provide plug and play lessons that anyone can basically use? And that's where the next aspect, next little program which we are basically trying out is this thing called classroom modules. So what they are is basically interactive tutorials, and it's not just theoretical concepts. It's theoretical concepts that's coupled with videos and a very engaging aspect, which is the experiments themselves are coded up in Jupyter notebooks. So any educator basically has access to not just the YouTube video that's there, not just the learning content that's there, but you also have access to material that can be given to students, which is very much engaging and hands-on, and can be demonstrated on using real quantum systems. Based on the requirements, based on our community voice, we basically came up with two sections. One is these beginner modules, and I think it's very important to teach the basics of quantum information science and basics of quantum physics. And what the team basically came up with is some modules that explain some of these experiments, but they're not just explaining these experiments from a theoretical purview, but also giving in hands-on code of these simulations where people can actually execute these experiments and play around with to check it out. So this hands-on aspect basically adds in a lot of engagement too, is something that has been observed. But there's also a community that's not just beginner. You want to also touch the community that's on the cutting edge, that wants to run the next generation capabilities that come out every other week. And that's where we also come up with these more difficult modules, and these have a higher barrier of entry, but these are what we call as utility scale modules. And these modules basically give in a lot of these, a lot of the newer experiments, the capabilities of these newer experiments ready to be used and just plugged and played. So we basically tried to cater to both sides of the audience to see based on interest, and of course this is from the voice of the community too. And this has been working, and in some sense that these programs have been the platform on, along with these classroom modules have been adopted by a lot of these universities and the community around, and it has been gaining traction. So maybe it is an example of something that can be replicated if desired. Now. So this question basically came about roughly around 2019, 2020. And back then we did not really have a lot of these resources, these ready code resources that were there. And we had a lot of theoretical resources. The question was, how can we turn reading about quantum into writing actionable quantum code? And that's where this interesting gamified concept basically came about. So hackathons were one of events which took a lot of time and resources to kind of build up. At the same time, enabling someone in a classroom one-on-one is also not really scalable. How do we try to kind of see something that can work both ways? And that's where we came up with this IBM Quantum Challenge. What it is basically just a gamified set of problems. It's a set of problem statements with a very tight time box. So usually 7 days or 14 days. And what we basically do is like, hey, here's the problem, here's a Jupyter notebook, and here's an autograder. Try to solve the problem. And the only thing we give on top of this, so it's not completely asynchronous, is another Slack channel, a communication channel basically. So what it's achieving is learners are not really alone. They can join in the community and ask questions, but there's there's this aspect of gamification that exists in this program where because of the time constraint that's there, and there's objective to be reached, which is reaching problem 5, which basically gives you a badge, where we got huge amounts of engagement in there. And the Slack community or the Discord community, depends on it, or any communication channel that parallelly exists there, has been that has been an immense engagement factor. So it's not, I think that not just adding an asynchronous element and mixing it with a synchronous element has some pretty interesting results. Actually, this was one of the programs which basically got me in coding into quantum. I used to just read before, and well, it led me to here too, technically speaking. So from IBM standpoint, what we do is we basically showcase the latest capabilities, but this kind of model of having a gamified set of problems with a time box and having some community support has been giving a lot of interesting engagement and result. And we try to also localize it. So localization also helps depending on the region that's there. So the challenge is time boxed. It's basically very just 7 days. And by the way, we also there's also a focus on reusability. Is I think if events like these, the material from the events like these can also be archived in some way, that reusability has been immensely helpful in the sense that these challenges have been also reused by a lot of universities as assignments, because these are basically a lot of research problems, and it's in an engaging way, which has helped professors to also engage the students in a hands-on way. That's there, but again, there was need for something more deeper. And we had these challenges that were basically 7 days that had no much help, but they showed some problems. Now the question is, how can we offer a bit more deeper dive for motivated learners and give a little bit of a structured community and kind of build a structured curriculum and build a community around that. And that's where the IYQ Global Summer School basically came up. And what this summer school is basically a 2-week structured curriculum. You basically have 2 weeks of intense lectures, around 3-hour lectures every day. But what we also do is we also pack it up with some hands-on coding notebooks that basically have the students apply what they actually learned on the spot. This usually runs for 2 weeks actively and 1 month passively, in the sense that we keep it open. It's also coupled up with a Discord channel, which basically forges a community that I have seen my old summer school communities go on for a few years down the line. And how do we know that this model basically worked? The seats basically sell out pretty fast. The next year when we tried it out, it was around, I think, 3,000 seats that went off in like 15 minutes. And we had to put a math problem in the registration page to slow down people, because the portal was breaking down. So this form of engagement was very, very interesting and very, very engaging for a lot of our community members. And we heard that, and we have basically kept on continuing this over the years. And of course, these lecture materials and these summer school basically are then archived as playlists on YouTube. And the material that has come out of this has been there since years. So even I sometimes look back to refer some of these lectures back from 2020, 2021 on specific topics. So it's also good if if there's efforts that are put on big events, they are basically also thought about on how that effort can be reused or can be archived in such a way that it is accessible even later down the line, because a lot of these principles or a lot of the work that has been done can be relevant for a lot of years down the line. Okay, so we basically built a lot of programs to teach students. They have the skills, or there's a lot of resources that are there to get coding skills, get theoretical skills. Now the question came is, how can we give students a recognition or a way for them to unlock opportunities for, let's say, the next level, which is internship, research, and jobs. And one of the ways is some kind of certification that can be showcased to potential opportunity doors. And that's where we kind of experimented with this first Qiskit developer certification. And I think more of these should be coming. More of these should come in the community. Right now we just have one, which is this. But hopefully there are other organizations also that come up with something like this. So basically what this is a set, it's an exam with a set of problems on a particular SDK. Now this is IBM, so it's Qiskit. It's basically, you basically join in and solve these, and it's like an exam, and you get the certification which you can add on your resume. So it's one of the ways where students can communicate to their employers that, hey, I have certain level of competency on this, and I think more of these should exist, and I would recommend, I really think that a lot of organizations should look into making something like this. Another thing is, okay, now we have given a way for them to, way for students to validate their skills, is how can we give students an example of, or how can we show the community an example of what this looks like, right? And how can we also have students contribute to active projects, and how can we have our community also look like what an internship or a job looks like. And that's where internship programs are important. And we started these internship programs back in 2020, 2019, I guess. But it's also a way for us to not just give the certification, but also show what it kind of looks like. And I think it's very public on the experiences of these internships and what was actually done. That is documented and published on the internet. And I think the last few aspects that are there is we also had community members that were very, very enthusiastic, that were teaching a lot of other people, that were localizing a lot of their materials and enabling a lot of people across the globe. So another question came is, how can we create a global network and empower these aspiring leaders? And it's for the Qiskit community, but I think it can be for any community that's there. So the question came is, how do we empower these aspiring leaders? And that's where we came up with this Qiskit Advocate program. What it is basically is a cohort of really enthusiastic members of the Qiskit community. And what we basically provided is mentorship, networking, mentorship opportunities, networking opportunities, events, or recognition. So what we are basically trying to do is empowering this core member of community to help them spread the word of quantum computing and Qiskit. And I think programs like these would be very beneficial in the community, and more programs like these could help empower these individual members to also share more about the world of quantum and in the whole general public. Now, this is the Qiskit Advocate program, so these advocates are trained, are basically supported more on Qiskit, but I think there can be opportunities of making many of such programs where if there's this identified network of really emerging leaders for advocating about quantum, there can be some opportunities where we can make some programs to support them. And it has been wonderful in the sense that just for example, one of the programs that we support is this Fall Fest, where we give mentorship and resources for students to host their own hackathons. And it has been amazing in the sense that just within 2 years, there have been around 200 events all across the globe with 28,000 attendees. And we have all these members coming on their own to just enthusiastically come and make these events. And all these events have wonderful differences. Like we have seen each of these each of these events have their own specialty, have been localized for their own regions and for the audience that is there. So it's a very, very interesting effect that's there. And programs like the advocate program or having this strong network would be an interesting and good addition to have. On the technical side, we also realized that the end goal is quantum advantage, and we really need a dedicated community of industries, researchers, practitioners to activate the use of quantum algorithms. So the question is now, how do we communicate to all these members? And the answer we kind of came up with is these technical working groups. So these technical working groups are basically small forums where we group people together according to a particular application domain, and just have them discuss on what's the next steps for this particular domain. And we have IBM basically has HCLS, material science, high energy physics, optimization and sustainability working groups. And the very good point about these working groups is any progress that's made is also pre-printed and is also published as a white paper. So if you want to see an example of the outcomes of that working group, these white papers could be an interesting way to check out what activities are happening there. So these technical working groups are also crucial to have a very two-way dialogue, not just between the industry, but also among members of the same, members of institutes and academia for these particular domains, and get them talking and working on interesting problems. At the same time, I think last is, the last communication channel is basically sharing through peer review, giving it credibility, citability, and lasting reach, basically making sure that all the capabilities and claims that are there are also published and explained in the right way in journals through and have that peer review to give it the credibility and visibility to the community that's there. So in terms of impact, has this been working? Well, some numbers which are public and I can show is on the courses side, on the education side, it seems that there are around 700 plus courses, and these are the only ones that we have tracked. There's a lot more that's there that are using quantum computing with Qiskit, using these combination of strategies. It seems there are around 9 million plus learners that are accessing digital content, and this is across the platform, the YouTube channel, all our events. And also there's 3,000 plus research papers that have come up, and a lot of these are also come up from the working groups. And in terms of developers, we have roughly around 1.1 thousand certified developers and 4,000 batches. So just some data to back up some of these programs that are there. So some overarching principles and takeaways from this whole presentation. I think it's important to have a way where there can be multiple entry ramps and have this blend of engaging channels where it's not just live events, or it's not just one-off events, or it's not just self-paced tutorials, but there's some kind of a mixture of these depending on that particular depending on the particular objective that we have, and make sure that we can touch as many learners as possible where they start, when they start, or where they can feel comfortable. also focus on reusability in the sense that a lot of one-off events can just die off if the effort of those events can basically diminish, but it's also good to focus a bit more on reusability, on giving a little thought on how it can be structured in such a way that it can be reused as a long-term resource where newcomers can pick up anytime later down the line. Like for example, the IYQ Global Summer School recordings from way back in 2017 is still relevant. Maybe the code is not relevant, but the principles and the teachings that were there is still relevant, that's there. And a thought on that could be nice. And small continuous feedback channels. So for all of these events, we have feedback channels to either Discord, Slack communities, or surveys, or some discussions that are there. So it's also something that is important to make sure that you're also hearing and tailoring what we teach and what practitioners need. So I hope this was helpful. That's the end of my presentation. If someone's even remotely trying to build a program like this or take some aspects of something like this, I hope this was helpful. And if you want to know more, please feel free to have a chat with me. I'm happy to give more details on each of these programs. With that, thank you so much. That's my time.
Okay, any question, comments? Okay, so you first, Jackie second. Okay, first.
Thanks, and you know me, I'm a big fan of what you guys have been doing for the last 10 years. But I have some critical questions. I know that this is not a responsible quantum workshop, but how do you see the impact of, like, you mentioned like Nature publications, but there have been some, how to say this, high-profile retractions in the field, and also some weird news about like having wormholes open in quantum computers and stuff. So do you encounter this kind of, like, what is the impact of these kind of, let's say for being nice, these mistakes by some actors in the community? How does it impact your kind of communities that are basically like coming from all over the world, hundreds of thousands of people with a very diverse, understanding of what quantum computing is? And the second question is, so you mentioned open source, and open source is very important for this kind of efforts, but you know the recent developments that there's some real stress upon the open source communities to not work with people from certain countries and certain regions, and even there were some cases that people got fired because in their open source projects there were people from Iran, for example. So what do you say?
Hey, good questions. So to answer your first question, I think it hits credibility, right? When there's actors that are giving wrong messages or actors that are not really giving realistic messages, it hits credibility, and well, people come with wrong expectations, and it takes a huge amount of effort to basically get them to the right expectation. So I think our internal communications basically make sure, like is pretty strict on that. We make sure that if there's any statement that comes out is credible or has some backing to it. Oh, a bit louder? Sorry. Oh, no, okay. I thought you were saying louder. No worries. So yeah, I would say it does hit credibility, and I don't think that should be encouraged at all. And we do get a lot of those questions along those lines after people read those, and with super different expectations. It just takes time, and it's kind of sad in some sense. We try to make sure that we combat as much as possible by giving grounded statements, grounded material, and educating the community as much as possible, because the more you educate people, the more people are aware, the less of these actions can actually affect the community. So I think going forward, making sure that we make our community equipped with the right resources and right enablement to question these so-called absurd claims would be a nice way to go forward. On the second side, yes, we do have to conform to some regulations, and but most of our code or most of our code base is available on the open source, and the platforms that host that, conforming to those regulations, they will always be there, and yeah, that's all I can say. Thank you so much.
Okay, so the last question, Bruna.
Zaki asked the question that I was going to ask about the open source. So I was going to also share a bit of my experience, as I think I did everything that you said, like all the projects that you mentioned. And so, yeah, it's more like a praise. It was really useful for my career, I think. I did a quantum developer certificate. It was very nice for the curriculum. Then I did a Qiskit advocate. Then I got this nice bag as yours. And it was nice because it gave like a internship opportunity, and then like kind of an internship opportunity, the 3-month things. And, well, a feedback, it could be paid. For sure it could be paid. But it was very interesting to have like opportunity to do like some technical writing. That's the thing that I did at the time. The summer schools were very useful. The Qiskit Fall Fest was very useful. And so I think I reinforced the idea that I think that the other companies are kind of sleeping on it, because I think having certification is very useful. I think Keyword is also doing this thing of providing certifications, and both of them are very useful, and I recommend to everyone, because it's nice to have something in the curriculum like that's tangible, because there's so much in quantum computing that you can learn self-paced, but it's nice to have a recognition, right? And yeah, my criticism is precisely a lot of things from like Qiskit textbook. The requirements for an advocate program involve a lot of contributing to Qiskit and IBM ecosystem, which has this claim of being open source, but then again, I have friends from Venezuela, friends from Iran that they cannot access anymore, and I understand there's a higher level that you guys have to comply, but it's also a bit tricky to keep on using open source, I think, you know? So yeah, praises and criticism.
Thank you so much for that.
Okay, so we'll have a, okay, so thanks to speaker again. So we'll have a panel discussion with 2 speakers of the session 3. So we'll start the panel discussion of the session 3. So we have 2 speakers. Okay, so I asked 1 question each, actually. So the first question is, so you are doing such a many presentations in your YouTube. So,
Yes.
so do you think that when people watch your YouTube, do they really understand?
No. But this is very interesting that you all know that general public, they have really lots of interest in black holes and time travel. But
what I feel like is that they don't actually want it to understand, but they want to hear about this wonder and the miraculous thing. And I think even for quantum physics, most people, they have this...
Then it sounds like they are satisfied, even though they are not understanding.
I think that's a different satisfaction. When I deliver my talk to general public, I always try to persuade them that this is really interesting. But whether or not they understand completely, it's a different problem. So I think what we physicists need to try to convey to general public is to show them that this is very important and this is very interesting, and it's up to them if they understand or not. And it's very difficult to make them understand even very simple physics concept.
Okay, so it sounds like we are doing good in the sense that they can get interest in. Yes. Okay. Okay. So one question to Fisal is so you showed us such kind of education program. So I think that not only the general public but the engineers in other fields who are interested, and also there are somebody not in engineers but something kind of economics and so on, wanting to understand the quantum computer at least. So do you think that educational materials, when they watch, you also have a lot of YouTube videos on that, so do you think that it's really helpful them to understand the quantum computer? I think that should be true. And how about the quantum physics also?
So thank you so much. Very interesting question. So in general, we have noticed broadly two kinds of audience that are very interested in quantum. One is who are very interested in the science behind it, on how it works, the depth of each and every operation and all those processes. And the other one is usually on the working professional side is just, I want to make it work, right? And for those two communities, that's the reason why if you see in the program, it does not has a very specific focus on going super deep into theory or super deep into code. It has a mix of both. And that's where we are trying to make sure that it's helpful for both the audiences. And so if you see in the program, we have resources on quantum information science side. You have 2 complete courses on that. But at the same time, we have have a set of track that is what we call as the quantum computational scientist track, which may not have super depth information about quantum information, but they have the skill sets that are necessary to have a quantum workflow deployed on a quantum system. And that's where you'll also see that there's a lot of hands-on aspect to it, where we have introductions both theoretically, but also introductions on a more abstract way, explaining using code. So far it has been helpful to both communities, but I think if we are trying to broadly empower our workforce, we need to also think about these 2 personas and how we can make sure that we frictionlessly have them aware about quantum computing and join the workforce and join the community and make contributions in this space.
Yeah. So I think we agree that one of the reasons the quantum mechanics is so difficult to general public is, all of them, including actually me, have no chance when you're a child to play with quantum mechanics. There's no chance to experience quantum mechanics. So sometimes I'm thinking that the small qubit quantum computers, real or simulated one, may give them a chance to play with and have some ideas about some experience of the quantum, not only the quantum computer, but also some concepts of the quantum physics. So do you have some comments on that? Both of you. So
Yeah, that's exactly where we started off Qiskit with. When we started off Qiskit, actually, for the folks who have been around for a long time, we had these things called Qiskit Air, Ignis, and basically the elements of Earth. And it focused a lot on actually giving that first hands-on experience to people, making sure that there's these modules that have these applications implemented. Now, they were not scalable, and I don't think they were much realistic, but in some sense it gave people at least that experience of just running that experiment which they had seen on textbooks and simulated on a quantum system, even if they did not have access to it. And speaking on the access part, we also tried to make sure that we could give that. Previously, we had a lot more generous access program where people could just sign up and get access to our systems. Now we still have 10 minutes of access. So I agree. I think it's also a very important aspect of staying engaged and moving forward is also having that element of engaging with the technology directly. So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Wow, I don't know, that must be very difficult. Your question makes me think of this concept of a quantum toy, quantum bear and quantum doll. Is it possible? I don't think so.
My experience is that when my kids doing computer games, their aim is just getting more points.
Yes,
Yeah, as long as it's helpful for them to getting more points, they can do anything in the computer game.
But I think
so they can accept any rules, so it can be.
I think some physically touchable and tangible physical toy must be very difficult, but what IBM is doing can be used for...
So you are more physical toy, you are thinking about.
That can be very interesting in subject, but I cannot imagine. Any idea about quantum toy?
Yeah, quantum
toy for babies.
That would be interesting. I'm just imagining how it would look like. Yeah, that would be very interesting product. But speaking on digital games, I think our community came up with some interesting game. I know there's a port of Minecraft-like. It's called Qiskit Blocks. It's basically a Minecraft version where the player basically has gates, and it's a escape room situation. You're locked in a dungeon, and there's a state that's given, and you have gates. You basically have to make that state using the gates, and the door does not open until you get the required state. So yeah, that's interesting, and having more gamified aspects is definitely helpful.
Any question or comments from audience? Okay, Jenny.
Thanks. I mean, really interesting and really different talks. I mean, you're both reaching enormous numbers of people, but one, you're a giant multinational company, and then, Professor, you seem to be doing this single-handedly or with a team. I'm just really curious if you can speak to the kind of resources behind the reach that you've achieved, like how many people are involved. And Professor, I don't know if you have a team helping you with your YouTube channel. You could tell us a bit about that.
About my YouTube channel, I once appeared in some another YouTube channel, and then the company running this YouTube channel contacted me, and then we opened this my YouTube channel together. So there is a team composed of like 4 or 5 people, and then usually they just picked the subject what they believe that the Korean public will like it, and they suggest it. And sometimes what they suggest to me is very childish and very strange subject. But then, even that, I try to answer all those small questions, like, for example, what can it be? Is the Spider-Man is possible, or all different things. Ant-Man, does it violate physical law? All the question the company, this writer gives me, and then I prepared it, and then I filmed it, and then there are several cameramen, and then now everything else, all the practical things is handled by that team. I just prepare what I'm going to talk in this channel.
Thank you. Okay, yeah, please.
Yeah, what do you think about the future of the superconductor-based quantum computer? For example, if you are trying to make the 10,000 qubit, it requires a huge dilution refrigerator, and there is a large coaxial cables. So I believe it's not, I don't know if it's problem or not. And also there's some cost issues. Some people say it costs about $100,000 per qubit nowadays. For if there's 10,000 qubits, it costs $1 billion, I guess. So who buy it? So what do you think about that? Yeah.
That's an interesting question. I think IBM feels superconducting qubits are the way to go. We have a very well-defined roadmap that's there, that's explaining how we are going to reach that milestone, broken down in each and every year and broken down right to the detail of the stack. And I agree, this was one of the learnings that were there, is how do you make a 10,000 qubit chip? And the answer is not going monolithic, but just dividing it into multiple chips and having them connected. So if you see at our roadmap, and I did not really touch much deeper into it, we are basically going up with these technologies where we are building these couplers that can interface between multiple chips, and that's the way to basically go forward towards bigger systems, not just connecting across chips, but connecting across different fridges. Cost is also an interesting argument, but I would argue back that superconducting qubits are actually much, much, much cheaper than other technologies. If you see the operating cost models and business models across different technologies, IBM's is by far one of the most least expensive ones. So I would say that this technology has a lot of merits, and this technology is something that can go forward down the line, and IBM is committed to holding on to this.
Okay, so we are on time now. So yeah, so we close the panel discussion of session 3 and have a coffee break of 30 minutes. Yeah, thank you very much.
word for foresight and technology assessment about new and emerging technologies. Of course, quantum is part of my brief. Yes? Yes, you don't hear me? No? For me, I hear myself very loudly through this, no? Is it okay?
We need it for the broadcast.
Yeah, but it says it's on, and I think it's on. Do you want to test it? We can. Can you hear me? Is it okay like this? It's working, great. Okay. I have to talk a bit closer, okay. Okay. So all speakers, please take note. So we're going to have a panel today. It's going to be a little bit different than the earlier ones in that we will have very short presentations, and then everybody will sit up on stage and we'll have a discussion about communication. And in this case, it's a communication around technology and policy. So we have a number of speakers who will come at it from different angles, speak a little bit about communication, not necessarily with the general public, but between policymakers, industry, academics, and the general public in different shapes and forms. I'm going to invite each speaker up, and there's some chairs down here, so once you've finished your intervention, you please sit with us up front, and then when the 5 of us are done, we'll put the chairs on stage and open the discussion, okay? So the first speaker will be Jin-hee, please. The floor is yours. Okay, Jin-hee.
Hi everybody, I'm Jin-hee Kim, the director of the K Quantum International Corporation Office. Actually, this is the last day of my busy schedule in this week. I organized the International Cooperation session in Quantum Korea 2025. There are many sessions for round table or OEDC workshop and this networking session. So this Monday, Doug and I started the first meeting at Daejeon in the morning. Then we end up in the last meeting. So I don't know when was the last time I give the presentation in the Saturday, the afternoon. So I'm pleased to share the Korea's national strategy on the international cooperation in quantum science and technology. Yeah, here is the contents. First, I give you some short review on the international cooperation strategy of the quantum science technology, and I will introduce our organization, K Quantum International Cooperation Office, as a global networking hub. And there are the several R&D programs. I'll give a short introduction, and I'll give some short note on the international cooperation event, including Quantum Korea 2025. Korea has the long vision of the quantum science technology. It starts the 2019, but the quantum strategy was announced in 2023. There's a special committee on quantum technology and the quantum science technology. The strategy on quantum science technology was announced. Then at that year, the National Assembly passed through the Quantum Act. And last year, the Quantum Initiative was announced. And this year, we make the international cooperation strategy in quantum science technology. Our aim is the Quantum Initiative is quantum beyond digital. So we hope to lead the quantum economy by international cooperation. Nowadays, we increase the public investment rapidly. So last year, it exceeds 140 billion US dollars. So for the international cooperation, we have two-step approach, and also the comprehensive support. In first stage, we want to be the global leader until the 2030. And in 2035, we in the global maturity region, we want to be we want to be a key cooperation country as a technology alliance. So we are the latecomer in this field. So how to overcome this limitation as a latecomer? Our solution to this problem is the comprehensive support. So to give the comprehensive support, we provide the open innovation, and we hope to expand our global joint research program, and hope to find participate in the global multilateral programs such as the Horizon Europe. And we hope to increase the international solidarity activities, so we participate in the multilateral cooperation and the standardization programs. So we hope to respond quickly to technology control and supply chain issues. So we hope to found the expand the international cooperation program. So there is the effort for building the national cooperation system, which is both the intergovernment or private cooperation. So as a part of this international cooperation, we build the hub for international cooperation program. So the United States Center was built in 2022, and the European Center was in 23. And last year, the K-Quantum International Cooperation Office was built. The core mission of the K-Quantum International Cooperation Office, the R&D planning. So we make the international cooperation strategy and also the global joint research program. And we try to act as a networking hub. So we arrange many international meetings and conferences. Also the research network building is one of main missions. So we also hope to make the expanded talent exchange program, both the outbound and inbound. And also we try to help the academia and industry for the overseas expansion. So this is the desirable feature of the K-Quantum International Cooperation Office. This is the networking hub with key players. There are many players in this field for the government side, and the academia, also the international organizations such as ISO, IEC, and BIPM, also OECD. So as a networking hub, we connect the each key players, and through the EU Center and the US Center. Let me introduce some global joint research program. First one is the joint R&D program, which is focused on the fundamental research. Now there is 13 overseas laboratory. One of them in United Kingdom or Germany, and 4 in Switzerland, and 6 in United States. And recently one is designated for Singapore, Australia. In this year, 4 more laboratories will be announced. And there is a bilateral joint research program, which is based on the MOU. And we have 2 the joint research program, one with the Switzerland, another with United States. In these days, we have more program, add more program, and the 10 project will be added to this program. And in this year, we announced another program, the Quantum Global Partnership Program, and is now in the selection. Our organization is organizing many international cooperation events, such as Quantum Connect in April, and we organized the international cooperation program in Quantum Korea 2025, and there will be a quantum dialogue. So we want to promote the global R&D program participation, especially the KEU Digital Partnership and Horizon Europe Research Networking Forum. And we also participated in the overseas activities. So this is Quantum Korea 2025. It ends the Thursday. So we arrange many events in this Quantum Korea period. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ginny. I'm going to invite Barry up front for the intervention. Now, Barry, I mean, you've been moving around in many circles. You've been contributing to building quantum ecosystems. You've been moving around in Canada and internationally. You've been communicating quantum to very different stakeholders. Can you give us some insights from your experience on this question?
Okay, thanks, Doug. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm pleased to say I don't have any slides, and I didn't prepare. But that's kind of the art of communicating, right? You just show up, and whatever I say, I don't know what I'm going to say next, but I'm just going to tell you the story. So yeah, I've been moving in different worlds. I'm a quantum scientist by training, and I do a lot of stuff with quantum mathematics, physics, chemistry, applications. At the same time, I'm also responsible for building a quantum innovation ecosystem in Calgary and region. So we have significant investment from the University of Calgary, the province of Alberta, and then various programs in the Canadian government to build that. I also do a lot of work with startup companies, so quite a few startup companies, both successful and unsuccessful. I played a role in, and that's helping startups know what the opportunities are in, I should hold it closer, what the opportunities are with building a business in an area that is colored by being both emerging and a dual-use technology. So there's the complexities, and then I do, I'll stop talking about what I do in a moment, but I'm also doing technical due diligence for companies and for investors. So some of the investors that are, let's say $20 to $50 million scale investments, they like the technical due diligence. So I'm doing that aspect too to help investors know what they're putting their money into. I can say that they usually don't listen to me, but they want my opinion, and then they'll do what they're going to do. And then I do stuff with nations, and I've also had a lot of international involvement, helping behind the scenes in the Indian strategy. I also played a role, which it's got me in the bad books lately, but with China and the China policies and development and various other places. Okay, so that's just amplifying what Doug said, that I have to do a lot with communicating to different stakeholders, users, etc. And a lot of what I do, I try to be an honest person when I communicate. So I like to believe that after a quantum scientist dies, there's quantum heaven and quantum hell. And in quantum heaven, there's people like Dirac and Feynman, and quantum hell is all the people who say things that aren't right about quantum. And so I try to live my life so whatever I'm telling you is always honest, because when I'm gone, I'm going to go to quantum heaven. But if I oversell and I hype, then I'm going to spend eternity in quantum hell. So that helps me be honest. Okay, so now here's the issue when I'm communicating quantum, just from personal experience. So I've spent a lifetime doing it. So we're doing quantum research at various levels for 40 years now. So I feel, as the famous saying, Feynman said, I think I can safely say no one understands quantum mechanics. And it's very true on a philosophical level. So I also don't understand quantum mechanics, but I feel like just by living on the planet as long as I have, I understand it as well as other people. So I don't really understand it, but I feel like there aren't that many people who understand it that much better than I do. Now, if you get into particle physics, things like that, they understand better. But basic quantum mechanics, and that's what underpins the current era of quantum sensing, quantum communication, quantum computing as the so-called quantum 2.0, the quantum revolution for the 21st century. Okay, so the first rule is quantum mechanics is really hard, and we can't pretend to convey all the issues of quantum mechanics. We don't even know fundamentally quantum mechanics is right, which always puts up this interesting issue. I'm on a standards body, the JTC3, which was actually launched last year here in Seoul. So South Korea plays a key role in leading the standards development for quantum. So we can't be entirely certain quantum mechanics is right. This has various implications. You know, we talk about quantum providing safe communication. I believe if all the principles are met, then we do provide the safe communication, but we can't prove it. You know, there's always the chance, because of this competition with the theory of gravitation, that quantum mechanics might have to be modified, and that has interesting implications. Other weird things, like if you want to operate your quantum computer while you're dropping into a black hole, I worry about these kinds of problems, and et cetera. So all these issues come up. This said, the field is really complicated, and then what's happening now is we paint quantum stuff as being kind of ushering in the new era, both in civilian and in military applications. So without totally understanding what quantum does, people are making multi-billion-dollar decisions and larger based on precepts that aren't entirely clear. Then what does happen is we have a lot of communication going on through ways sometimes suspicious, like it's not every communicator knows everything they're saying, and not every communicator is honest. And so it's kind of swimming through this sea of danger in communicating. So the issue really for communicating is make sure that we set up certain short statements that are factual, that are defendable, that convey what quantum mechanics is. I gave a talk here a couple days ago at the Quantum Korea meeting in the OECD section, and I'm very careful of what I do. I'm not sure I'm understood, but I explain quantum mechanics underpins everything. It's kind of the constitution by which all laws of the universe are created. I try to get across that the wave-particle duality is fundamental. If I have more time, I go into how wave-particle duality is then, why that offers an advantage, why that duality underpins the beliefs about security, why that duality can give advantages, disruptive advantages potentially in solving certain kinds of computational problems, and why sensors have limits due to that principle and how to circumvent it. So the idea is always to have very simple cases. The danger is always people get impatient. They say, well, I don't want to know all that. Just tell me what it's good for. When will I have a quantum computer? What problems will it solve, and when will it be? And then the pressure builds. You kind of like, I feel like sometimes I'm being bullied. People are saying, okay, fine, but get to the point. What will a quantum computer do in 5 years? What will it change? Will we be able to solve a nuclear fusion problem in a quantum computer so that we move away from uranium-based or plutonium-based nuclear energy and so on, and we go to fusion and we use seawater and there's no pollution in the world? And then it takes a lot to resist that you have to then say, look, we really don't know. I'll tell you things, but it's just wild guesses based on assumptions that I can't defend. But this is kind of the risk with communicating, is there's a huge pressure where people want to know, and this is normal human nature, kind of saying, what will quantum do for me? How will my life change? What will be different? Will there be new medicine? So that's a hot topic right now with pharmaceutical companies. So we try to create a pathway that says there are hard problems in chemistry that if we can deal with those on a quantum computer, then we can solve problems about binding and affinity, and then be able to design drugs cheaper and faster by doing them, we say in silico for on a computer, but quantum computers don't use silicon necessarily. So it's kind of in a quantum computer. But there's a lot of questionable assumptions along the way. So I don't have any answers for it, but often when we're communicating what we're doing with quantum, it's the reality, and I always try to get it across, that I myself, working in the field for 40 years, don't really know all the answers. There's a lot of things I don't know, and I do research to figure out, and then we're on the spot where we're developing a technology that is potentially disruptive. It does change the ground rules for computing. The basic idea of bits, binary digits, zeros and ones, and the logic no longer apply. In the sensing world, there's a way of trading off noise if you know what's going on, and so in pathways like gravitational wave detection, in their technical roadmap, they want to make use of it. And so this is the challenge. But part of the challenge is getting across saying, like for me personally, I say, I convey I'm an expert, I convey I don't have the answers, and that sometimes in life you have to make billion-dollar decisions without knowing the answers and not always knowing the questions. So that's my lesson for today.
Brilliant. I've got lots of notes which I'm going to unpack with you and the panel later, Barry. Please, I'm going to invite Amber up next. Amber Hertz from TNO. Please join us up front, Amber. You've got 10 minutes or so, and I know we've got some slides. So please take it away.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Amber. I work at TNO, specifically TNO Vector, the Center for Societal Innovation and Strategy. And what we do is quite often in advice on strategy and policy making to governments and policymakers. I work there as a senior scientist. I'm also looking for my clicker. A senior scientist on innovation policy, specializing on emerging technologies and ecosystems as well. Today I'm going to present to you building the society quantum connection, because I am here representing more as a social scientist rather than a quantum specialist in deep sense, and then I mean the technical sense. And I have brought you 3 main messages. My first is, so I'm going to cover all 3 of them. I argue 1, quantum innovation needs more than RD&I. 2, acceleration of quantum innovations, time to market. By considering the quantum connection. There is a mistake there, but the acceleration of quantum innovations and the time to market can be accelerated if you consider the society quantum connection. And 3, remain realistic. Don't expect everyone to be the early innovators. So I'm covering all 3 of them. First, quantum needs more than RD&I. So when I've been going about in the conferences this week here in Korea on quantum technology, I see a predominant focus on the RD&I part. So a lot of technical talks about what is needed to advance this field, and all of that is very important and very necessary. But it's also considered societal aspects are part of the development of this technology. And quite often they are considered, but certain aspects of what is societal research. So you see a lot of focus on education and the future workforce, the diversity in the field, sustainability sometimes, outreach and communication. But the field of social science is way bigger than that. And also there are lots of insights that you can gain if you look at an emerging technology like quantum from a social scientific perspective. And therefore I would argue there's much space for societal research on quantum innovations, and a concerted effort is needed. You need to do it together. And I would argue they would provide more meaningful applications of quantum technologies for use cases, for example, for which there is actual demand or desire. And that brings me to my second point. Maybe there's also value in considering a more demand-driven design of quantum technologies. So despite the potential of quantum technologies, its emergent status and its complexity make it hard for any deploying domain to understand its value or its prospective value in the future. So what can this application mean for certain societal domains with real societal problems at this point in time? And that's why we quite often see that these kind of technologies remain in their so-called STI silo. So they live in STI development, they live in their labs quite often, and the transition from the lab to the market is quite long and difficult to be made. However, when you build the quantum society connection by showcasing possible alignment between this RD&I development and the domain-driven demands, you can actually kind of build the connection between the SDI, technological developments, and the domains that actually want and need those solutions. And here on this picture, I show you one exercise that we did when we focused on the applications of quantum technologies in the energy sector. And you can also see that in this picture, we showcased quantum technologies in different colors. You have different applications that are possible, and we did so from the basis of this exploration is the main bottlenecks that are currently present in the energy transition domain. So not necessarily quantum bottlenecks, but energy transition domain have their own challenges, their own innovations that they need and require, and current solutions don't necessarily have all the answers. So by bridging this connection, you can actually start to build a bridge between this world of quantum and this world of the energy transition, because in social life, these are quite different domains that live next to each other, basically. So perhaps then demand is the trigger for accelerating the quantum innovation and accelerating the time needed to transition from lab to market. And then finally, I argue you need to remain realistic. And what I mean with this is, when you do an exercise like this and you go to energy domain organizations, quite often, many of the people you meet are not necessarily the innovators. So I use this technology adoption curve as an example that perhaps most of the people within the quantum domain are considered the innovators, and they are really early adopters of a new technology. But when you go to an organization, what you meet are also people that are in the late majority. They need significant convincing before they might ever consider this as an option. Or you might even speak to the laggards, the critics, and the skeptics that might be the very last person that will ever be convinced that quantum is a solution. So when you go about in society and you start talking about quantum technologies, realize that not everyone is an early adopter of the technology, but you can find within the organizations that you're going to speak to the early adopters that are interested in this technology and that are willing to work together with you on finding those solutions and finding those possibilities together. So find the advocates. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Amber. Please be seated. I really like this because, you know, you start talking about different conversations you can have. So you started with research development and innovation. You brought in the social science. I think I just destroyed something. The social science. And one of the things that was interesting with that final image you showed, well, not the final one, the one before. So yeah, the one just before that, with this big magic picture. I saw this yesterday and I also gushed about how much I like this, but this is quite interesting because it conveys a lot of different information in the same image and allows you to have different conversations, right? And so you have different conversations, and quantum is now not a technical or scientific domain. It's a socio-technical domain where you can have discussions with all sorts of stakeholders. We'll come back to that during the conversation. So thank you very much. Mira, is Mira around? There you go, Mira. You're next on the stage, please. So while Mira's coming down the stairs, so Mira's been moving around again in many different worlds, working at IBM. You'll introduce yourself, I'm sure, but IBM, working with the WEF, the World Economic Forum, and a number of quantum things about responsible quantum as well. Now at JESDA, OpenQI, lots of different things you can share with us. So please share with us.
Thank you very much, Doug, for the introduction. I think you said it all. What maybe Doug hasn't said is that I'm a philosopher by background. Do you hear me okay? Yeah, okay. And you will get more of the philosopher in me today. I've been the kind of the person who's between policymakers and industry, or who understands quantum the rest of the week. And those who've seen me a lot, I hope there's also something new in what I'm planning to share on this. And to start with, I actually want to do a little, and I don't think anyone has done this with me, but have you guess who, so philosophers start their talks typically with quotes. I didn't want to do slides because I thought it would be much more engaging if I didn't. But I'll read you a quote and I'll ask you to guess who said this, or who more, actually he didn't say it, so I'm giving away, it's a he, sorry, but who wrote it. It's a bit summarized, but it goes as, overstretched promises may eventually come to haunt the very scientists who are making them. If quantum technologies are to be meaningfully disruptive, they should not be developed in ways that merely extend the status quo, uncritically reproducing prevailing societal conditions and unsustainable values in the quantum future. Do you have... Richard Feynman is a good guess. Exactly, it's a go-to. It wasn't Richard Feynman, but I would say, Barry can correct me, but I would say the person is on similar terms, or in the similar... I look at the physicists in the room. You will have read a lot of this person's papers. He'll been quite influential in terms of, now I give it away, defining quantum computing. Deutsch? No, it wasn't Deutsch. It's Davide De Vincenzo. So you might not know, but Davide De Vincenzo actually wrote a paper on quantum and society. It's a very short paper, but the reason I emphasize it is that actually many physicists don't know this paper. So physicists will know Vincenzo and they will have read everything of him, but the one paper they won't have read, or likely won't have read, is the quantum and society paper. It's, I think, from 2010. It's very, very short, but at least I think the reason I use that as scene setter is that it shows us that a little bit the caricature that we're sometimes painting from the responsible quantum world, that physicists don't engage with society, don't think about these issues, don't think about what's happening beyond the lab, isn't entirely true. I think we have one among us. Barry is a very good example that this is not true. We have a lot of now more examples that this isn't true. But I still think it's important to bear in mind and to not to overuse this caricature of the physicist. And I think that leads nicely into communication about it. So writing these kinds of papers, and even if they're papers that might not be as highly published as a scientific discovery, writing these papers is really important. So in a way, I'm already starting with a kind of call for action, is that if you have these thoughts about what the impact of quantum technologies are, do write them in papers, do publish them, because that's a way of communicating them. And even if it's a language that you're not familiar with, do collaborate with a social scientist or someone who can help translate you this language. You'll see that translation is a bigger theme of the remarks I'm making. So there's two big themes in a way that I want to focus on. So one is, and this is again the philosopher, around epistemic access. I'll explain what that means in a second. And the second then is around translation. So when I think about communicating quantum technologies, I think a lot around these two issues, around epistemic access and translation. Epistemic access means access to the knowledge about quantum computing. We talk a lot about access to the hardware. We talk not sufficiently about access to the knowledge around quantum computing as an issue of epistemic injustices. So this is, again, the theoretical philosophy part, and also I should say this is part of a paper I'm co-authoring with Carolyn Tinholter, who's been really influential in the sort of responsible quantum sphere, and who's at Oxford, and Natasha Orton, who's at the NQCC, who actually leads the Responsible Quantum Industry Forum. So two also distinguished colleagues of ours. So the ideas that I'm sharing around this are from this paper that is to be out, to be published. But you'll find them in there if you want to read more on this. So the idea of epistemic injustice, epistemic justice, is a relatively new idea by a philosopher called Miranda Fricker, and she essentially holds on to theories of justice, distributive theories of justice, to say that not only should we talk about redistributing goods and we have a lot around, you know, unequally distributed goods, but we should also understand knowledge as something that can be issues of distributed justice around. So she kind of promoted that. I won't go into too much detail with that, but just to say that I think what we're currently facing in terms of the quantum divide is also a situation of unequally distributed knowledge around quantum computing. And you can reframe that I think that is a statement we would all agree with, or we're all discussing a lot, but you can reframe that in terms of epistemic injustice. So I think it gives it more power to point and say that it actually is an issue of injustice. As moral philosophers, that gives us a lot of power on theorizing what to then do about it if we can say it's a form of injustice. So I think it's a very powerful conceptualization. So when we then talk about, and then the obvious solution is, well, there should be more access to knowledge around quantum computing. But then if we go into that and think about further on, well, access to knowledge about quantum computing, it could initially mean, well, okay, then make everything, you know, accessible and kind of put it all out there and so on. And that's more or less what is happening. And if you, for instance, then talk to kind of academics, they'll say, well, but we're publishing, and industry will say, well, but we produce these YouTube videos, everyone can go there, it's all out there. But there's an issue around putting stuff out there and people then actually consuming what is being put out there. So there's one issue around access doesn't necessarily mean that the access is used. But also there's an issue around what we assume what everyone needs to know. And I want to go a little bit deeper into what are the assumptions we're making around what different stakeholders need to know. So I'm using the 4 kind of stakeholder groups of policymakers, academics, and industry and civil society, and want to reflect a little bit on what does everyone need to know everything, or is it actually okay if there's this division of labor and that we have in society, and what does it imply for quantum technologies? Because I think we often, at least when I give talks to policymakers, one of the first things I'm hearing is, oh dear, you're talking about quantum, that's far too difficult. I'm not a physicist by training, I won't understand any of this. And I think this kind of excuse comes with the assumption that in order to understand quantum, that they would need to understand everything, that they would need to understand what entanglement is, that they would need to understand exactly how a qubit works. But that is, of course, I say of course, because that's my argument, that is not the case. So what is it then that each of these groups, in our view, that we have in the paper, needs to know? So policymakers need to know enough to make sensible regulation. We heard this week about not so sensible regulation, or regulation that was far too late. So they need to understand enough of the technology in order to, when they write text, to make them technologically sound and scientifically sound so that they actually make sense. Also that they show there's an understanding of technological roadmaps. But they also need to understand enough to anticipate for their respective country what the impact of quantum technologies is. So even if a policymaker is not involved in regulating quantum technologies, they need to be aware enough to say, oh, actually, maybe we have a strong fertilizer industry. Fertilizer involves a lot of biological simulation in order to develop that further. Maybe quantum is actually really relevant for us, and to know enough to then actually build a quantum ecosystem or start building a quantum strategy into its system. And on the security side, they of course need to know the roadmaps around the potential threats and what to do, and also in order to, again, put regulation and recommendations around when to implement PQC algorithms. Also, importantly, they need to understand where PQC is post-quantum cryptography is relevant, and where quantum key distribution is relevant and where it is not, and that it's not the same and kind of also not replaceable. So this is, I think, the elements that the level at which policymakers need to be aware and what they need to understand. In academia, of course, the assumption is that the physicists understand quantum, but I put understand in quotation marks because who really understands quantum, but also understand enough to work with it. But then we have computational biologists, for example. They need to understand it enough in order to see, well, is quantum computing relevant for me? And if it is relevant for me, what do I need to do in order to use it in the future so that we actually have good algorithms and actually can make uses of the systems that are being developed? But then across disciplines as well, we need to have a way for social scientists to understand quantum enough, or for the philosophers to understand quantum enough to develop good quantum ethics, or to develop at least an exchange about it. For industry, I think one should divide them into users and developers in industry. But users need to understand the impact, they need to understand the roadmaps, and they need to understand how to use if they want to be users. And I think it's really, really important that they understand how to evaluate different quantum technologies. In my particular case, quantum computing, how to not fall for the trap of thinking, well, it's the number of qubits that counts, but also know what are the other criteria by which to judge, for instance, a quantum computer in order to say whether a breakthrough was actually a breakthrough, and in order to read announcements such as this February's announcements in an educated way. And the same is then for developers, and I think this has been said before, there's more of don'ts. And I think I've written 3 bullet points here, but they all say the same because there's really just one key message. Do not hype, explain in a humble way, and do not oversell. It's all of the same, but that's basically the main for industry developers. For civil society, and this is where I want to go a bit further again, and I'm making the assumption of democracy here, is that if you go, for instance, with what Hannah Arendt has warned us about in The Human Condition, is that the danger with what technology allows us to do, it's not really with the danger of what technology allows us to do, but really with what we stop questioning once it can. And so if we stop questioning, it really takes away everything that we have as our critical nature, which takes away from our human agency. So if we stop doing that and we stop trying to understand, really, are we still human agents in democratic systems? So purely for democratic accountability, also civil society needs to understand enough to hold policymakers accountable, to understand the risks, and to advocate for more regulation where necessary. And so I think this is crucial, and this is where it comes back to epistemic injustices, where there's a crucial issue for our democratic systems if we cannot uphold that. So this then goes into, well, what are then the norms for translation? And of course, so there needs to be translation between these different stakeholder groups. Translation, of course, involves senders and receivers, and we all know that there can be big misunderstandings between senders and receivers. So one of the key tenets is that for translation, you need to be in any way as clear as possible, and for the receivers, you need to be as open and generous to the sender as possible. But I took 3 examples. So what does it mean for when academia sends or tries to translate to policymakers in industry and civil society? I think there's a certain element of non-arrogance that is needed. Often there's this element of, well, no one will understand this anyway. And this is prevailing, unfortunately, and so this then goes into, oh, if I have to explain this to an audience that isn't from a physical background, I have to simplify, and by simplifying it's uninteresting, and so the talks get very kind of, well, done out of duty, but I think there needs to be kind of an element of that simplification, and translating is not sort of just a duty, but that can actually be quite an intellectual challenge to do it well. And I think we see a few examples of those who are doing it well, and I would hope that they find it intellectually stimulating, but also to do away with some of the statements that have been made by past physicists, like overemphasizing the quantum is spooky action at a distance, and thereby scaring everyone up because one physicist said it's spooky. I don't think we need to replicate these myths around quantum computing, and kind of also don't fearmonger around it. But also don't amplify. Assume that your audiences are epistemic, are well educated, and also have epistemic capacities, have the same epistemic capacities as you. Don't assume that their epistemic capacities are inferior to yours. For civil society, for industry communicating to civil society and policymakers and academics, it's be down to earth, don't oversell, I said that already. For policymakers, it's also to involve scientists and industry and listen to them. So there be good listeners. And don't pretend you already have seen this before, but listen again and listen better, because we haven't figured out a good way for policymakers to engage with scientists, and we haven't found a good way for good tech policy. And then for listeners, I said this, listeners need to accept the unknowns. So there is a lot of unknowns, and often that's hard, so don't do the kind of bullying that Barry mentioned. except that there is a different logic, but that doesn't mean it's too hard. And sort of have this practice of openness and generosity. And so in practice, what it means is, for instance, and I'm going to come back to the Open Quantum Institute again, but this is why kind of this element of translation is why we have this element on education of broader audiences, so for students, through hackathons and through lectures and so forth, through also putting the physicists in our community together with students and really enabling an exchange there, but also have this education of policymakers to enable them to really be anticipatory and also do kind of experiential learning through something like the quantum diplomacy game. And also around governance, that we need kind of an open, or allow this maybe to be an open forum for multi-stakeholders to meet and to exchange, to have this translation element, to understand from each other, together with institutions like the OECD, like UNESCO, also building on initiatives like the International Year of Quantum, that is mainly, and you heard if you attended or watched the opening ceremony, that one of the main aims of the International Year of Quantum is to make people more aware and at least make people start questioning around what quantum technologies are. So with that, I close.
Thank you. So Mira, you've made a lot of wish lists in your talk, but one of the things that I like, but I'll also challenge you on later, which is a little bit about changing behavior. So industry developers, do not hype, be humble, don't oversell. Just for quantum. We'll talk about that after. But something that struck me as well was about being polite with you talked about sending and receiving, and this whole idea of the receiver. Something Barry said earlier when you were saying talk with investors. When you talked about due diligence, Barry, they don't always listen to what you say, right? You said that. And the other one was the reception of what I said. I'm putting myself in terms of the receiver here. I don't want to know all this information. When is the quantum computer going to be there? So this whole point about sending and receiving in that relationship, whether they listen, that's another thing, right? So we'll talk about that in the panel. And so for our last panelist, Alessandra Colecchia, head of the Division for Science and Technology Policy. And please take the floor. There are some slides.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm the head for science technology policy at the OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. So we are an intergovernmental organization with 38 members and 8 more to come. And we are kind of knowledge hub. So we produce data, analytical reports, and best policy practices, let's say, summarized like that. In our area of science, technology, and innovation, we work on science policy, obviously, on emerging technologies, and so responsible innovation in emerging techs, including quantum, on innovation policies, and many other things. So today, I want to focus on this population. Yeah, on the population of policymakers. So in the morning we saw, you had presentations saying how, you can communicate about quantum with art, and now, I see use very much also the use of cartoons and so on. So, but I really agree with Mira that policymakers do not need to go in the nitty-gritty of the explanation of what quantum is, actually. They need to know what are the implications of quantum for the economy, for industry, and what kind of policy issues are emerging, and so that they can do something about it. Basically, what's the issue for policymakers? It was said by other speakers. So first of all, the mystery. Also, Professor Kim mentioned that. There is a mystery around quantum, superposition. Is it something intuitive, entanglement? Personally, I don't understand it. I'm the only one who doesn't have a quantum background in this panel. But it's this mysterious mystery around quantum that attracts people, including policymakers. They say, oh, it sounds really cool, this quantum, and what can it actually do to the economy, to society? And the hype that Mira and others have mentioned, this can really be misleading. It's the hype that emerges in industry. So there are lots, for example, lots of vendors with technologies that are not mature enough, and they put out information that is misleading and so on. It misleads researchers. So if researchers have pressures that they should do research in certain fields because they can secure more funding, that distorts their decision as well. So this whole hype can mislead policymakers. They can, force them or incentivize them to go and make policy decision, funding decision, maybe in areas they shouldn't, or set some kind of unrealistic targets. So this is really a problem for the policymaking community. So it's important because ineffective science communication undermines the credibility of scientific experts, of scientific institutions, policymakers if they make wrong choices. It can also damage nascent industries in a way. So there is this incentive of being hyped so that you can attract talent, investments, and so on. But you can also damage the industries that are not making the right choices. So at the OECD, we work on science policy. And already in 2023, we have put out some principle of communicating science responsibly. This is any science. It's not particular quantum science. So the issue of communicating science properly and responsibly has always been there. But obviously, there's been a transition from the way communication was made through traditional intermediaries, through newspapers, scientific publication, and so on, and the use of digital tools like online and social media. Now everybody can communicate around science, and how do we know if these communicators are trusted or not? So there are new communication actors. There is a lot of misinformation going around due to the possibility of using these digital tools that reach the audience very fast before you can actually check the information. The information is already out there. And so there are lots of also dissenting scientific views. We heard some examples, and polarization of discussions around science. So this is all has to do with communicating science responsibly. So we have actually developed some principles at the OECD for responsible science and communication. They can be grouped around those 6 points. Transparency, you need to be able to give access. This is for researchers in particular. You need to be able to give access to data, and also the methods, how you're doing things. Things need to be replicable. You need to be inclusive, so give up opportunity and reach out to diverse communities and give the opportunity to everybody to access to the scientific communication, so the science you're doing. You need to have integrity, so respect some ethical and professional standards in science and communication. This goes without saying. Being accountable, so when science is communicated, who is responsible for that communication? Is it you who has produced the science? Is the institution? Is someone else on your behalf? Is a science commentator that is reporting what has been done? Freedom and autonomy, obviously, when you're doing science and you're communicating about it, you have to be careful not to have external pressure or interference. And so there are some codes of conduct that researchers have. And this is timeless because these were produced during 2023, so just after COVID. And we studied a lot how you have to communicate in times of crisis. You need to be very fast to avoid issues, problems, misconceptions. But at the same time, you need to come up with information that is reliable, accurate enough. So there is a trade-off there. So I'm not too worried about the future. I'm talking about the policymakers of today. I think we have heard today that there is a big role in communicating and teaching about quantum in education. Today, quantum is being taught through cartoons. Quantum is being taught without any mathematical requirements, so that Quantum in Picture book is the book I think Chara was referring to, so teaching kids of high school without, so that even if they don't have any training in mathematics, it's possible. And then there is a lot in university, there is a lot of science communication courses and so on. So not to worry about the future, but now, today, how we actually transmit the message about science and technology for any emerging technologies. But now, today, we're talking about quantum, is very important. Thank you.
So I think it's working, yes? Yes, it is. Okay. So I'm going to invite all panelists down to the front. We're going to take the chairs and put them on stage. Please take your own chair.
Hello.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. So one of you, Alessandra's got a microphone. Okay, so let's start. Why don't we start with Alessandra, since you have the microphone, Alessandra. You know, you mentioned some of these principles, and you showed really nicely and about responsible science communication. And I might ask some of the audience about this notion of responsible communication in a moment. But how do you do that in practice? So you've given these principles, but how do you really enable policymakers to take up, or others to take up these principles?
So what we usually do, if we agree on this principle, is to develop some guidelines that are useful. So, for example, at universities or in public research organizations and so on. And so the first thing would be to take those 6, and then, you know, what kind of practical guidelines you can follow. In some areas, like we have already done it for transparency, integrity of data, for research, and so on. So this is a very practical step that is taken up in every country, but also the international level, like at the OECD. And then obviously governments can act upon through educational resources. So we heard the work the IBM is doing, so also governments could follow and partner with industry to give educational resources at all levels, so starting with the high school and university and so on. That's surely something they can do right away.
Fantastic. Would any of the other panelists like to respond on this notion of responsible communication? Barry, you talked about yourself as being, or attempting to be, or trying to be honest in the way you do communicate quantum. What about quantum principles for science communication?
Okay, so for me, I told you about quantum heaven and quantum hell. So it's kind of like, it's establishing some moral ground or ontological, I try to have something concrete myself that keeps me in line, because the temptation's always there to boost my ego and misrepresent things, and we have to fight human nature. But I do have the problem with colleagues, so I'm building up this innovation ecosystem in Calgary, and we do things. I know I'm being recorded, so I'm going to be very careful what I say, but there is a tendency for some people to hype and to misrepresent. And this causes misallocation of resources. So, like with the Quantum City that I lead, we have a clear vision, a clear mission, and we have a value statement. And so at least people that report to me or report to people who report to me or report to people who report to people, et cetera, on that level, I try to make sure that we do what we can to establish a culture where we value, and it's interesting what you said, Alessandra, with all those points, like, you know, the different principles, you have the transparency, the responsibility, et cetera. I'm coming away thinking, gee, I can write our value statement even better after what you said, but we have to develop that culture where we have these principles articulated, and then the idea is really to fight human nature and be honest. So that's, my take is, you have to instill a culture that you value honesty and transparency and not winding up on the front page of the New York Times.
I see, Mira, you're eager to add to that. So
And maybe, because typically we tend to agree so much on these panels, so maybe I can disagree a little bit. In particular, well, heaven and hell,
and purgatory.
Not at all religious, and I think that has been used for all the wrong reasons. But I also disagree with we having to find human nature. I would say from the experience I had, and so what I did at IBM is that I built the Responsible Quantum program essentially there. And what I noticed there is that actually it is more about having institutions not kill human nature and encouraging human natures to survive within an institution, disrespectful of kind of institutional logic. And so what I mean by that is that the way we built the program was in a participatory manner. So we said it would be useless to have a responsible quantum program if the ethicist or the philosopher came in and said, these are good principles, follow the principles. And it would be clear that people would say, well, why should I follow these principles just because you say so? So instead what we did is that we did interviews with our all of our scientists, our business leadership, our outreach leadership, and sort of really interviewed the organization on what their values were. And the reason I'm saying we don't need to fight human nature is that actually these interviews were incredibly heartening, and I can't kind of, they were confidential, but what I can say in a general term is that I noticed that in sort of a closed 101 setting, everyone was very clearly putting so much work into working weekends and working a lot on quantum computing for all the right reasons. Everyone I spoke to wanted quantum computing to be developed for societal use and wanted to ensure that it's not just for commercial benefit, and that also a lot of them didn't want to work with the defense industry and were really worried about the hype. A lot of what came up in each of the interviews was, are we overselling, are we overstating? So that was an individual, closed, confidential interview. So I think the human nature that I saw is the one that needs to be encouraged. What then happens is that when power dynamics, and so actually we define responsible quantum as quantum computing that is aware of the power of its effects. So I think we need to bring power into the conversation, or power does to all of this. So once individuals become part of an institution, institutional logic holds, once you're part of a team, your job is depending on are you fulfilling that project? Are you developing? Are you working with X client? Are you as a business developer, are you making deals, and are you making the incredibly unrealistic targets that are being set for you? Then stuff that human nature unfortunately changes. So maybe the point where we can agree is that how do we human nature so that it resists the change that is meant to be put upon it by an institution.
Okay, I see Jin Hee would like to say a few words on this.
Okay. I think the misconception of the quantum mechanics and more, such kind of thing, Schrödinger case, that kind of thing is not, I am very optimistic about that kind of thing. It's not a big concern because it present in the past days and it exists in these days. But what I'm worrying about is the future of the quantum computing. People believe that the quantum computing is in our desktop type, okay, and it can solve most of the human problems, including energy, defense, security, that kind of thing. But we know there is a limitation. The quantum computing can solve the issues And there are few algorithms known as algorithms which can be quantum supremous than classical computer. So we try to dissolve these issues. What exactly could be the quantum computer like? I don't believe all the people can get their own quantum computer in their home. It is improbable, I guess. So we try to what quantum computer could do and what quantum computer cannot. I guess in the near future, I guess the quantum industry can exist or not. For example, in quantum 1.0 era, there is many discoveries, such kind of the semiconductor, but nobody tells it is quantum. The semiconductor industry is based on the quantum mechanics. There is an energy gap, but nobody tells it is a quantum industry, the semiconductor industry. Also, the optical fiber is could be quantum mechanical, but nobody says it is optical industry, not quantum. But what could be in the quantum industry in the future? If it helps the semiconductor industry, it is called the part of the semiconductor industry. So I'm not sure the quantum industry exists alone in the near future. So, yeah.
So thank you, Ginny. I'm just going to summarize a little bit and then throw it back at the panel. And please, audience, I'll start looking. And if you have some questions, I'll make a note and we'll open the floor. Alessandra, you presented some guidance on responsible communication. Barry, you started talking about building a culture, encouraging a culture of responsible communication with your heaven, hell, and maybe you have a wall of shame as well. That would be really great. I'd love that. Amira, you pushed back a little bit and said, well, it's not about individuals, it's about institutions, right? So Barry, you talked about hype. And I think institutionally, that hype is encouraged when in the world of research in terms of gaining grants, or maybe it's a slippery slope, right? And this is where I'm going. One point is institutions, the funding institutions, let's say, encourage hype almost. There's a battle for funds. And so there's an issue about managing that. Mira, you talked about individuals wanting to be responsible and communicate, but they're part of a culture, an institution, which may have to change. And Ginny, you talked a little bit about science communication, about what quantum is and what it can do. You're not worried about that. But thinking about quantum futures is a bit of a challenge. And this is where I'm a bit, I have a question for all of you, isn't there a tendency to slip into hype and imagination and unbelievable fictions about the future? Is there an issue about positioning those fictions about the future? Perhaps we have to be responsible about that. But it's very difficult because we're imagining the unknown, right? So does anybody have a comment on that?
Well, I'm not sure it's the answer to your question.
It has to be the answer, Amber. Come on, give me the answer.
But a answer relates a little bit to also the way you're kind of creating a reinforcing cycle in which you keep on creating and recreating this hype cycle by also creating this idea of yes, there is something that's called the quantum computer, and then showcasing all the kind of timelines in which it will develop, but then creating uncertainty. You don't know when or which one will win. So then, of course, it's a reinforcing cycle because you don't know when it might happen. And then you kind of reinforce this idea of also, but you should prepare, and you should be worried for what it might be implicating for you as an organization, or you should prepare and grasp the opportunities it's grasping. And these three mechanisms kind of reinforce this cycle of hype every now and then. And somewhere, I think there's a need to, break this reinforcing cycle And then you can finally go beyond this hype idea.
So what you're saying is responsible communication, yes, but we also have to understand the dynamics of communication and its ramifications. So a real reflection on this, and that it does have power and it does shape behavior. Does anybody have a comment on that? Barry, I see you moving.
Yeah, first Mira and I, we disagreed, and I have the mic we share, so she can't talk about that anymore. Okay, so then, yeah, just a couple of points which relate to what you said, Doug, and go back to the previous conversation is, first of all, when I talk about the heaven and hell, that's a personal morality play. That's not, I don't build my team up on that way of thinking, but it does come back, and this relates to what you were saying, Amber, about hype is kind of establish the values, but, and then the human nature comment I made, I think from an economist point of view, it's human nature to follow incentives. And so there is an incentivization to hype. There's an incentivization to mislead that, you know, and it's the power dynamic that you talked about, that you can rise up in the quantum world through misinforming, through pitching things in a certain way. And I mean, so a lot of people I know, really good quantum scientists, you mentioned David DiVincenzo and his work, and a lot of people have gone more quiet because they don't feel comfortable with what's going on. And so those are more comfortable with pushing the hype do succeed. So just taking what you said, Mira, is really my comment. The morality comment, I agree, doesn't apply. It's more, this goes back to the values and having values underpinned by good principles of responsible communication, and then recognizing that there are incentives in place. And you talked about the company. And so within a company on a sales team, you know, you talked about the IBM, so now I'll provoke you. Like, no, like when I deal with IBM scientists, really good, very clear and all that stuff. But then when I deal with the IBM salespeople, and they come around, they're like, when they come in my region, they like me to go with them places, but I don't always feel comfortable. And then the story tends to be more, you know, it's sales oriented. I'll hand it over to you.
I think that I would just say observe how many and if any scientists from IBM accompany those salespeople, and that'll tell you a lot. So I think that's just left there. But I think in terms of the sort of responsibility around communication and the responsibility around de-hyping, I think what you said is really one slogan that could kind of be pulled from that is, listen to those who are quiet. And I think that's I see Quantum Insider here in front of me. I think that is where, and unfortunately I have to make this broad now, but where we also need to be realistic about the, and I think Alessandro, you had this on your slides, the media dynamics. I mean, what we've seen this February, again, after the quantum community already fell on its nose once with quantum supremacy, saying it so that we also all remember, also fell already once for Majorana, fell again. And I mean, I think it was beautiful. I remember very vividly with my sort of scientist colleagues being in, you know, the Twitter, and no, it's not Twitter, but the social media threads around, like, getting through the Nature commentary of that publication, seeing what was actually being commented, seeing that Nature was saying themselves that there wasn't enough data, and also for everyone waiting for what was being published at APS and so forth. And of course, none of that was in the media, was in the Wall Street journals, was in the, I don't remember what the Quantum Insider published, so I'm not going to make enemies right here in the room. But I think that is incredibly problematic, that this, what you were saying, that the mystery and the hype and the sort of that creates such attraction, and this kind of almost clickbaity ways the media functions, that we kind of always, we need to go, not only do we need to educate scientists to talk better to policymakers to kind of understand better what to fall for and not, but we almost need to educate or find better media outlets, and unfortunately that's a general problem we're having, not just with quantum. So I think there's this element of also the dynamics of the media around it.
Just to say, let's remember the bubble bursting, right? So if you create too much expectation that has not grounds, we have to think about the cost of miscommunication and what that can do to trust in science and technology. So we have to be very careful. And I was thinking whether, what's the role of industry into that. So I saw that IBM was putting out research. It's very important that everything is transparent and documented, and I think they're doing a serious job. So is there a role for having some kind of private sector guidelines on putting out things, on communicating around quantum, so that you can understand quickly if this communication is seriously grounded or not? Everybody can, not just the experts. So is that something that IBM can lead on, but others can also?
I think this is interesting in terms of best practice guidance. But Barry, you mentioned incentives and disincentives. It can be to Barry, it can be to everybody. So Barry, if you want to answer, it's with such guidance, does it require incentives and disincentives for that to be followed?
I'll do first now. Go first. I think that's a general issue that all of us who are involved in the sort of responsible or ethical side of things is that we need to get a good return on invest on ethical behavior. And I think actually Sung-Wook Yoo, who's a professor of philosophy at Hanan University and also very involved in sort of quantum ethics, he advises UNESCO, he says it very beautifully. He says that behaving responsible and also having responsible business practices is the only efficient way. Because if you think of the social cost, and I think that's also what you're alluding to, Alessandra, the social cost of not doing that, that is incredibly inefficient. So I think as a logic that I noticed nodding here and there, so as a logic that makes sense, but unfortunately what we need to do in order for businesses to kind of follow suit with that is we actually need to do that formula. We actually need to show that the return on invest on ethical or responsible, whatever you want to call them, business practices is net positive and not as it is perceived net negative. So I think it's a call to action for all of us to develop that ROI on ethics.
Maybe my addition would be addition, not an or. And that's related to my talk when I argued for also a close consideration of the societal context in which you actually implement the quantum technologies and the quantum innovations, and this comes really close when you're talking about the applications that they are pushing for the quantum technology to show proof of concepts and these kind of things, and then you enter the more societal realm, and there are people that also have specific demands and desires that they want to resolve, and they are maybe not quantum related, but you can actually find your matching point between this more STI focus and the more societal demand driven questions that are out there that actually might find a beautiful combination that builds the bridge between the worlds, rather than just sticking with the idea of a bridge between those worlds. I argue then, of course, it would be most beneficial if you build the bridge together.
Yeah, I guess one of the key things that springs to mind about this edition and thinking about these different consequences as well is also you don't need a consensus when you communicate, right? The receiver doesn't have to accept what you say, but the communication needs to be robust, right? There's this idea of trust in that communication pathway, whichever one it is. There's an idea that the kind of discussion is somehow founded on some evidence. I'm still trying to get to grips with some things that some of you said. Mira, you mentioned need to know. How much do they need to know? When is enough in terms of communicating from science out there somewhere? I'm still wrestling with that one, so if you want to pick that one up. The other one is also, I'm still wrestling with my original question about futuring. You do need imagination and fictions about the future. When is it a bad fiction? When is it a good fiction? When is it a heavenly fiction? When is it a hellish fiction? Do we have the right to imagine, or should we be modest? Should we be humble? Sorry, Mira. Should we not hype?
Maybe it's more of a balance as well. I'm not sure this thing works, but I'm trying.
It does work,
Because when I argued for the more demand-driven use cases, quite often they are not necessarily in the imagining wild space. They are kind of grounded in where we are now and where there are societal challenges with societal bottlenecks, with the technical bottlenecks. I mean, societal challenges that demands technological solutions as well, and that kind of drives a certain way of imagining that is more directed in that sense. But I do not necessarily say that that is all that you need. And that also for quantum technologies and their more imaginative future long-term implications, they should remain valuable and relevant.
So this is fantastic. Before, Alessandra, do you want to comment? I'll just make one little response and I'll hand over. So in a sense, you speculate, but it's controlled speculation, right? It's based on certain ways of thinking, traceable logic, some ideas, and it plays a certain role. And I guess more science fiction, imagination plays a certain role and should be taken based on that role, I suppose it plays. Please, Alessandra.
If it's speculation, it's not reality. So it's communicated as speculation, it's perfect. I think it has a big role, engaging in this participatory process with society and thinking forward, because that helps driving the future application of quantum or other technologies. So if we really want to have quantum for good, for health, for addressing some of the challenges of the world, we need to hear society. So we need to create these spaces of dialogue with society. And since quantum it is a bit of a technical field, that's where the communication, dumbing it down a little bit, helps to engage the society and think about futures. So these techniques are perfectly good, I think, because people realize these are speculations.
Thank you, Alessandra. It is my job at the OECD to do foresight, so thank you. Please, Mira, and then there's a question from the audience.
I just wanted to, I think so when you're asking about the kind of future, if we look back into, philosophy also, we have a history of either utopias or dystopias. And, there's the Hobbes that live in the dystopian states, and then we have more contemporary philosophers like Rawls, who looks more at the utopias, who create a liberal utopia. I can't say that either of what is coming out of that is particularly helpful. I mean, there's then coming recommendations for how to behave in the present out of that. So I think it's neither, and this is where I'm a diehard Hegelian, it's neither either of the sides, but it's both. And it's kind of the in-between. And in a way, to make that very, very pragmatic and not philosophical, is I think anticipation is neither a too pessimistic nor too kind of optimistic or too utopian way of trying to anticipate what is happening. And I think what is the key here, and it was alluded to also in what you were saying about the past 3 days, in evidence-based anticipation, so that it is not, as you were saying, speculation, but that actually we're not kind of pretending the future doesn't come, but that we're using the evidence we're having today. So kind of, and that evidence-based for me means being humble. And I'm waiting for that song to be played at the end, please.
Yeah, I have to admit, I'm not going to be humble because I'm going to shamelessly talk about myself. So during my PhD, I did some work on what we call controlled speculation, and we looked at co-evolutionary scenarios where we look at the middle way and look at choices and how they unfold. Other people have done work on that, such as, I forget the name, someone was talking about the boring apocalypse, and I really like this notion of step-by-step cumulative issues, because it's about, not about a dystopia or a utopia, but how things add up and accumulate in the steps and choices. I'll stop talking about myself, and there's somebody in the audience. Please, Daniela, you have a question.
Yes, thank you. So it's 2025, and I'm thinking, I've heard the timelines of quantum computing 10, 15 years. So let's imagine it's 2035, and there's not a quantum computing that is delivering business advantage. We have started to see some companies actually failing and some closing operations, so like Zapata Computing. we're likely going to see a few more failing. So my question for you is, there's a hype cycle that is normal and natural. So how are you thinking that you could cushion those disillusionment that's going to happen? How can you communicate it to policymakers and investors that they indeed will need to have patience?
So in the sense of the Gartner cycle, how do you not, at least don't dwell in the trough of disillusionment, but it doesn't hurt so much, is what you're saying, Daniela. Do you have any comments from the other? Barry first?
Sure, yeah, we can learn from history. So a good example is fusion, nuclear fusion. Yeah. And then, for 80 years, people still live on the dream that we'll get all our energy from seawater and have no radioactive waste. It's a good dream, and it's, possible. It's like quantum computers, it's a possibility. It's hard, and we don't really know if it's going to work in the end. But that's been funded and active for 80 years. So you're talking about going out for 10 more years. That's an area where the dream is so compelling that, and there are companies actually recently, they kind of changed the game now. So, trying to build a scalable fusion reactor is really hard. And then in recent times, they changed the architecture to chase an early milestone in a way that can't be scaled up. And then there's been the launch of a number of companies in recent years related to that area. So it teaches us some lessons that it is possible. So if quantum computing takes a long, long time to come about, there are ways to do it. And that community reset its pathway to make sure that they said, okay, we don't have a way to reach a particular milestone unless we give up on later stuff. And they're very clear on what the dream is. And then it just becomes this slow motion glacial process, and it keeps going. So, every decade there are more advances taking place, and we hope our great-grandchildren can see that coming, and you don't give up. And so if, maybe we get lucky and quantum computing is amazing in 10 years, but if it isn't, the trough of disillusionment in the Gartner hype cycle doesn't end things. Then there's the slope of enlightenment.
Yes, you got it.
Yeah, so it just means that the slope of enlightenment emerges, in 100 years or whatever it takes.
Maybe to
Amber and then Alessandra.
Sorry. Yeah, mine was just an addition to what you were saying about the fusion from the experience of AI. Because a few years ago, I was also at the AI summit, and then, of course, AI went through several winters even. So there has been a down side for the interest on the topic. And then I remember they said something like at the beginning of the summit, "Oh, I'm so happy to be here again." So then I realized the community kind of stayed, and the interest and the research going on stayed, and just the public interest in the topic had disappeared for some time. But the research continues and creates the momentum for a new break.
Yes, I agree. Barry, you said it beautifully. And so we have a long-term objective, but we need to be honest and revisiting the expectations. So for industry develops these roadmaps, right? So maybe the industry should review the roadmaps very frequently. I don't know, every year. New possibility can also come up. And so these roadmaps could also become more ambitious. But if you review them regularly, and maybe the review is done by some neutral expert, then that will give more grounds and will ground the expectations even more.
Yeah, this idea of a visioning exercise, which is returned to on a yearly basis, taking in new evidence and new ideas of thinking, and basically quite kind of reflecting on where you are and where you'd like to go. I think this makes sense, and we've seen it in other industries, right? Any comments on this, Jinhee?
Okay. I fully agree with the Sanders that the slowing down a little bit can be a good choice, I guess, because the nowadays there is a huge investment increase for public side and also the private side. So even in Korea there are three the quantum graduate school, but there are many workforce. probably in next year about 30 PhD will come to the market. Then if there is the industry, quantum industry does not expand so fast, who can observe that the PhDs? So there can be some the mismatch between the public investment and the industry expansion. So there can be some deep consideration of the whole things. So if we do not control the pace, there can be some bubble expansion, I guess. So we must be very cautious in the investment and the industry, both sides.
Okay, I'd like to be provocative about this hype discussion and communication. On one hand, you need to hype to encourage PhD students to come and that the future is bright. You also hype about, this is going to change the world, but also it's business as usual, right? It's small steps. You have to balance both. So I guess there's a happy middle which we haven't figured out yet, which is hope, encouragement, knowing that things are challenging step by step, but that in some shape this will somehow emerge. But there's a lot of slippery slopes, right? In that how you Jin-hee would turn things up, how in industry turn it up, turn it down, how in research you turn it up and turn it down. How do you get the right balance?
Okay, if the quantum industry follows the semiconductor industry, there is a Moore's law. There is a step-by-step increase of the intensity, but do you guarantee that the quantum industry follow the similar step like the semiconductor industry? So somebody makes for example 1,000 qubit, and next the 1.5 thousand qubit, something like that. I don't think so. If there is a good use of the quantum computer, there is not much need for the workforce to build the superconductor, I guess. So there can be a huge mismatch between the workforce and the industry. So there must be some the caution needed, I guess.
So I'm not in industry anymore, but what I've observed, in particular in the context of the Open Quantum Institute and the discussions there, is that there's a lot of industry that supports it. I'm looking at the sort of sponsors here, so similar logos like the ones you see here for the industry sponsors. And what is very, very interesting is that in those contexts, there's relatively little hype. And so a tentative learning from that would be, and also in contexts where you have industry, so sales, and I think industry isn't industry, but industry salespeople and industry researchers in one room, there's also relatively little hype. So maybe tentative learnings from that is put industry in a room together with sort of, guardians or stewards, with people who have the expertise, and then suddenly the salespeople will be rather quiet. Or also in the context of having a lot of industry in one room. And I mean, yes, I think as I'm speaking, the negative example is maybe the industry session at the IYQ opening ceremony, where it was more comparison of who has the, who's more advanced. So that is kind of, if you don't put industry together on a stage, is maybe the learning from that. But if you put them in a room and there's real experts in the room, then suddenly the hyping is going quiet. So that's the learning. So make sure you have a matching of, a salesperson and an expert, and then suddenly there's no more hype. I don't know whether you've made that experience that I've seen there you would share, that once you're in the room, industry stops hyping. Does that happen?
I don't know. I don't know what happens when I'm not in the room. Okay. But it is, I mean, I know your point. And the point is that it's, the level of hype goes down if there's an perceived expert in the audience who can correct it. And I wouldn't hold back.
Perhaps I'm then advocating also a bit more the role of the innovation policy advisors and the role of strategic intelligence here. And I think there's also a good role to play for these kind of insights to be shared in a more neutral way, without necessarily the backing of either the, of course it's based on the science and the expertise in the field, but it's a more neutral way of communicating about where does this field stand, where might it go. And that's the role of the innovation policy analyst and the strategic intelligence they do.
I want to just add one more thing. So I'm here, and I'm coming across a very cautious person, but why did I change my career to focus on things like quantum computing? And that's because in the mid-1990s we had that radical shift where we understood that the concepts underlying computer science weren't holding. So I have no qualms about hyping the scientific advance. Something amazing has happened in the field scientifically, that what we call the strong Church-Turing thesis doesn't hold for all intents and purposes. So there is really an underpinning, there is something to really get excited about. Whether it means that we'll fix climate problems and all that other stuff, I don't know. But just like, there is something worth hyping on a scientific level.
So please, Alessandra, you want to say something?
Yes, just again, quantum is a lot of technologies, not just quantum computing, so that some of them, sensing and also communications, they have already practical applications. But in terms of the workforce, hype or not hype, studying physics is great. It's the thing to do, right? Because
you're biased. Your son studies physics.
Because you can use it for quantum, you can use it for any other emerging technologies. These are all adjacent technologies. So the semiconductor industry has a workforce that can be used for quantum. They are coming from nanotechnologies to quantum. So, so in that sense, the workforce, the pipeline needs to be built and will be useful for any of these technologies.
Okay, I agree.
He agrees as a former nanoscientist, now quantum. Yes, but a number of things. It's great. I noted down during the presentations, are there dimensions of hype, different dimensions, good, bad, and ugly. And Barry, you're talking a little bit about, let's say, positive hype. We've kind of been looking at hyping as being a generally bad thing, but it has a good role to play. It encourages people. It provides hope and interest, and also is perhaps justified based on evidence in certain communities. So I think one of the things to take away is really to unpack hype in terms of these different dimensions of how it plays a role, how it can inhibit and have effects over time. I think, Amber, I love what you said because my job is strategic intelligence and I love endorsing it. But it reminds me a little bit about, in technology assessment, this whole notion of an honest broker. This honest broker is somebody who's neutral, who provides this at a distance kind of evidence. Who could that be? This is something very interesting for me. Who could it be? I mean, OECD, we do our best. We think we could be doing that, of course, but others do it. I mean, Rathenau Institute in the Netherlands, they play that role for Parliament as an honest broker. Yes, and Alessandra, you're right. We're talking about encouraging and sending a message to encourage that workforce, regardless. There's a place for them, and we need to grow those. Are there any final questions from the audience or comments? Yeah, please, go ahead. So there's two. So you mentioned we had a little bit more time, so I'll take that 10 minutes. And yes, okay, please.
So I just want to understand, based on your final question, if everybody is on the same page or what it means to hype, because I agree with Barry's definition of a good hype in the sense that something exciting happened and we're excited about. We're not inflating it. We're just saying that this happened and that's cool. And there's another perspective that's like we should exaggerate a bit to attract talent, to attract investment, and that I have a big problem with. But I just want to understand if everybody's on the same page, if everybody has like arguments to defend this inflation of expectations. Because for me, for instance, and when you mention just one of the issues that I have several, but for instance, when you say a attract talent. If you're attracting talent for something that is not an industry or that will not pan out or that will eventually go through a hype cycle, and these people are investing on like a master's in quantum information that will not go anywhere, which is completely different than pursue physics, that I agree is the move. Because physics you can move around, but people are also, I feel a big tendency of people incentivizing going to a very specific quantum information degree. And that for me is where it gets tricky, because maybe you're setting people to an industry that will go through hype cycles. So my main question is there an argument for these exaggerated claims? Not the excitement one, the exaggerated claims.
Just before I hand over, I think Mira wants to say something. I mean, it's risky, right? This is what you're saying. It's risky. But there is the whole notion of self-fulfilling prophecy. You make your prophecy, people move, and then it actually happens. So this is one of the motivations for some of this exaggeration. I'm not saying it's good, bad, or ugly, right? But yeah, the audience is doing this, everybody online. But yes, but that's one of the motivations behind that, I guess. But please, Mira, you have a comment.
I think you kind of almost redefined hyping whilst you were asking your question. So if I tried, and this is not looked up or anything, but if I try to define hype, for me, immediately the terms of exaggeration and simplification would be part of the definition of hype. So I would resist even the fact that there can be positive hype. What I would hope, though, is that amazing scientific discoveries, the value of those discoveries are seen for how amazing they are, so that we do not need to hype them. So I think we need to go back and this is what I meant earlier with assume similar epistemic capacities on your listener's side, is that and this goes then to if you're communicating well, if you're communicating the scientific discoveries well, the context, the baselines, and kind of maybe the timeline against which they're made, or the reasons as to why they are great achievements, I don't think one needs to hype. I think if you communicate and weigh the context well enough, you understand why it is amazing without having to hype it, and so in long form, without having to exaggerate it or without having to simplify it too much. So I would be more on the resisting and careful side with that. And I think then also in a ways these discoveries can speak for themselves. And I want to also reference what a fellow physicist, Matthias Christianel, who works in quantum for life sciences, and he was asked about the quantum winter and whether he's scared about it, and he was getting so angry, saying, look, don't you realize that even by advancing, by just advancing the physics, how amazing it is, the understanding we have about the universe, by advancing that is amazing in itself. And I think that reminds us of another value as society, that scientific discovery in itself has a value, and a very, really important value. And so I think the reason we're having this discussion around is a positive hype and so forth. It's more that we have a societal issue, a big issue that we're seeing in particular with respect to the climate crisis, that we're devaluing science. And so I think the lever for me is not to suddenly redefine hype as positive, but rather to have that bigger leverage on, we need to make sure that we're again valuing science and scientific advancements and everything that follows from that.
I think one of the things that's striking is it's implicit, but then I thought I'm going to say it's implicit, but you made it explicit at the end, which is about values, right? You've got some underlying values in your statement there, which is totally okay. I agree with those values, and we've discussed about guidance for responsible communication. You've talked about, Barry, about your values and building a culture of responsibility and communication. And I think this whole notion of hyping has this notion of values behind it, because, positive for whom? Those people who hype and gain credibility, maybe unfair advantage by mobilizing resources through hyping, for them it's very good, but based on certain values, it ain't. And so one of these things is really to use these guidance and this kind of value-based judgments to kind of do this expectations management, which isn't a hype, by the way, hype, which I agree, it's not positive, it's about exaggeration. I know there is one question in the audience. Angelina, you still want to pose it? And that will be the last question of the session. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, I would love to pose it. It's still... it's on, but it's
You've got to hold it closer, that's all.
Okay. Oh, it works. Nice. It's fortunately completely tangential to the ongoing discussion. Apologies for that.
This
in
is the
advance.
last question of the day. Go for it.
Okay, let's open that can. I think in the very early phases of this discussion, Barry mentioned that. You mentioned that you give policy or you give advice on, for example, investment or innovation management, and that this advice is sometimes not being taken. Although I would dare to say that you probably qualify as one of the technical experts that could actually be considered quite reliable in giving advice. So, how does it come that that this advice is not being taken on occasions?
Well, okay, so I'll tell you what happens. There might be a fund that's set up for quantum or some other thing. I don't want to get too specific, but a fund is set up, it's got a particular scope, and then that's used to raise money. And then a question can come to me, assess whether in the space, like you could talk about neutral atom quantum computing or superconducting or photonics. So they might say, we want to, our portfolio needs to have a certain partial investment in that particular area. And then the question will be, is this, if we put money in this company, is it the best for that portfolio? And then of course, what does best mean? Each of the different startups have different techniques to circumvent stuff. If I say something, if they're saying something like, over a 3-year horizon, will they achieve particular milestones? And then if I say something like, this area has dead ends in 5 years, or like this particular company, they might achieve it, but then they'll hit a roadblock, or the question of whether that particular portfolio is worth that level of investment, they don't want to know. So they're coming in with well-posed questions. They've strategized on some level, and then the questions are very technical, and that's what they want. And they just want particular questions answered. So, I'm still learning the universe of investing, but these are the kinds of things that come up. So my opinion on the strategy is not wanted. It's just technical questions being answered. That's how it works.
Okay, so we're at the time. Does any of the panelists want to say a final remark, or are we done? Any burning desire to say something? No. Okay, so I'd like to thank you all for still being here. Thanks to the panelists. Let's give them a round of applause. And please, Professor Choi.
Okay, I use that one. 괜찮네요. 저희 요거 하나에 단체 사진 찍을게요. 요거 배경으로 찍으면 되겠네요. Okay. Thank you very much. So we are closing the session with some my comments and also thanks to everybody. So I'll do that. So after that, we'll have a group photo. So okay. So with background with that. Okay. So I think we are doing very well today. We shared our experiences and ideas greatly, and also discussed a lot the challenges and opportunities, and also efficiency and effectiveness, and also the accuracy of the science communication, outreach and science communication to public, especially focusing on the quantum science and technology. So we also discussed about the issues about to whom we speak to. So when we talk about the real general public, and also when we talk about the other scientists, and also when you talk about the engineers, and also the government policymakers. So in all these discussions, we always think about the responsibility as a scientist. So that's all, included in the final discussion in the session 4. So in that sense, I think that today's event is very fruitful in raising issues related to outreach and science communication of quantum science technology to public, and also start to discussion seriously on these issues. So thank you very much. So I'd like to express sincere thanks to Global Organizing Committee and also the local organizing committee for their efforts to make this event. And also I'd like to express sincere thanks to invite speakers, especially from abroad, and also session chairs and audiences on site and online. And also especially the OECD delegation led by Alessandra and Douglas. Thanks a lot. And also the staff members of Yonsei University, especially Incheol Han, Swa An, and Jin Kim. There are a lot of efforts, a lot of works here. Yeah. I greatly appreciate sponsors of this event, particularly the sponsors of IYQ Global Funds. So thank you very much. So with this, I close this event today. Thank you very much. So.